firefly shines incomparably.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain, but I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you change. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest,
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League. We are here with a Platinum Division semifinals matchup between First Class and Dorado Gaming Sigma. I'm Nyarko on play-by-play, and I'm accompanied by Yanni on color, filling in once more for Shibby. Once again, hallowed be thy name, and we miss him, but it's good for you to be here, man. I'm super excited for this.
Happy to be here. It's been pretty sweet the last couple of weeks. I've had a pretty good time. Hopefully, this time I won't cast a series that ends in a disqualification, not to reopen old wounds. But we do have First Class and Dorado Gaming Sigma here today, Nyarko, and we've already gotten into the picks and bans.
Yeah, we already have. They want to get going, get into this first round, and I can't blame them looking at the band so far. A lot of AP off the table is all I'm saying right now. Aurelion Sol, Gragas, although the Caitlyn being hovered by First Class makes a lot of sense as well. Meanwhile, the Sigmers, as they are called here in the draft hall for some reason, are banning out the Victor and Oriana from the mid lane, trying to take away some of the priority from Solemn because First Class is on blue side.
Yeah, and getting rid of those control mages, trying to force them onto something a little bit more uncomfortable. These control mages can go pretty crazy, especially with the kind of team that First Class has around them. A lot of really strong players on both these sides, and really, are you surprised, right? We've made it to the semifinals. I'm expecting every player to actually show up and show out, and, those are all very similar bands that we see coming through.
Yep, for sure. You got the two mages and a marksman on either side, and it's two good marksmen to ban out. Of course, that does leave the Xayah still open, which will immediately be grabbed on the B1 for First Class. Makes a lot of sense. I think that it's definitely a premier champion, certainly very strong on the scaling department, also relatively safe. And now we're getting the traditional response to it in the form of the Varus, who's just gonna poke this champion down early. And it too could also get very, very strong depending on their build path. A lot of flexibility still on the table for both sides. Dorado Gaming Sigma still haven't exactly locked in the Varus, but I'm pretty certain we're gonna see it at least once in this draft phase.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised because I know Varus obviously a very good answer in Xayah, but I personally love taking the Rakan away in scenarios like that, and pairing up a Rakan with like a Zeri or something like that is incredibly strong. Whereas if you paired a Rakan with a Varus, it's not as great, which means that First Class pretty much have a free First Class ticket to Rakan if that's what they want. There's a couple of options they can pair with the Varus here. Thresh, a very big pick here for Griffin if they want to have it. It is one of their best champions, and Griffin leads the league in assists per game with almost 16 assists per game, an assist and a half more than anybody else. So no surprise, they get a priority pick on the red side.
And I think this is actually the correct approach to the Xayah. I know you like the Rakan steal. I'm personally a bigger fan of just preempting the Rakan with one of these counter picks. Rakan has a lot of champions that he struggles into. Thresh is a main kind of champion that kind of cuts back against their priority because you can just flay them out of the grand entrance or just hook them up. Anything like that's really good. And now First Class, because of that, are going to heel turn, pivot over to a Blitzcrank. So they're just getting the better hook champ. Worse in other ways, but better certainly when it comes down to how the Q works.
Yeah, certainly when it comes down to lane as well. Thresh typically has a very rough time into Blitzcrank, provided that you cannot dodge those hooks. And as Thresh, it does get difficult pretty early on to be able to dodge those out. So going to be a big point of worry here for the Sigmers as they have to stare down. And a Xayah Blitzcrank, a much stronger combination than Varus Thresh. We're going to see the Jax get picked up as well on the top side, and the Sigmers mulling over potentially the counter for Malphite.
Are we just going to put Sigmers as the lingua franca name for the rest of this series?
Oh, yeah.
Probably. It fits really well. I like the Sigmers. I also like the Malphite pick quite a bit. I think that there's really no reason to not grab it because it's just guaranteed value coming from a lane. Kind of rivaling Ornn in that department, another champion that I maybe overstate the value of, but certainly every single time I've seen them on the Rift, they're making a splash. I don't think that is going to shift here for Dorado Gaming Sigma, although I will say Bruiser 2012 has Bruiser in their name, and they're playing the premier Bruiser right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Jax is the premier bruiser, right? There are a lot of really good options, but Jax feels like the one that brings the most when it comes to split pushing and fighting and CC ability, right? Because you do have that Counter-Strike to be able to CC, get like big three-man stuns and fights, which you can't say for a lot of the other premier bruisers. So it feels like he's the most well-rounded one. We're seeing some other bans come in. I wonder if the Sigmers are going to take away Sylas here. You've picked Malphite. One of the most common bans is to take Sylas off the board.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, for sure. I like the Maokai ban from Sigmars as well. Obviously, FC does have some amount of pre-built tankiness with the Blitzcrank and the Jax, but neither are true frontliners, in that way. And so the fact that they're dedicating the other ban, besides the Silas hover that we're currently seeing, right, to this kind of tank champion, especially one that fits into the jungle role quite nicely, is really going to drastically limit what First Class can do with the rest of their composition. A Sejuani is still on the table for Truist. I'll be interested to see exactly how they approach it. Meanwhile, First Class, on the other hand, are just going to double ban junglers. They're two very, very strong ones for sure, but you can kind of see how going for the Malphite has already allowed for Sigma to flex in that role, go for either a big carry in the form of the Kindred or an initiator like the Jarvan. Instead, they're going to kind of split it down the middle, go for a big power farmer that also can initiate. They get themselves the Lilia for that AP damage.
Yeah, the damage, the initiation, it's all there. Not really too much in the way of tankiness, but that's okay. I don't think they need anything extra there. And I really like the CC profile that Dorado Gaming has put together here, right? With this Varus, with the Malphite being able to create a lot of issues in fights. And then, of course, Thresh, the entire utility kit known as that champion. I really like what they've put together. First Class going with an interesting Corki pickup here. I bemoaned a Corki pickup, I believe, the last time that you and I had casted, but I think Corki is not the greatest pick right now, but I think it fits. I think it fits okay into First Class team composition here.
I agree that Corki is a good fit for First Class. The thing is, Dorado Gaming Sigma have reserved counterpick in the mid lane for Nuffies, and for so many things that you could just crush the Corki with, especially because I want to see an AD aggressive bent out of this player, because it is the case that we have AP damage already covered by the Lilia and by the Malphite. Maybe a Zed could be on the table, something like that. Something to get in, blow this champion up before they could really scale. And from there, Sigma can just kind of snowball through that early game, get ramped up late because of the Lilia. Yasuo was another call that's definitely going to wombo combo quite nicely with Malphite and with Thresh.
Yeah, this is fantastic. I mean, Nuffy's fourth in the league in kills per game, averaging just over 7 kills a game. Getting him on a very aggressive mid laner like a Yasuo that's ready to go pick up a bunch of kills is something that's a very exciting prospect. I recall you casted a Yasuo that had 5 kills within the first 5 minutes just like this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, there are ways to cut back against the power of Yasuo, even once he does get fed. I was actually playing a solo queue game just yesterday where I was doing with a Yasuo. We were playing Rel Yasuo bot. We were crushing that lane, man. But they had a huge tank on their side. They had a bruiser that could just jump down onto him. And it was the Jax, actually, just CC you up. It was an awkward time for sure. And so while there is counterplay, I think that this is a very healthy approach to game number 1 from Dorado Gaming Sigma. It's really going to push and prod at First Class in a lot of ways, trying to expose their soft white underbelly, right? Try to find the vulnerabilities. And I think that, if Dorado Gaming Sigma come out here with a very similar performance to what we saw this weekend, where a Yasuo is going 5-0, we kind of have this scenario play out where we don't really need to see Dorado adjust the draft going forward. First Class has to scramble to try to develop some kind of strategy to answer back throughout the course of this best of 5.
Yeah, and the thing about these compositions going toe to toe right here is that First Class has to wait a while for their composition to get online, right? Like obviously Xayah, fairly strong early, same with Hecarim, but Corki and Jax going to take some time to get online. Once their auto gaming hits level 6, like they are ready. They have hit like peak power, and they still get stronger as the game goes on, right? Like Lilia can get tankier, be faster, deal more damage. Yasuo can just absolutely wreck people instantly. Varus from downtown, the arrows hit harder. So while First Class has the edge in scaling, I think Dorado Gaming, their early objective fighting is going to be so much greater. It's really going to be on Peptic on Peace Pipe over here playing this Xayah to be able to keep themselves alive and, just do a good job of making sure they're ulting at the right times, making sure they're flashing at the right times, not get boomer checked by the Malphite.
I mean, there's a lot of ways for Xayah to avoid these dire situations that other marksmen would struggle with. And so good on them for picking this champion and putting such priority on it during the draft phase. But I get also what you're putting down, right? There's a lot of instances of CC on Dorado Gaming Sigma's side. In fact, I was going to actually kind of complain about the Lilia being maybe a bit of a win more here. If you wanted an AP jungler, a Karthus in this situation I thought would be pretty insane, because you already have so much in the way of engage off of Yasuo, Malphite, and Thresh. But looking at the Xayah, it makes sense that they want to index so heavily into just getting the Dream Dust down and launching out that lilting lullaby.
Yeah, and really, they're going to have a lot of problems with it. Is first class. Blitzcrank, Jax, Hecarim, all very close range. And Jax and Hecarim are such a big part of your damage profile that once you get put to sleep, you are losing out on so much of what they bring to the table, right? Like, obviously, Hecarim
Mhm.
probably already going to get his engagement, but Jax really not going to have too much of an opportunity to pop off in the fight. When you're asleep, you can't counter, you can't use your counter strike. So, unless it's already on, you're going to have a pretty big problem. You're going to take a lot of damage from Dorado Gaming. Now, the one thing is that Dorado Gaming needs to be well positioned in order for them to deal their damage, right?
Yep.
Because Yasuo and Lilia, they have to get in close. Obviously, it's a little scary when you have to get in close. They certainly can deal damage in spades, but getting close to a Jax, getting close to a Blitzcrank and a Hecarim, you can get silenced by that Blitzcrank, cause a lot of problems. And Varus needs to make sure they are in the proper position because you can get hooked. Peptic can just land a hook at any time and really ruin whatever Dorado Gaming wants to do. So while I do think Dorado Gaming certainly has the edge with the composition they've put together, I do think First Class has a very solid composition themselves that can certainly win the game.
We're moving into the client draft now. Apologies for a little bit of a delay. I think we had some DC issues coming through from first class, but regardless, they will enter on in and start knocking out these champions that we saw in the draft lull. Coming through and looking at Blue Squad just a little bit more, because I do think that we have focused and talked about the way that Dorado Gaming Sigma is looking to win this game number one, which is through, in my opinion, a kind of superior draft what First Class is bringing to the table. But that doesn't mean that through individual laning prowess, First Class can't make a big statement. Corki can pop, people come late. And yes, Yasuo is going to be very difficult for this champion to deal with, but if you have good spacing, if you just can outhands the Yasuo, which obviously is a tough task, especially with Nuffy's in control of that champion, I do think that First Class have the ability to really snowball.
Yeah, and First Class has a lot of like really solid players on their squad. It's just like Dorado, I would give the hands edge over to them. But yeah, no, you're right that you can outhands people, and you don't need to outhands them the whole game, just for some very key points to really turn everything on its head. And really, if you're First Class, I think what you want to be doing is get this pick with the Blitzcrank, make sure that Peptic is landing these hooks, and then take odd man fights from there, right? You hit a Blitzcrank hook on anything not named Malphite and you're in really good shape. You get the pick there, and then you decide, okay, now we're hitting the go button with Hecarim. We're poking them down with Corki. We're softening them up for these fights. So really, they want to make sure they get their feet set and they have priority for objectives. They want to be the ones controlling the objective areas in order for them to execute their strategy. Whereas Dorado Gaming, they don't necessarily need to have that sort of control.
I would definitely agree with that for sure. We aren't seeing anything in the way of crazy flexes so far in the client draft phase. Maybe they're going to flop things around at the very end here, but I highly doubt it. Both of these compositions seem to have pretty clearly delineated lanes and roles for everybody, and that's perfectly fine. As much as I do love cuteness and weirdness within my draft phase, this is a very sober way to enter into the game number one while still reserving a lot of skill expression on both sides. I think we got an explosive match on our hands, Yanni, and while we're waiting for these last few picks, let's diverge away a little bit from just, the sober talking about these two teams and how they match up against one another, because I got a question for you. This has been a little mini game I've been playing as of late.
Okay.
Which composition collectively would benefit more from like a visual rework for all their champions?
This is a good question. I think that First Class would probably benefit from a bit of a visual rework more. Let's be honest, Corki looks like a goddamn goofball over there. Jax's splash is getting like to be really old now, and Blitzcrank, too much of Blitzcrank is taken up by his hand and his head, right? Like I want to see Blitzcrank, probably zoomed out a little bit more, because you can't really see what's going on. He just kind of sits there looking like the Iron Giant,
To a degree.
What about you?
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because the thing is, Malphite is so woefully ugly on Sigma's side that it kind of is pulling at least 3 champions. And then you have to look at the Jax and realize that they announced that they're doing a visual rework very, very soon for him.
Well, clearly
So
that means First Class.
Well, yeah, I think that Jax didn't really need it, why not give it to Zillion, man? But that's beside the point. Riot's priorities be what they are. I think that Blitzcrank actually looks pretty good for what he is right now. There's a lot of good schemes for him,
I don't
but
disagree.
visually, you really need to see those big hands because that's the main point of his champion.
But you only see like half of it.
Fair. All right. Well, let's see. what's going to happen here on the Rift. Thank you for indulging me in that little discussion. I'm
Of
probably going to do it
course.
for a lot of drafts coming forward because,
Of course.
we're trying to accelerate the pace at which Riot actually like updates our characters that we all love, right? But Dorado Gaming Sigma, first class, looking to make their first clash on the Rift here in just a few moments. We're going to throw it to a brief spectator delay, and when we come back, it's going to be for game number 1.
Moment, all it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focus, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division semifinals match between First Class and Dorado Gaming Sigma. Game number 1 is underway, and even though we got the double hook champs, it doesn't look like either side wants to poke the belly of the beast this early on. No big invades, no big stacks. It's just going to be a 5 points to start us off.
And what I really want to see here in this game is I want to see which support is going to come out and do the most for their team. You know, we talked about how Griffin leads the league in assists. Peptic is 4th. So these are both, you know, in terms of assists, which honestly, let's be real. When you're talking about league stats, it's really all you care about. You don't care about vision score per minute. You don't care about this proximity shit that they do with the big leagues. You know, you care about who's getting the most assists, who is helping out the most, right? And both of these supports are in the top 5. So it's going to be a matter of which one of these two supports is going to make the greatest impact for their team to be able to get an early lead and then have their team parlay it from there.
Now, I will counter by saying that for especially hook champions like the Blitzcrank, the number and volume of assists often matters less than the impact that each assist has during a fight. Because you get an assist if you heal someone for like 100 health, you also get an assist for freaking hooking the core carry of Dorado Gaming Sigma or First Class over the wall, and that leading to a full-on 4v5 that then gets you the Baron Nashor, right? So for me, I think it's much more about raw impact rather than it just coming down to like a number or anything like that. I do not look at stats. I look at the story.
Right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just showing that, you know, these are some of the best supports in the league, and I want to see the impact that they bring. Like, we know that throughout the season, they've had historically pretty big impact, but in this game, it's going to be different because they're both playing hook champions, right? So ultimately, it's just going to come down to who is able to make more moves and who's going to make everyone count. And judging by the way things are going down here, Matt G getting the shove on with Varus, that automatically gives the advantage to Griffin, at least a little bit.
Yeah, it's super hard to play a hook champion when there's just a big wall of minions blocking your ability to kind of wrap around and get someone hit with your Q. And so with that in mind, Peptic right now just kind of has to sit back a little bit. And I do kind of wonder to what extent the Thresh and Blitzcrank are going to actually stay bot side of the map, because there's great roam potential from either side. And there's also some very immobile champions across this map. Looking particularly at Solemn on the Corki. Sure, they have Valkyrie, but Nuffies is able to get in there, force that spell out early, and boom, all of a sudden, Griffin, if they go up there, can land a great death sentence and really get the ball rolling.
Right, and I'm interested to see what happens on the support backs as well. If they elect to roam off of those backs, something we start seeing at higher level play is, you know, you take a back and then you just decide, hey, I'm going to go up to the top side and I'm going to try to make an impact up there. You can see that these junglers, they've been pathing on the opposite sides here. It's mean Truist is closest to the mid lane right now. And I wonder if they're going to make something happen here after this crab.
Definitely a question. There's also great counter gank potential, I think. Obviously, Truist is better as an initiator, but the fact that Lilia is showing in this lane, I think is going to cut back against the value of this jump, and Truist gets a little bit of damage down onto Nuffies, but the Yasuo in the 1v1 is willing to take a bit of a health deficit in general because of the wave control that the champion has, and so right now, it's kind of still a stalemate between these two teams, in my opinion.
Right, and you can see, despite having less health, and even before that gank was much greater, you know, 10 CS lead and counting here for Nuffies, forcing Solemn under turret, Solemn no mana as well. Nuffies is executing the game and the lane like they want to for right now, and that first gank getting foiled too makes it even better.
Sluter gets stunned by the counter-strike on the top side of the map, going to flash through the Jax, but Bruiser follows up, and that is very impressive to see. A solo bolo for First Class to start off the game, and honestly, this is not how you would expect a Malphite matchup to go with the Jax. This has been a pretty classic counter for Jax, and the fact that Sluter is falling this far behind this early in the game does not bode well for Dorado Gaming Sigma, at least on that side of the map.
Yeah, Sluter realized that the lane was just pushing in. Oh, wait, never mind. There's a fight in the bot side real quick.
Yeah, great hook there. Peptic gonna have to flash out of this one. Banger looking to follow up. Lilia with not a great amount of dive potential. Can't get the swirl seed snipe, and so Peace Pipe and company just have to back off. But Peptic is exceptionally low, is trying to heal up, and there is no heal summoner spell for Peace Pipe, and so that means that Red Squad can push even deeper. Truist is here to try to follow up. Now Teleport is being channeled as well. First Class is sending everything around here to try to save the Xayah and Blitzcrank. Banger's in a lot of trouble, is trying to kite this out, has a little little bit of speed because of their stacks on True, so might actually be able to get to safety, especially given the fact that Nuffies is covering the mid lane and Solemn just isn't there right now. Lilio will, in fact, be able to get to safety. Now, Truist is in a little bit of trouble. Bruiser comes forward, is going to get a bunch of damage onto Nuffies, but they just flash over the wall, and Bruiser can't follow. Somehow, some way, Dorado Gaming Sigma keep everybody alive, and not only that, they get a kill.
Oh my god. I didn't know that some of these players were landscapers because I haven't seen edging that good since my buddy's landscaping company came by. That was so crazy. The fact that Banger and Nuffy's just barely able to get out of there with just enough HP. A huge letdown if you're over on the side of First Class. It's gotta hurt so bad. They committed so much.
Credit to Yanni for keeping the edging reference actually very safe for work. You know, that's a rare accomplishment, man.
Hey, man, listen. And now I'm looking at Twitch chat go wild. I was gonna say something profound, and then I see Wappa and that Twitch chat just throwing me off, man. But no, and really the big problem here is that kill went over to Nuffies, by the way, who is now carved out an 18 CS lead. Now has the wave pushing into them, right? Solemn wasn't able to do anything, and that is the big difference between these two mid laners, and a big reason why that Corki is sometimes a really rough pick in the early game.
And here's the thing, it isn't like Yasuo is actually a bad scaler. He's actually very much one of the best in the game as long as you can pilot him well and you know when to go in. And so therefore, while Solemn is definitely going to shore up First Class's poke, right now they just have to survive. And frankly, because of the goal that Nuffies now has in their back pocket, that is going to become more and more difficult. Truist is constantly pulled up to this lane, but it's also just very hard to gank the Yasuo. They certainly are going to try. Meanwhile, topside of the map, we're seeing another clash between Bruiser and Sluter. Nuffies is at only 100 health, but he still manages to get out.
Nuffies once again. This is the day you almost caught Captain Nuffies in the mid lane. Again, just getting out with a sliver of health, not even needing the flash, but a hook under the turret.
And that's a great blade caller as well. Peace Pipe just going to be able to pick up the kill onto Griffin. Matt G is looking for an angle onto Peptic, who was ignited and taken below 100 health. But unfortunately, the Varus alone cannot do anything, especially if they stay too long in this lane and you really try to go for this kill. Peptic can just hook you under turret, and you are too fragile alone to do a whole lot without the Lantern to escape.
This is now like 5 champions that have survived under 100 HP, which it's so crazy to think of how far the game could swing in one direction or the other because of how close those kills were. And yet we sit here 8 minutes in and 100 gold apart between these two teams. It's pretty crazy. And Matt G going for the kill.
As level 6 advantage, Peace Pipe does not have Featherstorm available. Good blade caller, but great flash as a response. And Matt G does in fact get the solo kill. It's not onto the champion bot that we expected, but valuable nonetheless for Dorado Gaming Sigma, as now they can move over to get the dragon, especially with Truist showing on the top side of the map trying to kill Sluter.
Yeah, and something that we didn't talk too much about, we really shine the spotlight on the supports, but the AD carries as well, right? Matt G and Peace Pipe, two of the best AD carries in this league, you know, especially when it comes to like gathering CS per minute and stuff like that. And Peace Pipe leads the league with, you know, a little over like 8.5 CS per minute, right? And has struggled really hard this game. And a lot of that has had to do with the pressure they've put down there. They've done a very good job in ensuring that Matt G is ahead of Peace Pipe, right? That's what Dorado needed to do. We're going to see a little bit of a fight break out here in the jungle.
This is a massive overstay by Dorado Gaming Sigma. As soon as the Hecarim showed, you know this is a dangerous call because Peptic is on a warpath trying to find a rocket grab. Banger at less than half health, trying to zoom around towards the tower. And while it does seem like they get to safety, Griffin is actually now going to be the target of First Class. They are grabbed and the kill is picked up by Peace Pipe.
That deke by Peptic was insane. He really made it look like the target all along was going to be Banger. And I think Griffin kind of took their eye off the ball, kind of decided, okay, Blitzcrank, I'm not the target. I'm not the ire here. But instead, the apple of Blitzcrank's eye there getting pulled up and taken down.
And that's providing a lot of priority for First Class to move over to this Rift Herald. Nuffies wants to contest, but this is so dangerous. First is Peptic on the Blitzcrank. Banger is going to follow up. Lilting Lullaby is available, but it is a 2v3 for the time being. Griffin is only now making their way from the base. That being said, Sluter is getting some amount of priority on the top side, keeping Bruiser from entering on into the river. And it looks like DGS's ploy is actually going to pay off. It's actually now Lilia starting up the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and Sluter going down a kill, going down a bunch of CS, this is exactly what you have the Malphite here for. Aside from going down in CS and going down a kill, but being able to keep this Jax away, allow Banger to have time, pick up this Rift Herald, and let's see what they're going to do with it. They've got a slight gold lead here, about 500, and this is really a spot where they could crack open the game and start to take advantage.
Truist is spotted out on this control ward for the time being. Ping's coming out, and therefore Griffin is going to rotate back bot just to make sure that Matchy can actually get this wave pushed in. Makes a lot of sense that we're seeing this kind of split map now take place, although I'm kind of surprised it's going in this direction. Sluter has actually been doing a good job stabilizing up top side of the map after losing their life that first time to Bruiser 2012, and that's buying priority for Lilia to go for a little bit of a deep invade. Now the deer will reset, and we're going to see which four-legged friend in the jungle is going to make the next move.
Yeah, lots of four-legged friends. What is it with four-legged friends in the Blue Otter Platinum League? I remember you guys were talking about that a couple of weeks back, and I recall there was a Baron steal involved as well, which is no surprise to be honest with you. But I'm really looking for Truist to make a play with their ultimate here, right? You did just lose the Rift Herald, so now's the time to go ahead and kind of punch Dorado Gaming in the mouth.
Yeah, that's one way to put it for sure. I do think that first class have the onus on them to try to stabilize this mid lane so that Nuffy's just doesn't get excessively fed in the mid lane or the mid game, excuse me, and mid lane actually is all in favor of DGS. But at the same time, it's just kind of hard to make a move right now if DGS don't want to group because so much of the dueling power of first class comes in the form of 5v5s if they cannot get a pick off of Peptic, who right now is kind of isolated to the bot side again because they need to keep Peace Pipe alive.
Yeah, Peace Pipe has been struggling really hard, and we did talk about how Varus could make such a profound impact on that bottom lane. Seeing Truist set up for a gank here, but Banger, once again, right place, right time, making sure that Truist can't really do too much.
Yeah, and this 2v2, I think, is one that first class is continually dreading, and therefore, we see Banger constantly just hover the Yasuo, making sure that Nuffies is able to get all these waves pushed in, and that he can continue to develop this lead. You don't need kills when you have this kind of tempo advantage. Lilia also doesn't need kills because they know they're going to scale magnificently up against Truist, and they're going to split the damage profile of DGS really magnificently as well. And that's now going to lead into the question of how exactly is Truist going to build? How is Bruiser going to build? And broadly, I think that Dorado Gaming Sigma is doing all the right things early. They are not going to drop the Rift Herald down here just to get Nuffies even more ahead.
Yeah, and Nuffies has been doing so well, hovering around 30 CS, and you see Bruiser winning up on the top side. That plate very close to going down. Truist still in the area, but I feel like Banger could have done a little bit more with that, but Sluter in trouble.
And, for as much as we've been praising DGS, first class are no slouches. Bruiser 2012 are really shaping the landscape of this early game brilliantly. Now, they themselves, without the Rift Herald, are at the same number of plates as the Yasuo, and this Jax is another great late game threat on first class's side. If Corki can't pull their weight until very, very late, Bruiser certainly is going to ramp them until that point.
Yeah, and a big problem here is that Sluter had to burn that teleport to cover topside, right? This dragon's up in about 10 seconds, and this Malphite is your biggest enabler for the Yasuo, right? So, while this Yasuo is super far ahead, is going to have to work a lot harder in this next fight to be able to make their impact known and use their lead that they've gotten effectively.
Knowing that Bruiser has teleport available and Sluter has to make the long voyage from base, I think that at this point in time, Dorado Gaming Sigma have to be careful. Maybe you should just back off from this dragon right now. Peptic is going to get hit by the Swirl Seed, but that's Dream Dust only on one member. Banger has to try to find an angle here. Maybe they're going to be able to do it off the box from the Thresh, but here comes Solemn over the wall with a massive package. Truist is in trouble. They will go down for Banger, but only now has Sluter come into the fight, and unfortunately, Bruiser's already done so much for first class. A double-double, and all in all, that is a 2 for 4 in favor of Blue Squad.
And we talked about it in the pregame. Bruiser on Jax can come in and can helicopter a fight and just take total control. Bruiser and Solemn just comboing out so nicely there, and a huge fight win going over to first class. They made it look easy.
And now look at the priority up top side of the map. First Class just going to jam this wave into tower. I think Jax is probably going to be getting that first tower blood off of this and a bunch of gold into their pocket. Once they reset, once they cash out, you have this massive carry threat on the Rift. And Dorado Gaming Sigma at this point in time don't really seem like they have an answer. We have been highlighting Nuffies, but right now there's a bigger duelist threat.
Yeah, and the duelist threat is this Jax looking to become a huge issue in this game. Has already really become a huge issue in this game, to be honest with you. It's just a matter of if they can do anything about it.
Bot side, we are seeing a little bit of dueling as actually that dragon wasn't just immediately taken by First Class. They went for resets instead and are looking to come down and grab this neutral objective. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Solemn's in a bit of trouble. They're taking quite low. This will be first mover advantage over to the dragon for Yasuo. Peace Pipe is now hit by the Lilia Ian. Yeah, that dragon smited away, but now Red Squad want to force the fight. The Jax is not here. I repeat, the Jax is not here, and Peace Pipe 13 is left exposed. They are taken down. Peptic's getting hit by the chains of corruption, and they will also fall.
And the worst part is Peace Pipe used their flash there for that Blade Caller, rooting up everybody, but just could not get far enough away. And that is a big cooldown going down. And a nice dragon secure, though, all the same. You know, at least the, First Class is getting that dragon, able to even this up. Let's see if Truist can take out Nuffies here.
I don't think they can with the tower going down. Nuffies doing a great job positioning away from the onslaught of shadows and such. They at least stabilize. They will not be able to force back to get the kill onto the Hecarim, but Truist has to try to go in for another lap. Nuffies doesn't have that much health. However, they do have a shield at their back, and they will, in fact, manage to get the solo bolo. That's going to be a disaster for First Class.
Yeah, things not going nearly the way First Class expected, but that's what happens when your strongest member is up on the top side and not able to do too much more. And, now this Jax has to back, which means it's another objective here going for Dorado Gaming. It means that it's going to be very problematic moving forward. This Riftfield can bust down this middle outer turret now, and that really opens up all of the possibilities in the jungle here for this Lilia to just kind of start to terrorize.
Yeah, Banger is someone I really want to focus on come mid, come late, as Lilia is a champion with really great initiation potential, and there's tons of assistive damage to be had on Dorado Gaming Sigma's side to follow up on a Lilting Lullaby that hits multiple members. That being said, I am a little bit... got to talk about this first. Griffin is hooked over the wall. They're boxed up, but they will die. Great play there by Peace Pipe and Peptic. Once again, initiated by these supports, man. That is someone else we got to highlight. But really quick, want to turn back over to Banger, who's currently looking to gank down onto Bruiser 2012.
Ouch.
They have Lilting Lullaby available. Bruiser's at only about half health, but now Banger is getting run down by a fellow horsey. Double sleep. Let's see if Sluter can follow up. They don't want to pull the trigger with their ultimate, though, as Peptic has rotated into the area. DGS will just back off.
If they were grouped up just a little bit more, I think Sluter pulls the trigger there because of the damage that Banger can do and how much health Sluter had. But I think cooler heads prevailed there. It was a nice little fight back there, and Banger did have to burn that ultimate in order to make sure that there was going to be no further deaths there. And really, you're pretty happy with that if you are Dorado Gaming, right? Because you're getting more map advantage here elsewhere. And, you don't lose anything for it. You don't lose out on your gold lead.
All right. Well, First Class is just going to go back to farm their own jungle. Just staying on their side of the map, one of the issues right now that I have with the way that this game is kind of oriented is the fact that Sluter has done a great job holding the last little bit of health on this tier 1 turret, although now with this deep trade, they may be hard-pressed to continue to do so. But while that's happened, mid-tier 1 and bot tier 1 have both go down in favor of Dorado Gaming Sigma, and that does mean that Red Squad just has carte blanche to kind of do whatever they want on the Rift right now. There hasn't really been an attempt to go for any more huge plays or like picks, but that's perfectly fine, right? Because of the scaling that they have. Now, Truist is getting caught out for that exact priority reason that we talked about. So, I spoke too soon. In fact, they are making the most of this situation. Bruiser might be in trouble. Great flash into play from Griffin, but still, this Jax is tanky and hard to take down. Sluter doesn't have their unstoppable force anymore. Matt G with the full health bar is trying to get a little bit more poke in, and Banger and Nuffies are both also covering from the far side of this one. Peptic just going to have to look on as these 5 members rain down Hellfire upon Bruiser 2012 and put them back into the fountain.
And where is the rest of the team, man? I mean, I know that Truist was the first one to fall there, but, this Corky, nowhere to be seen. Obviously, Peace Pipe doing work in the mid lane here. Going to take out that turret and look to take out Sluter as well.
Immediate gale force. They feel like they could win this 1v1, and Malphite will have to back off but does not die. That means they're still holding potential around that tier 2. Meanwhile, topside, Dorado Gaming Sigma are sending everybody to get another charge off of Shelly. Box is going to protect their escape now as Batchy is just looking for a few more shots. They will get hit by the tower once in return, but like I said, space has been bought. DGS can in fact go for a safe reset here. Meanwhile, mid lane, First Class trying to do what they can off the Xayah.
And now Dorado has broken the game wide open with that play up on the top side. A lot of key members picking up gold there. It is that Varus. And, Yasuo was in the area, able to pick up a lot of that gold. And the rich get richer here, now cracking open a 4,000 gold lead. We're going to see Solemn have this package once again for this next dragon fight. So it'll be interesting to see if Dorado is wanting to take this fight, or if they're going to see that and realize, you know what, we can give this up. We do have a big lead.
Solemn is in a position to once again really dictate the pace of this match. Bruiser has teleport again, no flash on the Jax, but still, you have so much ability to reduce the movement to Dorado Gaming Sigma off of the Corki package. It needs to be used perfectly in this fight for them to have a chance. But right now, Dorado Gaming Sigma are the first ones into the river. They're setting up good vision, and it will be tough to walk on in through these choke points.
Yeah, it's getting harder and harder, and Peptic is doing everything they can, really, but they need to land one of these really big hooks to try and make sure that First Class has complete control over this game. If they win a big fight here, they can certainly turn it into their favor, but you can see Sluter is just waiting for the right opportunity.
Yep, gotta look at Sluter, you gotta look at Banger. Both of them have great engage on their side. Peptic certainly is hooking the wrong members right now. Griffin is gonna land back with a death sentence. Here's the jump forward from Bruiser, trying to get a massive stun off, but the backup from DGS is beautiful, and now the Jax is dead, which means First Class has to go on the run. Peace Pipe already using their ultimate. Sluter is gonna fire right back with the unstoppable force. Banger already with a double kill, and they are dueling with their fellow Horsey. There's a slow off of the swirl seed. It's triple for the Lilia! Meanwhile, while happening, Nuffies is getting kills of their own. It's a full-on ace. Dragon is down, and now DGS is headed to the Baron.
Such a just discombobulated fight coming out here from First Class, and a lot of it had to do with the fact that they decided to go through the bottom side, and they were on the ward. They did not want to take the fight straight up top, which means there's less choke points for this Corki to get people caught in, for Bruiser to take a unique angle and land a stun, which is what won them that first dragon fight. They weren't able to replicate it, and now they're in dire straits.
It's really crazy to see the extent to which Dorado Gaming Sigma is able to play reactively to First Class, just based upon the fact that they have so much better engage. The fact that they're able to kind of hold their tongue, see who Peptic is going to hit with their hook, and from there decide to make a move, means that it always feels like First Class is on a ticking time bomb, and DGS, on the other hand, are so relaxed in these situations. The coordination is on point, and because of that, they continue to extend their gold lead. First Class very close to the breaking point in this game. I don't know if they're going to be able to respond here.
It's going to be really difficult. They're going to have to get multiple picks of people who are just not in the area, right? So, you need Peptic to be able to land a hook to pull somebody away, and now you can have 3 of your teammates gang up on them and cause a lot of problems. But you can see there's what Nuffies is doing, forcing the teleport out here, but now could be caught out.
Nuffies is very avoidant, but unfortunately, there's just too many resources
there you go.
First Class to take down the Yasuo, which can cut back against the ability for DGS to push into the mid lane. Truist certainly wants to try to pull the trigger here with her onslaught of shadows. Griffin is exceptionally low, getting chased down, but Bruiser is hooked up. And now, look at the front side of this fight. Banger rushes in. Peace Pipe goes incredibly low. Peptic in a lot of trouble. Cleanse is forced out just to stop the burn down from the Lilia. And while Bruiser will clean up the back end of this one, once again, Dorado Gaming Sigma managed to get 4 kills to their name, and they're looking to fully ace First Class for the second time. Bruiser jumps in, but they can do nothing up against the Mountain Man, and there goes the tower and inhibitor.
I don't know why Bruiser just tunneled onto the Thresh. It was an excellent sleep by Banger, and really that's when Bruiser had to just decide, hey, I'm making a left turn here. I'm going to get into the rest of the fight. Goes after the Thresh, splits off, manages to take out the Varus as well, but the rest of the team is far too strong. Banger has become the biggest threat.
Man, that was a sans Nuffy's play by Dorado Gaming Sigma, and it wasn't even like killing Nuffy's required a lot of resources from First Class. They kept the Onslaught of Shadows for the big team fight engage. They played textbook, but the problem is, Yanni, you got to throw those books out the window at this point. Right now, Dorado Gaming Sigma is just too far ahead. They wallet diff, and beyond that, they too are reserving their big abilities for the right moments. The fact that they're so responsive to Peace Pipe in particular with their Featherstorm means that the Xayah is always pressured, and it doesn't really even feel like they're more avoidant than any other AD carry in the game. The marksman problems, once again, just bouncing right back, putting First Class behind.
Yeah, and really that's how the meta has gone, right? The meta was 80 carries are king, and now the meta is F your 80 carries, right? You know, we're picking up this Malphite, picking up champions like Varus who can root and lock people down. It becomes so problematic, and Peace Pipe only has so many ways to try to find a way out.
Wow, this looks like a replay. I didn't know we got that functionality here in the BOL. Nuffy's just going to be caught out by multiple members of Blue Squad yet again, but Banger is here. Banger is looking to play. They will have to do so without Griffin, though, as they die within their own box, but Banger goes godlike by killing Peace Pipe. Peptic's in a lot of trouble as well. The Blitzcrank has nowhere to go, and every single time that First Class manages to get a pick, Dorado Gaming Sigma push back, get themselves more kills and more control over the map.
Like I said, Banger was the biggest threat, and you notice they get onto some of these priority targets, right? And they clean up these kills, but it's just Banger is left completely untouched and does so much damage that a fight that looked like First Class had it all in their hands ends up being another loss and is going to be more structures down.
And now the gold lead is such that I don't think that First Class has any chance in this one. It's just a matter of adjusting for the next game. They will be able to mount maybe one last line of defense, but here with the 12,000 gold lead, Dorado Gaming Sigma could probably take a 3v5 with Banger as one of those members and win Matt G over the wall with tons of artillery fire. Sluter does have to unstoppable force away to safety, but look at how much ground this Lilia is covering, dueling out with 3 members. Eventually they will be blown up, but the shutdown only goes over to Peptic on the Blitzcrank. And while that's happening, DGS gets another kill over to the Varus.
Thank God that it went over to Blitzcrank, because if it didn't, everybody was going to die. Peptic hit a huge knockup to interrupt Lilia's W. Otherwise, it would have been a double kill, and the game just would have ended on the spot.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate how the gold is being distributed on First Class's side, because neither is it very plentiful, nor is it well distributed right now, which means that DGS are virtually in such advantage right now that they're just able to continue to push, even with Banger on a 17-second death cooldown still. I mean, that's a big walk up into the top side of the map. Now, Sluter is just going to shove out mid once again. The Dragon is up, and that is most likely just going to be taken here without any kind of resistance by Dorado Gaming.
I mean, I hope First Class doesn't try to resist here, because that'll just be a lost game at this point. I mean, you know, it's sole point, yeah, but you don't really care. You're just trying desperately to find a way back into the game. You know, you're down, 11K and counting, which is, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to say that that's really, really bad. And I mean, at least you've cut some of this power out from Banger by taking them down. They lost half their stacks. I don't know if it's going to be enough to move the needle, though. And I don't really know what First Class can do to find a way back in. They're going to need another similar Corky Jax combination. They're going to need Truist to be on top of things. They're going to need, Azaya's Blade Caller to hit all of those guys too, along with Blitzcrank Ultimate. And even then, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
I have a feeling that First Class might have to fight this Baron Nashor, because the buff will be so powerful for Dorado Gaming Sigma with 2 open inhibitors on First Class's side. But how in the world are you going to be able to make it through these choke points again? We've seen those kinds of fights go so desperately in favor of Dorado Gaming Sigma that First Class may die before they could even make it to the pit. But simultaneously, this last line of defense from the super minions, which is just the ability for Xayah to wave clear and Corky to wave clear, might not be enough to hold back the red tide now. Nuffy's already dancing with these 2 blue squad members right up in the top side of the map. Matt G is going to follow up. Peptic has taken quite a bit of damage. Truist needs to find the ability to pull the trigger with a onslaught of shadows, but the question is onto who, and how are you going to get there without just getting melted by Dorado Gaming Sigma?
Well, the answer is you're not. Dorado Gaming can hit from so far away with this Varus, who is so incredibly strong. And even, if Lilia is going to start throwing some swirl seeds out, and you just can't do anything for First Class. Look at the low health bars.
Yep, and while they are doing a good job holding off the siege on the top side, the problem is First Class has to constantly peel away from this tier 3 tower in order to stop the push of super minions into the mid and bot. Bot in particular is kind of open right now, and because of that, Red Squad knows they could go forward. There goes that last turret to defend the base of this game. Now it's only up to the Nexus turrets. This is where the fight's going to start off. Peptic once again throws out a hook, but it's only going to land onto Sluter, who walks it off, taking basically no damage from that trade. And meanwhile, while this is happening, First Class is getting whittled down by Matt G and company. Peptic's looking for another engage. They're going to get it down onto Banger, who will be blown up by the Xayah, but here's a massive unstoppable force into the Yasuo ultimate. Nuffies goes crazy in this one. The Blitzcrank goes down. It's a double kill for Peace Pipe, but the Xayah will also fall. Solemn can't even make it back to the fountain, and that's game number 1 going over to Dorado Gaming Sigma.
What an impressive game by Dorado. It was close in kills, but they were always just a little bit ahead, just one step ahead of First Class. And even after First Class had that really big dragon fight, they couldn't replicate it again. And Dorado Gaming just really put their vice grip on this game, and they made sure they were not relinquishing that lead.
For as much as we had explosive fights during that game, Yanni, it felt like the biggest point of advantage for Dorado Gaming Sigma was what they did right after they took a bad fight. They said, okay, slow down. Bruiser 2012 is fed as heck. We need to figure out a way to pressure the map in such a way that the Jax is isolated and can't do anything with that advantage. And they pushed down all these other lanes. They used their priority magnificently. And when the time came, they sent 5 members topside with Rift Herald to kill the Jax. And First Class just felt like they had no response. They tried to send the Xayah alone down the mid lane to push down some towers, but you're never winning that race. And Dorado Gaming Sigma profited mightily off that. That's the first time we saw a huge gold gap develop between the two teams.
Yeah, it was really massive. I think Dorado Gaming just played to their win conditions really, really well. And despite this Jax getting ahead early, they made sure that, you know, they were getting at least an equivalent amount on the other sides of the map. And then Sluter really clutched up, kept that turret alive for long enough, right, to keep Bruiser up in the top lane, but allow the rest of his team to take advantages down on the bottom side. And then you saw it translate up into the top side. You saw multiple members massing onto this Jax and just making sure they could not do anything.
All right, well, what a showing from Dorado Gaming Sigma to start us off for the night. But honestly, Yanni, I think that First Class have what it takes to take us deep into this series. In particular, Bruiser 2012 was still a highlight, and I think that on the other side of the map, Peace Pipe also had tons of carry potential. It's just a matter of making sure you don't give over some of these crucial kills, get that communication on point, and we want to see them back here for game number 2, alongside Dorado Gaming Sigma, who are looking to continue their run. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we return, it's going to be for the second draft of the night.
wanna say that the keys that you were searching for and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. Too late.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division semifinals match. We're in the second draft of the night. Apologies for the delay. I'm having some connection issues. But regardless, we
Don't
are
tell me
seeing first
that.
class return to blue side. And now Thresh is coming out as the B1 pick.
Yeah, really just one change in this draft is that Caitlyn's now left available, and Lilia has been the one taken away there by First Class. So both teams sticking with the same stuff, except obviously First Class making a wise decision here. This time First Class is going to pick up the first pick Thresh. We saw last time they went with the Xayah. They're changing it up around this time, and Sigma are going to respond with that Lucian. So a lot of good supports they could pair with that.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that we're seeing the Lucian come out here. Certainly has fallen down the priority list, but here's the one premier combo right now that I think makes the champion still very much playable. It's going to be the Milio alongside it. Now, I do think that there is a little bit too much hype around this combo, but I will not deny that it is certainly the best pairing for the Lucian. So if you're a competent Lucian player, you might as well jam it.
Listen, Milio stinks, all right?
What is wrong with you? He's so good. He's so fun.
He's so bad. He's so bad. No. I'm being facetious. I think he's actually quite a good champion. I think his campfires, really, honestly, if Emilio only had his campfire as an ability, he would still be a really strong champion.
Yeah. Speaking of a champion that literally stinks, we have the Twitch coming through to go alongside the Thresh for first class. Obviously, there's a little bit of flex potential there, but I imagine we aren't going to be seeing something crazy like a Twitch jungle this early on into the draft phase, especially given the fact that first class, I think, just needs to kind of shape up and cut down on a few of their weird tendencies in game itself, rather than really having to go back to the drawing board when it comes to the draft. The Jack's going to return into the hands of Bruiser for that reason.
Yeah, and I think that's a pretty fine pick there. And I think if you're Sigma, you're pretty cool to respond with a Malphite here, but it looks like they're not going to.
Yeah, interesting for sure. The Akali coming out here for Nuffies. I like this pick a lot. I was kind of calling for them to go for a true assassin in the last game. Akali certainly fits that bill. Obviously, it was a little bit harder to select this given the fact you already had a lot of AP through the Lilia and the Malphite to a degree. Here, we're probably going to be seeing a big shift in that jungle role given the fact that this time around, SC has knocked out the Lilia from contention.
Yeah, I expect to see something a little bit more tanky. I think a Sejuani would probably do them very well with the melee of Akali coming out here, but you certainly have plenty of damage with Lucian Akali, and you just need a little bit more to fit into your profile. I will be interested to see if First Class is going to take away the Malphite. It didn't counter the Jax very well, but it certainly hurt First Class's chances last time around. But if they
Mhm.
do that, judging by their bans, that means they would be giving over Jarvan.
Yeah, I think that right now Sigma should put a high priority on the Malphite. If it is allowed to get through the second ban phase, grab it. Sure, maybe it is the case that Bruiser is just going to dominate you topside just because they're absolutely cracked on the Jax, but
Mhm.
the amount of value that this champion had during team fights cannot be overstated. The ability for them to follow up on initial engages that came through from Lilia, to a degree from the support as well from Sigma, made it so that there was really no way for First Class to not get locked up and forced into a 5v5 in situations where Dorado Gaming Sigma felt justified in pulling the trigger. And now, because you're kind of shifting away from stuff like the Thresh and going to the Milio, I think you need a big engager topside more than ever.
I find it interesting they banned the Yasuo here, so they're hedging that Akali could be sent up top
Hmm.
and go over to Sluter this time around, but we are going to see a Wukong pickup. I guess Yasuo ends up being a good ban in that sense, just in case Sluter had gone up top. Where with Akali, we're not quite sure yet, but I like the Wukong pickup here for Sigma. It gives them the engage that they were sorely looking for.
Yeah, now it's just a matter of figuring out what Sigma is going to be doing with their last pick. If this is in fact going to be an Akali top dancer back against the Jax. Regardless, they're reserving counter pick for something. I kind of hope this is just an Akali mid though, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm expecting that, and I really want Sigma to get a little bit more tank here. I think that what they have going on is like totally fine. But they're going to need something a little bit more tanky, or else this Twitch is going to rip everybody apart, as well as this Viego.
Yeah, the Viego is a really good choice for FC. I think that putting carry potential into the jungle role makes a lot of sense. It kind of allows for FC to diversify the way in which they approach team fights, especially now that they have another kind of initiation-oriented control mage. This time it's going to be the Syndra going into the mid lane. And Sigma giving the Lissandra hover here actually kind of reads like this is an Akali top. I like the fact they're pivoting, though. Please just lock the Malphite in, man.
Honestly, they could also go to Sejuani top if they wanted as well. I
They could.
recall that Sejuani would have been a solid jungle pick. It would be a really good top lane pick here as well. But I also think Malphite is really good. I don't think there's any problems with that if they want to just lock it in, play the matchup again. I mean, we saw what Sluter did after giving away the first kill up top. They were really able to lock it down. They didn't get too far behind in CS. So if they're able to clean up that early part of the laning phase just a little bit, I mean, we'll see Bruiser not walk out with any kills.
Yep, for sure. I also think that given the fact that we now have Viego in the jungle for First Class, the Malphite's going to be a little bit safer at any position in the lane, as long as they aren't giving tons of health over to Jax for free. It will be a little bit more difficult for this jungler to actually make a dent in Malphite's health bar and really take them down versus the displacement that we see out of the Heck Room. So with that in mind, I do think that Dorado Gaming Sigma can lock up this top side as long as Sluter understands their role in this game. And then when you look elsewhere within this draft, you still have plenty of carry potential. Obviously, I think that things are a little bit more indexed towards the early game versus what we saw in the last matchup, but that's fine, especially because FC don't have quite the same scaling they did in game number one because they're pivoting over to the Syndra from the Corki, which frankly had zero presence early.
Yeah, and they certainly pack a punch here with their team. Their pick potential's not as great, mostly because Thresh Hook is definitely not as good as Blitzcrank Hook. I'm not trying to say that Thresh is worse, because Thresh does other things much better than Blitzcrank can, but the hook is simply just not as good. Right now, you've got the Syndra to be able to follow it up with a stun, but the biggest problem here for First Class is that, they are so squishy, and they are all carries, right? So there's not enough resources really for them to go around. It's going to have to be, Twitch, Jax, Syndra going and farming their lanes, and the jungle is going to have to be all Viegos, and that's, some sort of advantage that you don't get if you are, Dorado Sigma, for example, who can leave that top lane open for somebody else. It's okay if Malphite doesn't get all the CS as the game progresses to kind of feed one of your carries. First Class doesn't have that same opportunity.
That being said, I do think that this time around the drafts are a little bit more even than when we saw in game number one. I definitely favored DGS. Here, because I'm a little bit of a doubter of the Lucian Milio combo, I think that I'm back over to first class having a very competent draft. Obviously, there's still holes in it because they let the Malphite through all the way on R5. So make of that what you will, but I do think that we're going to be getting a banger of a game, and I think this is going to be a very even matchup that probably indicates how the rest of the series is going to go.
Yeah, I do think that Sigma, if they get ahead though, it's going to be really, really hard for first class
Yeah.
to find a foothold into this game. And the big question is going to be, how is this Lucian Melio going to pair up against this Thresh Twitch? I expect Lucian Melio to be oppressive throughout the entire time. And Twitch is one of those AD carries that just doesn't seem to have as much health as the others, right? Gets to take a lot of damage, is a little bit more fragile than your average AD carry. And Thresh, not getting armor upon level up, but upon soul pickup is very relevant early on when you're dealing with Lucian.
All right. This time around, besides the Malphite once again looking like a terribly designed champion when it comes to, their in-game model, their splash art to a degree as well. I do think we have a little bit more of a balance between what team looks worse and which team desperately needs a visual rework. So we're going to play a different mini game while we wait through this client draft here, Yanni.
All right.
We're going to play Name That Item. I'm going on lolmath.net, and I am trying to figure out what the mathematically correct build is for, say, the Lucian. What do you think they should rush in this game?
All right, what do I think Lucian should rush, or what
do you think they mathematically should rush?
Mathematically, mathematically they should rush. I'm trying to think of something that triggers on multiple auto attacks. Mathematically, they should rush Kraken Slayer.
Nope. Mathematically, they should rush Blade of the Ruined King, followed by Black Cleaver.
I was thinking of Blade of the Ruined King because I'm like, back in the day, a lot of those Lucian builds did run Bork Cleaver, right? And you were able to tear people apart. So that makes a lot of sense. I guess mythic is just never worth it. It seems like.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a mythic on third item, and that mythic is, in fact, let's see here again. Come on, load up, guys. It's going to be something absolutely foul. It is a Mortal Shield bow, so not that foul, but still like a little bit.
I don't know.
Weird.
I think that's pretty foul here. I actually think that's the worst.
Yeah.
I think it would be the worst. I think Gale Force is where you would need to be here, but that's obviously lol math. Not, this is just,
It's okay. Can't be worse than what the Syndra is told to build first. What do you think it is? Hint, it's
Syndra,
not a mythic.
It's not a mythic. Okay.
It's not a mythic. It's absolutely foul.
Foul to build it first, or foul overall?
It's pretty bad in general, in my opinion. Maybe there's like some hidden technology here that I'm just not acknowledging.
Oh man. Is it Rylai's Crystal Scepter?
No, I wish it was Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
Let's see what else. Is it Rod of Ages?
Nope, it's Lichbane.
Oh, you said it's not a mythic.
Yeah,
sorry,
it's Lichbane.
Oh my god, that's foul. Oh my god.
It's Lichbane it's Lichbane into Void Staff into Leandries, man.
What is this website?
It's mathematically correct, man. They have LOL math in their name.
Listen, the only good one was mathematically correct set, and you know it.
That is true. All right, we got one more on the table, and then we're gonna throw to a quick break here. Milio, new champion. What should you build first on him?
On Milio?
Yep.
To deal the most damage, or
no? Just like what is correct, apparently, given the team composition we have at hand.
Shirelia's.
No. Imperial Mandate into Watchful Wardstone second.
Got it. Understood.
From now on, whenever I'm a color caster, I'm just gonna pull this website out, and instead of like ever having like a coherent thought about the game, I'm just going to say like, oh man, what a horrible indexing into Shirelia's into Redemption on Milio.
Oh my god, I can just imagine you on the C-Law broadcast, bro, just being like, yeah, you should really rush Imperial Mandate here on Milio. Someone like Rebel Fox is gonna look at you like you got 5 heads, man.
Oh my gosh. I gotta do this. Rebel would actually go into conniptions. It would be incredible, man.
Oh my god.
Glacial Augment on Milio, though, with Imperial Mandate. Chef's kiss.
Love it.
Back to the Q-Max that everybody was doing when he first started seeing play. But that's beside the point, guys. We're going to throw to a brief break here. We've got about 1:45 left on the spectator delay. We'll see you on the other side. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Rift for game number 2 between First Class and Dorado Gaming Sigma here inside of the BOL Platinum League Semifinals. We were memeing a little bit too hard during the draft phase, and we forgot to mention the fact that this is going to be a big pivot on DGS's side. They are going for Sluter on the Akali top side of the map, and that is Nuffy's on Malphite mid.
Yeah, and all right, listen, I think Sluter is a solid player, and that last game was not reflective of how good they actually are. But Nuffies is one of the best players in the league, right? And is really good at getting kills. So unless he's going Magic Malphite, I fail to see how putting one of the top kill getters in the league on a champion like that is going to help you.
I agree with this. I think that's a little bit of an awkward transition given the fact that Nuffy's kind of needs to play for lane domination. At least if DGS wants to make the same plan from game number 1 strike again. Because you need to get Solemn while they are down. You need to get to Solemn while they are still collecting their stacks. That's going to be a little bit more difficult on the Malphite. And by a little bit more difficult, I mean massively more so, as bot side of the map, Griffin is just going to face check a bush, get hit by the death sentence, and the follow-up damage is immense. They're getting ignited as well. They're brought below half health.
Yeah, on the other side, though, Matt G was able to trade pretty nicely back. It was even between both Twitch and Thresh, so it doesn't look nearly as impressive. But Griffin still has that heal. Matt G still has their Ignite as well, which does mean that, you know, if another engagement happens onto Griffin, they could be okay. But Peace Pipe does still have that exhaust.
Now, because we have the Akali top and the Malphite mid, I have a question for you. I've also brought up the mathematically correct build, and I will have to bring that up later because that is hilarious and terrifying. But the actual question I have for you here is, are we going to see AP Malphite?
You know, I'm still wondering that myself. I'm not 100% sure. It feels like you're putting all of the eggs in the Sluter basket, and again, you know, Sluter is a very good player, right? They're in the top 10 in the league in kills as well. Like, they can go out there, they can pick up kills, and you know, if you're expecting them to be your full damage, your full magic damage profile, it just continues to put the pressure on them, right? And they were expecting them to bounce back hard from a game that in the laning phase was a little rough, and now you're playing a champion that has a much more punishing laning phase if you fail.
That's certainly true. I think that Sluter needs to be someone who either gets jungle assistance or otherwise just kind of shows that they're going to hand diff Bruiser. But that's going to be difficult because Bruiser's kind of on their favorite champion yet again. That being said, we got to look bot side right now because while I mentioned Banger going top right now, they're currently invading the bot side jungle of First Class and doing a great job forcing Truist off of their own camps.
Yeah, and you saw there Solemn forcing Nuffies off of the wave, and that's the advantage that you get as Syndra going up against the Malphite. You were talking about it's easier to stack the splinters on a melee champion, and you can see Nuffies already just taking a lot of punches to the mouth. Solemn getting a lot of gold with that first strike as well. We can see a fight over the Scuttle Crab, but it looks like Banger's going to be able to get out of there.
It's just push and pull across the map, a little bit of an advantage to Banger, but it's immediately answered back by Solemn in a really good position. Meanwhile, top side of the map, Sluter has been yet to pull the trigger onto the Jax, although they're doing a good job stabilizing in terms of farm, actually kind of exceeding the Jax at this point in time. Bruiser looking to still set up, though. They have to already taken a reset, didn't even have to teleport forward because of the way they crashed into the tower. I mean, right now, I will say First Class, I think, have a slightly better setup to go for something early off of the Viego, even as Truist was kind of forced out of their own jungle. They are up on farm just because Banger spent so much time in enemy territory.
Right, they've got a better mid-jungle duo for at least right now. Now, when Nuffy's at level 6, that could certainly change a lot, but Solemn, the ability to, you know, stun people up with the Scout of the Week combo is enough to be able to turn one of these fights, and I think they've got enough damage between the two of them to be able to take down Banger or Nuffy's. It's just a question of, will we see that happen before Nuffy hits level 6?
And we also do have to focus upon the fact that Matt G is piloting Lucian Milio bot. This is a composition that needs to get out ahead of the Twitch early, but let's focus back on top really quick. As Sluter is getting run down by 2 different members of Blue Squad, they are trying to shroud their way to safety, making it into the Rift Herald pit, but that's a great Spectral Maw over the wall, and Truist will in fact be able to get first blood to First Class.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you play Akali top lane. You pretty much index into Teleport Ignite, and that Ignite had not been used to put any pressure onto Bruiser. It's just kind of sitting there wasted, and, you know, Flash would have been better served for them. Obviously, revisionist history, but it's one of the risks that you run. You could find yourself in a very dangerous position, and giving away first blood is never great.
Ooh, big trade for Griffin and Matt G bot side, though. That was a really, really good combo. Using that Ultra Mega Fire Kick to get the setback, getting a little bit of CC. Lucian follows up, and you get a few more of those, and all of a sudden the Twitch Thresh will be heavily pressured on the bot side of the map. At the same time, though, I really would like to see the Milio Lucian back relatively soon so that they can make the most of an item advantage or the like. Griffin and Matchy have the surprising ability to actually like get pretty far into the lane and bounce back quickly because of the movement speed, the little dashes that the Lucian has, and the fact that Griffin can speed them up with the ease means that going for some of these shooter recalls is never really that punishing on this composition.
Right, and getting that off the cheetah recall can mean so much, and I have to give them a lot of credit. It's a nice flash there by Solemn to dodge the unstoppable force. I have to give a lot of credit over to Peptic and Peace Pipe. They are keeping pace in CS despite being pressured fairly heavily. You'd think that Matt G and Griffin probably want to turn up the pressure a little bit more, but I don't think they're able to.
And because of everything happening on the Rift right now, the fact that DGS is just struggling to get something going, we are seeing first class up at about 1,000 gold lead, if not a bit more. And with that unleashed power, Solemn was looking to get even more priority over to first class. However, they couldn't quite get the execute down onto Nuffy's. Not enough stacks for that just yet. But still, that is Syndra able to move down into the river now. Dorado Gaming Sigma, we're trying to get this dragon, but I think that they're going to have to respect the presence that FC now has.
Yeah, Solemn didn't realize or forgot that. Yeah, they nerfed Syndra's ultimate early on in the game a little bit to make her a bit more of a scaling mage that still has a lot of burst. Just not quite enough to take care of Nuffy's there. And it's a missed opportunity. If you get one more auto attack in before you drop that ultimate, that could have made the difference. But, you'll take your little bit of a CS lead off of that. You'll take your recall off of that as well. But ultimately, you weren't able to secure the drag.
In this matter of really tiny optimizations for first class, I think are not going to matter quite as much given the advantage that they've kind of gotten themselves out to this early on into game number one. Obviously, it's best to just kind of win more in any situation when you're able to do so. But the fact that Solemn has such control over this laning phase, and Nuffy's already made the sketchy decision during the draft to just go on to the Malphite itself, makes this a very, very awkward game for DGS early. And yeah, Griffin and Matchy are doing a good job controlling Wave's bot. That priority actually did in fact allow Red Squad to get themselves that first dragon, even with a bit of movement here and there from first class. But no kills have gone over to the Lucian just yet, and that's worrisome because Twitch is a monster come late.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Matt G, threw the W out there to force him to stay. Would have been a nice way to get a full wave ahead. Naturally, Peace Pipe doesn't have a whole lot of mana right now, and they're still about 8 CS ahead. Could be a little bit more soon after they're going to shove this next wave. That does mean that Matchy's going to get their spike a little bit later, and Peace Pipe's already going to be able to establish themselves in lane because they really want to get this turret plating, and I'm totally okay with that. But it does mean that Peace Pipe and Peptic are going to be able to kind of set their feet, ward the ways that they want to down bottom, and try to take advantage of being able to cut off some vision. But here's Truist in the mid lane.
Nuffy's has Flash, Nuffy's has Unstoppable Force. They might not have to use either to get to safety, though. That is kind of the value of having the Malphite in the mid lane. You could absorb a lot of pressure come top, come bot, as long as the jungler decides to focus this lane once again. Nuffy's is getting some value over to DGS just by virtue of existing, but you do have to be careful, right? We've already seen what happens when the Malphite is worn low. If Solemn, this time starts to scale up with those stacks, another ultimate off with that unleashed power, I do shape. Now we're seeing a game comes in with a big cyclone. Nuffy's very easily gets that kill. Now Truist though comes in with the Heartbreaker. They're going to be able to knock down the Mountain Man in kind, and now it's a duel between these two junglers. Truist has another reset on the Heartbreaker available, so Banger has to be careful, but he's not respecting the space that the Viego is buying himself, and now that's a 3-kill jungler for first class.
Yeah, Truist able to just come in, clean this up. Solemn going to be able to get an assist off of it as well. Still has a very sizable lead over Nuffy's. That is basically best case scenario there for first class because this Rift Herald is going to go down. Now Truist is going to get at least 2 plates here. They taken down the first one. The third plate is starting to come off a little bit. They forced the teleport out of Nuffy's as well. The good news at the very least there for Nuffy's is that they can still impact the map, being in the mid lane as opposed to the top lane with this Malphite. And you can see, I still don't know what they're going for. Is that going to be a Rod of Ages, or am I wrong?
What are we looking at here? I mean, could be Rod of Ages.
It still could be.
Be an Abyssal Mask at the same
it could
time.
Be.
There's like some amount of AP, right, from the Syndra, but I don't know if it's like gonna justify the pick. Certainly interesting that Nuffies is going for this. It could be the case that they just kind of stop off at the Catalyst of Eons, but I've heard a lot of people say that this is not mathematically correct to do. It just doesn't get
Oh
enough
my God.
value. Yeah,
You
definitely
gotta
a lot
get
of...
off. You gotta get off that mathematically correct site, my friend.
No. This is legitimately like the gold efficiency on just staying at Catalyst is bad, is what people are saying. Unless you're like playing Taric or whatever. Whoa, Bruiser!
Oh.
Getting that last auto attack in time to kill Sluter before they go down to Banger. Once again, this is a matter of first class just using less resources to get more on the map, right? We saw the same kind of thing in the mid lane. It was a 2v2, but still, first class got 2 kills while Dorado Gaming Sigma got 1, and now this time around, it's a 1-for-1, but you're only using one person to do it versus the fact that Banger also had to occupy the top side of the map.
It felt like Sluter just wasn't taking that fight with any sort of urgency at all, right? Like it felt like that they thought that Bruiser was not going to be able to kill them, and Bruiser showed just why they wanted the Jax here in game 2 as well. And you can see now Jax having a much better time against this Malphite, able to against this Akali than the Malphite, for example. Having a wave up, now a kill up as well. And just starting to cause some problems. Again, it feels like a game where Bruiser could just actually run away with this one. There's nothing to stop him.
Goldie is expanding towards that 2,000 gold milestone, where first class this early into the game have a pretty high percentile advantage over Dorado Gaming Sigma in regards to like the proportions of gold that each champion has. And that means that the second dragon of the game should be something that Blue Squad pushes pretty hard for, barring any kind of crazy pick or something like that. I don't think Dorado Gaming Sigma has all the tools necessary to go for a big team fight just now. Although that being said, Banger's making the right call, I think. Cross mapping, deciding to go topside, trying to go for a dive down onto Bruiser with the Cyclone. Here's the perfect execution. Sluter will be able to get out from under the tower. And so the 1 kill does go over to the Akali. The question is it worth it, as first class is going to interrupt their dragon stacking?
That was a very well played dive there. They balanced the aggro between the two of them very well. Going to go out there and they're going to make sure that Sluter's able to get a kill. Now Sluter might be staying a little too long because Bruiser has that teleport available. And you can see that Bruiser probably wants to get in there. Akali already going to back off. And the teleport will be burned anyway. But you mentioned it. The dragon going to go the way of first class. And now we're going to have the Infernal map come up here. And if a team wants to secure a soul, they're going to get 3 of these Infernal Drakes. But Nuffies with a big engage.
Hello, Nuffies. What a crazy engage there. Luckily, Truce is in the area to cover the unstoppable force, but that was a surprising amount of damage coming out of DGS's mid laner, maybe making this Malphite make a bit more sense. However, kind of wish that that would have happened earlier before we see the Malphite at 1 death already.
Right. And, at least they're staying even, and Nuffies is really not giving up too much ground here. And you can see in the bottom lane, Matt G and Griffin doing an excellent job, continuing to put the pressure on, looking to get like a 30 CS lead down here, potentially get another plate before it falls. That would be really, really good to have in the pocket. Banger shading toward the bot side, but we're going to see Truist try to respond in mid lane.
You can't get through the Malphite at this point in time, even without Mythic constructed on the mid lane of DGS just yet. First class is actually kind of losing some of that gold advantage that was defining their early game. Good proactive plays by Banger are a big part of that, but also the bot side of the map. Matchy and Griffin have kind of silently gotten themselves an advantage, and maybe now we will hear a deafening roar from the Lucian, as that is already peace piped down, and we see Griffin utilize their ultimate to try to get a bit of healing, a bit of movement speed onto Matt G, but they can't really follow up and get the kill onto Peptic. Now with the teleport from the Syndra to the bot side of the map, Lucian might be in a little bit of trouble, is just going to be able to dash through the Tribush to safety. Griffin covering their escape.
Yeah, and this is terrible for Peace Pipe. Like, Peace Pipe has gone now minutes without being able to pick up any CS. Syndra going to the bot side to pick that up, and you mentioned, Truist is here.
Yeah, this is a good follow-up. Truist going to be able to Heartbreaker forward. Griffin blowing up by the Scatter of the Weak. Unleash power over the wall means that almost Matt G will fall. He will be able to make it back towards the tier 1 tower, but can he follow up now as Nuffies and Banger have come through? He's getting a few shots over the wall, and in fact, Truist is now shut down. Dorado Gaming Sigma rally. They even up the kill score and the gold.
Yeah, and that one going over to Banger is big. That's going to be a lot more gold in the pocket to try to pull this gold lead closer together. It's now down to 500 in a game where first class, we were looking to see them take a fight to potentially break out. They are now having a hard time trying to, separate themselves away from Dorado Gaming, as we're going to see Sluter go in for it.
Going inside of the Twilight Shroud, they have the Hexite Rocket Belt. They use it beautifully with their perfect execution. Bruiser 2012 soloed down in a reversal of what we saw in game number 1. And now Dorado Gaming Sigma have fully evened out that gold lead. Yanni, I'm so surprised to see this comeback.
I am too, honestly. I really thought that there was going to be a chance that First Class was going to run away with it. And I don't think Peace Pipe is going to be able to take down Nuffies here. But a big deal about that fight in the top side was, you know, Bruiser went for that Hex Drinker, which resulted in them not having Divine Sunder for that fight. They just picked it up now. You have to wonder how much Divine Sunder could have made a difference versus Sluter.
Interesting that we are, in fact, seeing the Abyssal Mask Rush on Nuffies. Yeah, I have nothing else to say. It's kind of weird, right? Like, this is a lot of indexing into MR for basically only Solemn, especially given the fact that we are seeing on the map everybody else on First Class is, in fact, building towards at least some amount of AD. In fact, it's a lot of AD. The double Divine Sunderers, the Kraken Slayer. Very odd call to me.
I suppose they're going for the passive here. Griffin could be in trouble, but Matt G looking to take over.
Oh my gosh, Matt G, maybe a bit of an overstay there by the Lucian. They were trying to get the last few shots at the culling onto Peace Pipe. They will pay for doing so with their life. Truist now with a little bit of newfound priority going to go over, steal some chicken nuggets. First Class certainly are still putting up a fight. They're back in this slight gold advantage state, but I imagine that the real contours of this game are going to be shaped around this next dragon in about half a minute.
And real quick, want to give a big shout out, Low Budget LCS. Thank you for the raid. We really appreciate it. So far, for those just tuning in, 1-0 for Dorado Gaming. A game that was pretty close early on, but then Dorado started pulling away. This one has taken a very interesting turn where we've seen First Class with the advantage, but Dorado starting to fight. And again, these teams just seem to be pretty evenly matched here in Yarko. You mentioned a fight looking to break out around this dragon. 10 seconds to go on it. And you know, you mentioned Nuffies not really having a whole lot of damage with that Abyssal Mask. I think they're just looking to maximize the amount of damage that Sluter can do. They've determined it's a Sluter game.
We have a fight breaking out inside of the Tri-Bushes. It's a 2v3, but Nuffies is pulling for multiple members. Unfortunately, they are going to be cut off in their escape by Bruiser coming through from the Dragon Pit. And now your source of initiation is gone alongside your source of sustain. Griffin is also going to fall. First Class with the textbook approach to the Dragon. They're going to go up 2 on that front.
Yeah, and they just are running over Dorado right now. Truist is so strong. They're on their 2-item spike. Only champion in the game to have the spike right here. And Dorado, they're starting to run the risk of potentially falling out of this game. They fought very hard to pull it back, to make it even. And now, you know, again, we're seeing First Class starting to pull away, centered around Truist here.
Let's put it this way, though. DGS made a mistake there, and that is why First Class got ahead off of that play. Make no mistake about it. If DGS manages to, you know, hold the line and play with the macro prowess that we saw from them in game number 1, I think that they're still very competitive with FC right now. Sluter might be getting run down, though, so maybe that'll change. Spectral Maw will miss, though. Sluter maybe considering going back in on this one. That'd be kind of crazy in my opinion, but Banger is there to cover.
Yeah, I mean, Sluter's a higher level than Bruiser and Truist, so it could be worthwhile to make that play try to happen if Banger is there a little bit sooner, but it's a risk, right? And you don't really want to take any unnecessary risks early on at this point in the game because, again, you're still in it, and you just risk falling too far behind to come back in the game. You know, it's only 1,500 gold. It's still possible here. I'd like to see Nuffies make a little bit more of an impact again. I mean, it looks like they're just indexing in a full tank here, which I think is totally fine based on the champions that you see on the side of First Class, but it's just not what we really want to see out of Nuffies with this player being as skilled as they are.
We are in a position where there's a little bit of desperation from Banger to drop this Rift Herald somewhere. It looks like they're just going to try to force it topside, which is probably why we saw them assemble alongside Griffin up here. But now Griffin is pulled back towards the mid lane, and Matt G really wants to find this kill, but unfortunately they don't respect the spacing of Truist, who wraps around on a big flank. And now with the Heartbreaker, Matt G has to flash to safety, and they might not be able to get out. Even still, the Lucian is relentlessly run down. First Class gets another, and now Banger is trying to push back and trying to find something, but a beautiful play from Peptic is going to delay the approach of DGS.
Heptic has just been annoying as hell this game, man. Like, his hooks have been good. The flare right there to prevent the re-engage, and Peace Pipe getting that exhaust off to keep themselves alive, forcing Mad G to overcommit once again. And now we're starting to see Dorado start to lose this momentum that they had built up earlier in the game. Mad G especially, who was really in control of what was going on the bottom side, but since being introduced to the rest of the map, it's the AD carry experience. There's a Fed jungler on the other team, my friend. You are not as strong as you thought.
And we're in a position where Griffin, now on the Milio, is unable to roam to the same degree they were last game on the Thresh, where they could just walk around, drop wards willy-nilly, and really catch out Truist and understand where they're coming from. It felt like the Hecarim, with all the approach power in the world in game number 1, was doing less than the Diego is doing now. Like, once again, he's on the prowl. Nuffy decides to go for the engage, but they're just Heartbreaker to death. Solemn gonna pick up the final shot to get that kill. Sluter teleported in, but now they have to go on the run. A wasted summoner spell from Dorado Gaming Sigma.
Yeah, and once again, it's just Dorado Gaming trying to take these fights that they think are one-on-ones, but they haven't done enough homework. Truist is just everywhere. That being said, it looks like it's going to be a try to respond here with Baron. We're going to see a teleport get expended here. This is Solemn looking to show up, and the rest of the squad is in the area. This Baron is still too healthy.
Griffin almost blown up in an instant. Bruiser follows up for that final auto attack. However, now Jax might be in trouble because of Banger's re-engage. Another charge of the Cyclone is going to knock up a few members.
Oh.
But once again, Peptic, with beautiful spacing in that fight, gets a little bit of a flay off, and that buys enough time for Peace Pipe to open up on the rest of the team. And now the Baron is exchanging hands. Sluter is here over the wall, looking for some kind of miracle play to get Dorado Gaming Sigma back into this one. But First Class have full control of the Rift now.
Was that a BOL Baron throw? Does that count? Because I'm not sure if they were supposed to secure it or not. So I'll leave that one up to you, Narako, to determine if it is a BOL bearing throw. But I mean, I felt like Dorado felt like they were a lot more desperate than they actually needed to be there, right? Like, despite you losing your mid laner down in that bot lane fight, you didn't necessarily need to make that play happen. And they tried to accelerate the game while they were down in gold, and they're just not as strong as First Class, and First Class just outclassing them.
And that was such a frustrating attempt by DGS because on paper it looked okay. The problem is we saw that sneaky ward sitting right in that pocket where the control ward couldn't find it out. So I think DGS thought they were off of vision when they were doing it. They had their due diligence done, trying to ensure that they could sneak it. But First Class, they were on top of their warding. They were able to find them out. And now we're in a position where First Class has perma prio. I don't think DGS can really contest this jungle anymore as Griffin is jumped upon. They will be able to heal up with the cozy campfire, but this dragon is most likely all in favor of First Class. Nuffies, though, wants to try to go for this. They do have the unstoppable force available, and Sluter is looking to assassinate the backline. Solemn is off of vision inside of that bush. However, the Twitch has been blown up, and now this is the time for DGS to shine. Sluter with another perfect execution charge rushes through, gets Peptic low. They will fall. However, Truist is doing so much to cover the back end of this one. Solemn as well with the full health bar opens up onto DGS, and Bruiser now can continue to push forward. It was a valiant effort, but now Griffin may also fall, making this fully in favor of First Class.
And they went after the members that weren't that strong. They go after Peace Pipe and Pectic, but Truist was able to run wild on the backside, cause so many problems for Mad G, and Solemn's just in the middle of everything, in the eye of the storm, just completely untouched. I don't understand what is with the targeting here of Dorado Gaming. They are not going after the carries, the ones that are doing the most, and Solemn, while not pumping out as much damage as Truist, their stuns have been on point.
You know, I wanted to bring this up early on into the game, but I just never really found the space to do so. But I want to at least hindsight 2020 this. What if Nuffy's just lane swapped with Sluter early, and they really just tried to beat in the face of Solemn during the laning phase?
You know, that would have been okay. I just don't know if, again, I just don't think Malphite or anything not kill related is the right selection for Nuffy's. You know, it's not because Nuffy's can't do it. Because Nuffy's is a very solid player. I've casted Nuffy's many times over the years, and I think they're a very skilled player. I just be putting them on something other than full tank Malphite here. Like, these 1v1s go your way, right? But nothing else does. And I mean, if they're as strong as they are on Malphite on something else, they get a kill there.
All right, Matt G and company are trying to get a kill, and they will succeed in doing so onto Peptic. The problem is Nuffies is in a bit of trouble. They're going to desperation teleport out of there, but Bruiser interrupts it, gets the kill in time. And while this is all happening, we got to look mid lane, as now Banger is chased away. Matt G and Griffin have gone down, and it feels like First Class just have too much gold for Dorado Gaming Sigma to answer back in the 1v1 duel. Truist is going to come out in favor versus Banger, and that is buying more space for Solemn with, yet again, a full health bar to just push down the mid lane.
As my friend Ed says, who frequently flies, it's First Class or no class, my friend. And First Class is putting on a class, taking Dorado to school, 10-1-3 out of Truist, who Truist, we didn't really talk about it last game, but was pretty rough last game, right? Like, that Hecarim did not work out very well. Glad to see that Truist got all of the inting out of the way and has decided to take over. They came into this game with one objective, and that was for them to take over, to be that guy. He's him.
And the thing is, we could chalk up game number 1 to just kind of being a draft deficit that favored Dorado Gaming Sigma. Here, we even said it during the phase of picks itself that this is looking a lot more even. And in fact, I think a crucial misstep was made at the very end there, like you've been talking about throughout the entirety of this game, Yanni. Nuffies didn't go onto the Akali. Nuffies went onto the Malphite, and because that is the case, we're just seeing less priority over the DGS's big carries, and it feels like now the game has gone completely out of their grasp.
Yeah, they couldn't realistically pressure Solemn, right? Solemn's just been left to cook on a mage that is a scaling mage. People still think that she's a burst mage. No, she is scaling now with those splinters, and you can see Solemn starting to peak. Probably actually already has peaked and is going to be the strongest possible when it comes to those splinters and those abilities. And really, the damage build doesn't seem like it's going to output a whole lot, but because of maxing out those splinters, it does so much more than you think. Remember that W, which used to be, honestly, in my opinion, a pretty useless ability, now does true damage.
Yeah, it's crazy. Syndra is unlocked and unleashed in this game, and I think, frankly, it has always just been better post-mid-scope update, right? I've never really been mad seeing her come through. Whenever I play against her, I wonder why she isn't perma-prioed, because I just have no real response to Scatter the Weak in particular. I don't get why they are able to kind of stun you from 3 football fields away. An AoE stun, in fact, if multiple people are 3 football fields away. But that's editorializing that gets beyond the point, right? Right now, First Class is in a position where if they win one more fight, they probably win the game, as we have the Soul in about 1 minute in their favor if Dorado Gaming Sigma can't pull something out here. And how can you pull something out when you're down 8,000 gold?
Well, the good news is they have a Wombo combo, right? They do have Wukong, they do have Malphite. The problem is everything, they don't have enough to be able to go, okay, we can take a heads up 5v5, and if we combo these ultimates, we can win. They don't really have the damage around that. They need to try to find First Class split off a little bit here, but First Class, they are just taking the initiative here, and they are ripping this Baron apart.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate for Dorado Gaming Sigma. They had the inability to get any kind of vision, particularly because Griffin is on Milio, who has to just stick with the team and not much else. And because that is all the case, First Class now have the priority necessary to go for this dragon whenever they so desire. Red Squad are going to try to make their last stand here. The problem is Griffin is all the way on the far side of this play. And while Banger is doing their best to frontline, Griffin has to already flash away from this one. And Playful Trickster does manage to get Banger out. But look at Twitch on the flank. They aren't able to get enough damage down, though. Griffin does manage to survive. That Peace Pipe is not so lucky, and so maybe DGS can make something work here, as we also see Bruiser 2012 whittled low. Nuffies has the ability to engage once again, but they no longer have their unstoppable force with which to do so. Sluter is probably looking for a back into a teleport to try to re-engage, but they won't be able to do so, and while that's happening, Peptic gets a really good hook down onto Nuffies, who just can do nothing on this Malphite anymore. Now, because once again, the numbers are evened up, Dorado Gaming Sigma have to make something special happen here. They need to have a miracle to stay competitive in this game. Griffin, so low, trying to do what they can from over the wall, but Banger's getting run down. Once again, they're able to move out with the Warrior Trickster. Sluter is not so lucky. They just try to rush back in with their E. They're unable to get a kill. Matchy will eventually follow up and kill the Thresh, but once again, it's Solemn and Truist untouched and ready to push down this bot lane.
Yeah, there was a moment in time where Truist could have been in some trouble, but the stun from the Syndra that you talked about from football fields away just locked up everybody on Dorado, and Bruiser was able to just say, you know what, I don't want to get in this fight. I'm just gonna walk it down.
All right, well, Bruiser is not able to end the game, but they got 2 Nexus turrets, and that means Dorado Gaming Sigma having to defend against the remnants of the Baron push and the Infernal Soul being taken is going to be hard-pressed to do anything for the remainder of this game. First Class has answered back beautifully in the second match of the night, and I do believe we're going to be seeing at least a 4-game series.
Yeah, I hesitate to say it yet because I've seen crazier things happen. But you know what we need to say if this game ends and goes in favor of First Class. We are legally obligated after all, and it looks like our legal obligations will come to pass very soon. But the longer this game goes, we're 31 minutes just about, and the game has not ended yet. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. I think First Class has generally been in the driver's seat, and they are just taking control and crashing this car into banger.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Banger
Oh,
was doing that far up, given the fact that you have no towers. You know that First Class is looking for one more unified push off the Baron Nashor as well. And I guess First Class's road to victory here in game number 2 is just going to be all that easier because Banger's down for about a minute now. And what can Dorado Gaming Sigma do without that wombo combo available? Everything is now going to rely on Nuffies, who's trying to go for a little bit of a flank with Sluter here in the mid lane, maybe. But the Nexus is open. A flank is not what you can do right here, right now. Blue Squad's just able to run towards the Nexus turrets, or rather the Nexus itself. The turrets are already gone. Matt G is caught out. Matt G goes down. And yes, this will be the end of game number 2.
Hey, Peace Pipe with an excellent fight there, by the way, flashing that Malphite ultimate, passing the boomer check, being the one to cap the game off with another kill. And I mean, you gave me the pass, so I'm going to say it. Yorko, we got ourselves a series.
Is it me who has the legal power to give you the pass to say that something's a series? Like,
I mean, I don't know. Usually, once the game ends, once the Nexus explodes, somebody says it, right? And I mean,
yeah.
I thought you were gonna say it, but once you pass on it, I mean, I gotta say it because what if you forgot? Like, if you forgot to say it and then I give it back to you and you don't say it, I mean, like, we're breaking our legal obligation here. Harvey Specter's gonna be all over us, my guy.
Here's the thing. I already said in so many words, right? I'm like, we got at least 4 games on our hands, so you can take the official position and say we got a series because we certainly do right here, guys. First Class answer back against Dorado Gaming Sigma, and frankly, they looked so much cleaner on every single front here in game number 2. They had better drafts, they had better macro, they had better laning phases as well, and you could chalk some of that up to DGS kind of lagging behind on the draft front, just not getting Nuffies to carry champion. But beyond that single point, it felt like First Class were resilient even in times where DGS were able to turn things around, and it's that kind of attitude that you need to make it deep into a best of 5, especially so deep on into the BOL Platinum League.
Yeah, it is going to be really rough because now we have cut it down to a best of 3, and both of these teams, they've shown that they can win games. So we're going to see who ends up coming out on top and who needs to change what. I mean, again, I just think that Sigma has to change around this mid lane here. Just put Nuffies on champions that actually do damage, please.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. Well, the homework has been laid out by Yanni, and I have to agree and co-sign it, right? Get Nuffies onto a carry, but First Class, they can easily make this exact same kind of magic happen again. I have faith in them. That was a very impressive showing with very few gaps in the armor for Dorado Gaming to exploit. So they're going to have to clean it up if they want to remain competitive here and now in this BOL semifinal match.
I got to say. Sick and tired of all the games that my head wants to play. Yeah, it hurts sometimes, waking up this way. My mind is slipping away, now looking for an escape. Yeah. But the way that you look at me, I'm so lost that it's all I see. And those eyes are my therapy, takes me right out of the rain.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Water League Platinum Division semifinals match between Team First Class, and Dorado Gaming Sigma. I was once again caught off by the fact that they're named Sigmars, and I forgot that we were trying to institutionalize that statement. So, yeah, Sigmars on blue side this time around, getting themselves a Jinx as first pick, which has yet to make it through the draft phase up until this point. So, this is definitely a pivot. I'm liking this a lot for Griffin and Nat G.
Yeah, they've been the ones banning it. So obviously don't want to give it away on the first rotation, but them getting to pick it here has to do a lot with, the fear that the Cerulean Soul and the Scrag is striking the hearts of First Class, and what the Lilia did as well. Now they also get to take Jax off the board, which has to be a huge sigh of relief, because despite Jax not taking over in either of the two games, was certainly a significant threat.
Yeah, Sluter just felt completely constrained by the fact that they were up against a Jax in both games. On the Akali, which has a far more aggressive bent than the Malphite from game number one, they were able to do some things, but it just felt like they weren't able to snowball the lane in such a way that they could ever really contest with the fact that the Jax gets pretty powerful late. And beyond that, we saw tons of other insurance for those latter parts of the game and how First Class drafted, especially in game number two.
Thresh has been 100% priority here, 100% pick rate. We're going to see it get paired up with the Varus as well here. First picking Jinx, you run the risk of cutting out the ability to have a Thresh. So now you're not nearly as protected. We mentioned earlier that this is something you could play Rakan with, but Rakan versus Thresh, it's a little rough sometimes. It looks like they're going to pick up the Lulu here, going to pair the Enchanter with the Jinx. The good news is that means Sigma, they can pick some other champions that really are benefited by this Lulu as well. We could see something really aggressive in the top lane. I'd like to see a Darius with a Lulu. That shit's great.
Yeah, at the same time, I do kind of want a front line. Maybe it's going to be Banger's turn to go for a full tank in the jungle. We mentioned the Sejuani a few times throughout these draft phases now. Certainly can still come out here. There's a lot of other really good options in that role. The Maokai has gotten through, and the Maokai will, in fact, be hovered.
Yeah, but will the Malphite be locked in? I'd assume so. It seems like a pretty good option here, and they will lock it in. So you got your engagement there as well. It's a great jungle pick because the ability to gank is fairly strong. So I like what Sigma's put together here. You first pick your Jinx, and now you're building a team around it. This is your pretty standard hyper carry team build around here from Sigma. So we'll have to see how that continues with the next round of bans. We're also going to get Syndra locked in for First Class that was played to such great effect last game.
I'm liking this, even though it is blind. I think that Syndra just shores up a lot of the matchups that you could possibly see mid. It's going to cut down on Nuffy's utility and Nuffy's ability to bring out a big carry, because the zoning potential from this champion is so immense. And now First Class, wanting to redouble their ability to put Nuffy's up against the wall, are going to knock out that Yasuo that carried them to victory in game number one.
Yeah, it's up to Nuffy's ability to not pick Malphite mid again. That's essentially what it is, right? And there's a lot of great options in the mid lane here, right? You could pick Annie, you could pick LeBlanc, you could pick Veigar, right? Because it's just a list of champions that I'm just putting out there for no particular reason or another. Just some of the champions that I think have a lot of agency in the game currently, and against the team that you see on the other side here for First Class. They're clearing out the last couple of bans here. A lot of jungle aimed bans at First Class here, and I like that. I think that's wise to try to cut them out on that side.
All right, well, First Class now are able to open up reserve counterpick for one of their lanes. I think that most likely what we're going to be seeing here is the jungler picked. Not necessarily blind, it's going to be responsive to the Maokai. Now, you're reserving the ability for Sluter to once again kind of be pushed back against. Bruiser is not going to be able to go to the Jax, but Bruiser is their name, not Jax 2012, and so they definitely have a lot of other things up their sleeves. I'm liking this Udyr quite a bit. I guess there is the potential that this goes top. Maybe it's going to be responsive to whatever Sigmars does to sign out to the rest of their composition. The Gwen hover blind is quite interesting.
Gibby would be going crazy right now if he was here with this Udyr getting locked in here. You saw Sigma ban it last game as their last ban overall. I don't particularly like Udyr as a champion because it forces you to play your composition differently. I don't know if First Class's composition really supports an Udyr selection. We're going to see Camille get picked up for the top lane here. It's another champion that benefits heavily from the Lulu. And so far, Sigma has put together a really great composition. I'd like to see something with a little bit of CC in the mid lane here, as well as a solid amount of damage to round it out. And I mean, Ari seems like a perfect selection for that. They needed some ability to make picks happen. And you know what? I think that is perfect for Sigma.
Yeah, the draft has really kind of fallen back into place for Dorado Gaming Sigma for me to say that they have a very, very good composition here. I want to see how First Class responds to the Camille top side. I still think that there is actually a chance they just decide to go Udyr top, as crazy as that sounds. But given the fact that Yone jungle only really exists in the dream world of Happy Chime Noises videos, I doubt that this is what's actually going to be going over to the side of First Class and the hands of Truist. That is Sluter on the Yone to answer back.
Yeah, and Yone giving the team the engage that the Yone giving the team the engage that it desperately needed, right? Obviously, you have Varus, you have Thresh, you have Syndra to be able to try to find a way in, but Yone is something that is a little bit more difficult to dodge at times. It's a little like it's telegraphed for about a half second, but you never know when he's going to be able to pop it off. Can hit multiple members up at the same time at once. From a decent range. So either a great way to start a fight, a great way to follow up with Varus or Syndra, really rounds out the composition nicely. Again, it just doesn't seem like the Udyr fits to me.
Yeah, I would say that I'm a little bit more positive on the champion than you are. I think that there's a lot of cases where you're just kind of able to ensure Udyr's values as long as you have other CC on your team. The approach is pretty good because it's covered by Syndra, covered by Thresh, and I think that because that's the case, you're able to do a whole lot to push back against the relatively limited CC that Sigmars have that they also really want to direct towards other champions.
Right. Like there's a lot of CC and there's not a lot of CC on Sigma and too many threats on First Class, right? Now, the thing is, Maokai is able to gank really effectively for all of these lanes, whereas Udyr not so much, right? Like it's gonna require some setup from Yone. If they want to head to the bot lane to try to do something against Jinx Lulu, Thresh Hook needs to be landed as a prerequisite, or Udyr needs to get a creative angle on, and then that's all the time that Udyr is not spent farming, right? But Maokai, he can just meander on up, throw a W onto somebody, and there's enough damage in all three of these lanes that anybody who they get on top of, they should die.
All right, we're moving into the client draft phase now, but before we get
Please
into
don't ask me what Udyr builds first. I swear to God, I'm not going to know.
You know, now you have reminded me to ask you that, but I was just going to give an update on the other side of the bracket, man. I didn't want to traumatize you that too badly. I just wanted to say, you know, we have two semifinals games going on right now. Oblivion Ruby versus XG is currently sitting at 1-1 as well. So, you know, Yanni, take it away. Talk about what you will now.
They got themselves a series.
All right, our lawyers are happy.
Nothing, yes. We've satisfied the BOL lawyers, even though I did utter a curse word just a couple moments ago. So hopefully
we're not allowed to do that.
Whoa, easy. We're going a little overboard there. I think we're all allotted like one. I don't know. Apparently it's 2-1 now. In favor of Oblivion Ruby, I'm going to assume. Hopefully Pop-Tart formatted that properly when she was typing it out, and she did indeed. So Oblivion Ruby with a 2-1 lead. So as somebody who's been casting this league all season long, Yarko, does this surprise you where all of these series are right now?
I wouldn't say so. We've had like a few shakeups and whatnot, just in regards to how the bracket's been playing out. Not necessarily even because of formatting, but just because, you know, as you said, you yourself casted a very odd series. But given the matchups we have today...
Putting that mildly.
Yeah. I think that Oblivion Ruby is a great team. I will say that, you know, I've cast so much recently that the exactitude of that matchup, like what exactly the strengths of each team were, are a bit lost on me right now. But let's quickly zoom back over to First Class and Dorado Gaming Sigma so that I can cover my ass and say, yeah, good matchup, guys. Super excited. We got a series on the other side of the bracket, right? But I don't know. This will be an interesting one. I think that Griffin actually has a lot of work on their hands to defend multiple squishy members on Dorado Gaming Sigma side. And
and I don't think they're going to be able to, right? There's just too much damage on Sigma side. I mean, even Maokai, right? He has high base damages. Yeah, they've been pulled down in past patches, but getting on top of Syndra Varus, even Yone is not tanky, right? Like, let's be honest with ourselves here. It just means that they're going to be taking so much damage, and again, you know, you can't save everybody, and there's going to have to be some big decisions made here. But I will say, both teams are very similar in their compositions in that there's a lot of squishiness on either side and plenty of damage. So, not to totally discount first class, I just don't like their draft nearly as much, but their damage profile is very strong. And if they play it properly, they can certainly take this game.
Oh, Yanni. I mean, so far you've had great sense as to what these teams look like through the draft phase and who's coming out on top based solely upon the way that they're picking and banning. So, you know, I'm going to ride alongside you here. First class has a good draft. I like the fact that we're seeing the Syndra come through again, but I do think that Sigmar's has really shored up a lot of the weaknesses that we saw from game number 2. And now we could be seeing another back and forth addition to this series where Dorado Gaming Sigma might come out on top. I have faith in them. I have faith in their picks. But regardless, I'm going to hold off from quizzing you as I got to get us to a quick break here. We're waiting out the rest of the spectator delay. I'll quiz you on builds and really silly stuff like that once we get into the game itself.
Oh, no.
And everything is set
I
up.
thought
But
I got away.
but for right now, we'll see you guys on the other side here, the BOL Platinum League. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division. This is the semifinal match between Dorado Gaming Sigma and First Class. Currently, things are tied up at 1-1. Someone will be getting the momentum here, though, Yanni, and I'm looking forward to see how that will happen, as we are seeing First Class lead a conga line down to the bot side of the map. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to get a pick off of Peptic.
Yeah, but their dancing was published on TikTok here as they are spotted out by everybody on the map, on the map, everybody who's watching as well. So not able to do too much with this Thresh. I do like the enthusiasm here. It's something we don't see enough in BOL Masters. Nobody invades. So I like at least seeing people going past the river line. It really gets me going because I'm just so disappointed every single time.
Unfortunately, we don't get to see a whole lot of action, but Dorado Gaming Sigma are able to reduce the ability for First Class to do a whole lot just because they kind of know what's up. This is the third time we've been seeing Hook champions come through for one of the two sides, if not both sides, as was the case in game number 1. And so it makes sense that they're going to drop something in that Tri-Bush. Of course, a little bit of gold, a little bit of experience over to Truist. But I do believe that does mean that First Class will have at least 1 or 2 champions crest to level 2 a little bit faster. We'll have to see what comes from that. Right now, we're getting opposite side starts where the 2 junglers, Truist, decide to start top, while the Maokai, who's going to be a little bit slower clearing, is going to start bot, probably pathing up towards that Yone.
Yeah, and we're going to see they've spotted out Truist, right? They placed that ward down. They saw the buff was getting pulled toward the top side, so they know that he's on his Krugs right now, which means that by the time Maokai is up there ready to make a play onto Bruiser, Truist will be on the other side of the map. So a good opportunity there for Banger to be able to make something happen early in a series where we haven't seen too many, really early ganks occur. Obviously, in the last game, we saw Truist do a lot early on in the game, but it took until, level 5 around there to make something happen.
Griffin gets hit by a death sentence, but this is the strength of Lulu. While certainly this is a trade that goes in favor of First Class, it isn't so insanely in favor of First Class because Matchy is able to kind of free fire with her rockets all the while. Lulu has a surprising amount of presence in this early laning phase, and I think it will cut back against the ability for Peace Pipe to do a whole lot early. Now we got to look topside, as in fact, Banger has pathed up here. That's going to be a flash interrupted. Bruiser is trying to get back towards the tower. They are slowed down by everything, and with that sweep, Sluter gets them low enough for Banger to pick up the kill.
Man, maybe I should be a color caster, dude. Like, I just knew that something like that was going to happen. Look, Truist on the bottom side of the map, just completely away from that play. And yeah, it's just the way Udyr plays the game, which is why I said I disliked the pick. It's a very proactive team on the side of Dorado versus, Udyr, who really just wants to farm up. That means they're not really inclined to make anything happen.
You could just hold your tongue and not say that you aren't, in fact, a color caster. I think people would believe that you are, in fact, a color caster, man. You're popping off tonight. Plus, if you transition over to being a color caster full time, then you and I could cast together more. That'd be sick.
I mean, you and I apparently just cast together no matter what, despite the fact that we're both play-by-plays. So it works out pretty well from time to time. But things going very well early here for Dorado, which they've needed, especially after that last game. They took a beating. They were in it for at least a little bit, but again, they just kind of fell out of it a little too early. The only sad part is Sluter wasn't able to get that first kill. Probably would have used it a little bit better than Banger, but they do have that sheen to kick things off.
I always talk about how I like for kills to go over to junglers because it means that they're able to bring gold value to multiple lanes, and it makes going for 2v2s off of counter ganks a little bit more awkward for the side that didn't profit from a kill, right? The problem is here, it's a Maokai jungle, so I would 100% agree with you. I think that Camille would benefit a little bit more from it, but they seem pretty comfortable just still going for the 1v1 versus Bruiser.
Oh, no.
And Banger's up here again. They're like, okay, this time, Camille, you're getting the kill. Sluter gonna get that Bramble smash, knocking Bruiser into them, and while they do go low, they do eventually end up now putting this Yone at 0-2.
Bruiser wanted to deal more damage by using his E, but once he saw Maokai on the ward, he's like, I gotta get out of here. Oh wait, I can't, and was just absolutely doomed.
I love when Yone self-CC themselves. This is the only thing that makes that champion at all tolerable to look at.
I know. Oh my god, I agree.
All right, Griffin getting hit by another death sentence here. It's narrow escape topside. Truist was on the prowl, although I don't really know if that 1v1 actually went super in favor of first class. Regardless, so far, Dorado Gaming Sigma are not really getting punished super heavily for any mistakes that they're making. And frankly, they're putting such a high tempo onto this game with hyper carries in the form of Matt G and Griffin that I think that right now they are very clearly in the lead.
Yeah, it really all depends on what impact Truist can make on this game, right? You know, they're just farming up. They're only one camp ahead. That was the biggest problem, right? Like Banger was able to pick up, you know, a kill and an assist, both on the top side, put his top laner firmly in the lead, while also just being down ever so slightly, not even a whole lot. So Truist really needs to kick it into high gear here if they want to, you know, make sure that first class is in the game.
You know, I'm happy to see Yone at 0-2, but it does come at the expense of Camille being fed, and I hate that champion as well. Let's see if we can have something a little bit more agreeable for me happen to the bot side of the map right now. Banger's going in for an engage. Truist just kind of nopes on out of there, hoping that Peace Pipe could get to safety, but Matt G knows their limits. They flash forward, they get a rocket down, and they use the Get Excited to get out from under the tower. Now Truist is kind of getting pincered a little bit. Nuffies has come down here. Teptic is looking for a hook over the wall, but they can't find anything.
And it's just, again, Banger just being a lot closer, and Peace Pipe taking that lantern, actually dooming themselves, forcing themselves to use that cleanse. And also Banger being on top of Thresh meant that he could land that smack back. And again, we're seeing more plays happen on the bot side.
Immediate heal. Griffin trying to break the ankles of Solemn, but unfortunately, this Syndra has been so good at zone control. They are going to follow the Lulu over the wall. They will be able to pick up a kill, but it's a 1-for-1 that comes after multiple sequential kills for Dorado Gaming Sigma. So yes, first class has gotten something off of that play, but honestly, DGS just looks so good right now.
Yeah, they are looking real good, and you know it's gonna have to be on Solemn now. They've got the kill. They're gonna have to try to find a way to get advantages here against Nuffies. It's gonna be so difficult though because they're playing this Ahri, right? It's a champion that is very difficult to really nail down. And yeah, Nuffies doesn't have ultimate, but they still have flash, so it's gonna be a while before Solemn can really even try to make a play.
All right, well, First Dragon is up, and now it is time to look for those neutral objectives. Like you're saying, Yanni, the advantage from DGS is such that they can easily force something here. There's no teleports available for either people topside, so Truist is just going to try to find a pick here, even if it means giving the Dragon over. But right now, actually, Blue Squad hasn't made a move, and off of that Fate Sealed, Bruiser's doing a great job following up, trying to get back into this game. Truist also is doing this right in time to go for the Rift Herald if they want to continue the cross map.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're going to do. I thought that Bruiser would stay with him to do it, but it looks like they won't. So it just will be Dragon traded on the bottom side. They see it warded, pinged out. But that Mountain Drake going to help out quite a bit here for Dorado. We will see if First Class is able to take advantage of the Rift Heralds. I don't think teams have been able to really take a big advantage of the Rift Heralds in the series. I mean, we did see in game one, I believe it was the second Rift Herald got a turret and actually got top turret of the bottom turret, but Nuffy's making life hard on Truist here.
Truist might just be able to zoom out of here. It is pretty difficult for Ahri to knock through that big of a health bar this early into the game without a whole lot of items to their name. And actually, they are being baited a little bit, going super deep. Bruiser is here covering inside of the tri-bush, but Sluter comes through and they said, yeah, we're going to take this fight. We have the Super Mega Death Rocket to play off of as well. And so that will, in fact, be the Udyr going down. Solemn is up here, but Bruiser has already been ticked low. They're going to have to flash over the wall. But look at the damage that the Syndra brings to the table. That AoE is terrifying. And so while DGS get one kill, they can't force it any deeper.
Yeah, and they get the kill on the Jinx, which is actually amazing, right? Mad G from coast to coast with that ultimate. Downtown Joe Brown looking real good. And getting that second kill onto the Jinx is exactly what you want. Sure, Sluter gets it or Nuffies gets it, you're going to be happy. Your Jinx gets it, you are elated.
You ever listen to Coast to Coast? I think it's Coast to Coast AM.
No, I have not. I'm sorry.
It's a weird one. It's like a radio show. It's been going on for like 30 years, but it's like about like conspiracy theories and stuff. It's where, like, Don Teeter first
yes.
came from.
I actually know. I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, man. Makes me think of it. I should go back and listen to them. I think that they have a bunch of like episodes uploaded onto SoundCloud or whatever. Kind of transition over to a podcast. You know, I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist myself, but I do very much enjoy hearing these out there stories. This is just, you know, a very subtle ad.
What's your favorite League of Legends conspiracy theory?
Ooh, is this from like an esports setting or
either
what?
Anything?
I I don't know if that many conspiracy theories. I'm gonna have to think about that one. Right now, we got to look at Solemn getting caught out. Big Nature's Grasp, and yeah, that Syndra's got nowhere to go. They're trying to zoom back towards the tower. They get some good CC down onto Nuffies, but relentless ganking from Banger is keeping DGS up and ahead in this game.
Yeah, it's just been a banger game. No pun intended. Really, Banger has just done so much more than Truist has been able to do. And again, it's just a case of champion picks here. I just don't think that Udyr pick is where you want to be with a team composition like this. Now, granted, they are going to be able to have double split push later on in the game if they make it that far. Bruiser and Truist can certainly do a lot to kind of pull Dorado apart. But I think Dorado will just be too strong by that time.
There has to be some kind of conspiracy theory about LS and what happened on C9 when he was coaching, right? I don't actually know what the conspiracy theory could be, but I really wish that he stuck with the team, man. I want more Ivern mid and crazy stuff like that.
I mean, Ivern mid wasn't good for the viewership experience. Let's be honest with ourselves.
What are
here.
you talking about? I had so much fun with that. It was the only time I watched LCS.
Yeah, you and all three Ivern mains out there, my guy.
I'm not an Ivern main. I just think that it's sick that we're getting innovative picks in LCS.
I mean, no, listen, I agree with you. I thought it was cool. I thought it was unique, but at the same time, it's Ivern mid lane, man. Like, would you rather watch Ivern mid lane or would you rather watch Ari mid lane?
Ivern, obviously.
Oh my god!
What are you talking about?
There's something wrong with you.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe this is a conspiracy theory, right? LCS orchestrated the firing of LS for better viewership numbers. Solemn's just blown up in the mid lane, by the way. So I guess if you like to see Ari, this is the game for it because this is a lot of focus being put into this champion. And Nuffies, once again, has the ability to carry.
Yeah, Nuffy is 1-0-3. Not a whole lot in the kill department, but you're doing much better than you were doing on Malphite. You see them building here toward that Everfrost, which has become a common pickup for Aries now. You have a fair amount of damage. You don't really need anything more, but getting that extra CC, absolutely massive. It's just another tool that Dorado Gaming has in their disposal to be able to really pull away with this game. I mean, they're starting to pull away with it here. They got a 2,000 gold lead, not even at 13 minutes into the game. So more fights like that, and we could be already headed toward game 4.
And this is a really belligerent play by Truist. A little bit of desperation, maybe, trying to get something done, get Sluter low, and maybe set up for a tower dive. But it's pretty clearly telegraphed, and we'll see what Banger is able to do off the back end of this one. Not a whole lot of tools to go for a counter gank or anything like that. Nature's Grasp is still down. But we have to look at this Maokai as another huge source of damage for DGS, given how far ahead this champion has gotten. That's already the Demonic Embrace completed, and they, alongside Nuffies, are kind of the only people with really big power spikes in this game. Udyr also has Demonic, but the problem is the issues with Udyr are really coming to pass in this game in the ways that you articulated during the draft phase, Yanni. Because the team is so behind, First Class is going to struggle to get their jungler down onto any of these squishy members.
Yeah, and one other big thing to mention about Banger is 6 stacks on the Dark Seal, but also has completed boots. That is not anything to sneeze at. We're going to see a fight break out. Peace Pipe is in a lot of trouble.
Oh no, Peptic caught out by the Nature's Grasp. They used their Lantern, but they couldn't bring themselves to safety, and they will in fact go down. Matt G is now excited, trying to get as much damage down onto Peace Pipe as possible, and with the Super Mega Death Rocket, that is a 2 for nothing. I feel like every best of 5, we got to at least reserve time for one stomp, and this could be it. DGS look like they're fighting with a vengeance right now.
Yeah, Matt G did the cool guys don't look at explosions thing with his zap right under turret range. So just the disrespect coming out there is so massive. And I mean, I have to think that this is Dorado Gaming's game to lose here, as Nuffy's trying to get aggressive, but unable to land that charm onto Solemn. Really, Solemn, the only saving grace here if you can get into a fight. But the big problem is the Splinter stacking has not been what it was the last game.
Nope, not at all. Dorado Gaming Sigma immediately adjust in the draft phase, and look where they are now. First Class, it just feels like every single game that they drop, they have to go back to the drawing board and really fix their composition. While DGS, when they drop games, it feels like it's mostly because of their own mistakes that are almost immediately apparent in the following round. And so if we see Blue Squad get up to a 2-1 lead in this series, First Class are going to be hard-pressed to do something. They need to scramble with their backs to the wall in game number 4. And Dorado Gaming Sigma have probably looked like the better team.
Yeah, it feels like Udyr may have been their surprise pick here. Obviously, we saw a couple of junglers get banned out in the ban phase. So they decided, hey, we'll go for Udyr this game. There are a couple other options. I think Jarvan was still on the board, but you're gonna see them try to engage on Nuffies here. Flash down.
Yeah, I mean, big wombo combo down onto Nuffies. However, that charm into Everfrost is super scary. Peptic now has to flash away to safety, and Banger is going to force this deeper, getting a huge Bramble Smash onto both Peptic and Solemn. Now, Sluter with one sweep gets two, and it's madness on the Rift. DGS with fantastic rotations here. Syndra's going to be able to cover topside, and this might be the tier 1 mid going down in favor of blue team.
Dorado Gaming has stopped messing around in Yarko. They are just doing whatever they can to make life hard. And now Truist in the 2v1.
Yeah, the Hextech ultimatum means the Udyr's got nowhere to go. You can't ram stance through that one, maybe. And now that is a 3-0 play in the mid lane.
Yeah, and that's just, it's Bedlam in the mid lane here. Well, Bruiser looking for a turn.
Yep, Bruiser is going to be able to turn this one around as long as they keep their Soul Unbound activated, and they do. Big shutdown flowing over to the Yone, which is certainly one of the champions that Dorado Gaming Sigma wanted to keep behind. Good on Bruiser for kind of rallying in this game and being the point of strength that First Class could try to play off come mid-game.
Yeah, it's going to cut into a lot of Maokai's power here now with half the stacks on the Dark Seal that they used to have. Obviously, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but certainly helps in the early game, especially when you get to see Maokai starting to index more into a tank build, as you often do after your initial Demonic Embrace pickup. But I don't know if it's really going to make that much of a difference here. I mean, it is a 5,000 gold difference between these two teams at 16 minutes. It's 2 dragons for Dorado. I mean, they're going to need a lot more than that. They're going to need to go and find a way to shut down this Jinx and find a way to shut down this Camille as well, all the while not giving up any more kills. Bruiser with a good start, though.
It's the solo laners for First Class who can maybe turn this game around. They are going to have to buy space, buy engage for Peace Pipe to play off of. Truist very similarly is in a situation where they need access to be granted to the enemy team via the mid lane and top lane of First Class. Right now, though, they're just chased off of the second Rift Herald of the game. It's picked up by Banger. No big deal. And look at the confidence that Matt G has, knowing that the Rift is all DGSs right now. They're running all the way into enemy territory. And in fact, the rest of Blue Squad is continuing to chase down the Udyr.
Yeah, and Bruiser's going to be in the area too, but they could find themselves in trouble very quickly. Maokai hold out.
Yep, and there's the Nature's Grasp. Now this is kind of an awkward situation. Multiple towers, Peptic and Peace Pipe are up here. Now this is a man-down fight for Dorado Gaming Sigma, so deep into enemy territory. Griffin has to ult themselves to try to stay healthy. They are unable to get out of the way, though, because of the box and a double-man cleanup. Dorado Gaming Sigma with their first big mistake of the game.
No shutdowns there, but First Class hasn't lost anything yet, although we could see Magi take this turret down. We could see Sluter take this turret as well. And if that is the case, which it looks like it is, I mean, it doesn't matter that you won that fight. The gold lead just is still expanding here for Dorado Gaming.
Is Magi going to get both procs for gold? Yeah, they will. They're actually going to get another 50 from that tier 2 tower bot side as well. And so, yes, Dorado Gaming Sigma have immediately bounced back off the cross map. They keep their gold lead, and First Class are now looking to be in an awkward position.
Yeah, we'll see if Peptic kind of just trying to bait it out that he has no idea what's going on, but Sluter wisely going to hop over the wall. But now it's Truist going really deep here. I don't know what they're trying to do here, but Griffin could be caught out.
Yeah, a little bit of a flinky splunky. Griffin with no real tools at their disposal. Peptic gonna put on the clamps from the far side of the tri-bush. Sluter comes in to try to defend the Lulu. They will be unable to do so. And now they're caught up in a 3v1, a 4v1 in fact. Bruiser's also making their way in. And now Red Squad have set their sights on the tier 1 tower of Dorado Gaming Sigma bot side of the map. There's the knock up off the charge Q from the Yone. And it looks like Banger wants to try to make this happen, but it's so tough without a whole lot of follow-up on Blue Squad's side. Hextech ultimatum activated. Sluter caught up in the mosh pit. They are unable to do much. And now Banger's also dead. Matt G, Nuffies, they have to make something happen here if they don't want to bleed more gold back over to First Class. A double kill for Peace Pipe is bringing Red Squad back into this one.
Let's see if Nuffies can do anything on the backside here.
Oh my gosh, and the Unleashed Power is going to land true. Matchy's in a lot of trouble. Flame Chompers come out. They're trying to duel.
Wait, Matchy?
Off that auto attack, they will
Matchy?
get that kill, and they get excited. It's a double kill for the Jinx. They get the shield from Griffin to clear out this way. wave. Super Mega Death Rocket not available, so they won't be able to take down Truist as well. But Dorado Gaming Sigma holding on, white knuckling that fight bot side of the map, and you have to give credit to the AD carry. They've bought space to now go for Soul Point.
Matt G saw his team trying to throw the game and went sicko mode. Went full LeBron James there, taking over the game 6-0-1. Honestly thought that Matt G was going to kill all four of them. After that flash where, you know, he got knocked back, I was like, oh no, this one's over. But then he goes and he gets one, and then he goes and finds another, and really the saving grace here, because if Matt G goes down, that was a big shutdown that was going to go over to one of these carries. You can see this game has gotten a little tenuous now. That was after knocking down the inner turret gold. They only have a 4,500 gold lead.
Yeah, Dorado Gaming Sigma do really overextend, and they are punished righteously for doing so, but that's kind of where the wallet diff comes back to haunt First Class. They gave up way too much too early on, and so yes, we can highlight that as a huge throw from DGS, but First Class has kind of been slightly throwing the game since minute number 1, right? Just by virtue of falling so behind during the laning phase, and it does mean that they have to fight to the bitter end just to come out in what in many cases is just even. That being said, Griffin really wanted some vision. They may be caught out, but Trist wants to farm their Raptors. They don't think he could go for this fight, but Matt G getting hooked up makes this a little bit more favorable for Red Squad to at least stand here and continue to poke for an engage. Banger, though, following up on the rest of Blue Squad. Now, Peptic has been whittled too low, and with the Chains of Corruption going wide, First Class will, in fact, back off.
Yeah, Matt G not even threatened enough to use the cleanse there. Like, that's how little threat has been presented here, and
no.
Banger looking to make more plays.
Truist is pretty tanky. He's going to be able to get to safety through the Lantern, and now Banger is hooked up. However, the Maokai is probably one of the worst champions to death sentence, because a death sentence is not this champion, especially in the hands of Banger, who's gotten so fed off the early game, can just take so much abuse. Rift Herald has dropped topside is a little bit of a distraction. First Class is going to rally around the family with a pocket full of shells, bring everybody up here, clear it out before it gets the charge down onto the tier 2. But DGS, once again, have tons of priority. They're stacking up in Tribush, maybe looking for some cheese.
They're waiting for everybody back, I think, for them to go ahead and start the Baron. Once somebody meets this Camille, it looks like they're just ready to rip it, and you see Bruiser meeting it, and the ping goes down. They are ready to rip that Baron. That was well scouted there by Dorado Gaming.
Still, vision is to be had by First Class, but because of the collective back that you're talking about, Red Squad can't do anything about this. Maybe a Miracle Steal could come through, Peace Pipe on the Barrets, clearly oriented in such a position that they could get a Q off, but it comes out a little bit too late. Dorado Gaming Sigma able to make out like bandits. They get everybody back into their territory. Truist is trying their best to stop some Max.
Wait, Bruiser had teleported to that fight, which meant Sluter just gets alone time with his turret. Now, luckily, they ran out of minions. But that turret getting very, very low. I don't know if Sluter's going to be able to push it even further here with the Syndra showing up. They opted to collect an objective bounty as well, so they're putting a lot of faith here in Solemn to stop the push, and it looks like that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, Solemn is pretty strong. The Syndra is one of the standout members right now for First Class. 2-4-1 isn't a great scoreline, but there are 2 items, right? And that's pretty valuable. Same thing for Udyr. Truist has been doing a surprisingly good job of just being present for a lot of fights, and that means that they've gotten assist gold on their side. First Class aren't out of this quite yet, but 6,000 down with the ability for more gold to flow over into DGS's pockets off the fact that they have the Baron Nashor certainly makes this look like an uphill battle for First Class.
Yeah, and Dorado Gaming gets to use this Baron to go and ward up this bottom side of the jungle to go secure that Hextech Soul, which will do so much for their squad, especially Magi, just being able to rifle away from downtown are going to cause a lot of problems. We might see an engage come through here.
Wombo combo, the stun from the Scatter of the Week straight into the Fate Sealed, and now the fight is split. Dorado Gaming Sigma are going to lose the Jinx early into this one. Banger shielded up, but will not be able to hold off the Red Tide. Truist continuing to rush forward in Ram's stance. Sluter is going to take their turn to try to distract this Udyr. Nuffy's hiding in bush, trying to pick off Bruiser, whose shield bow is popped. That's keeping them alive, and now they can turn back around for a 2v1 versus the Ahri. Meanwhile, in the river, multiple members of First Class are going low. Sluter and Griffin are looking for the re-engage. They get down onto Solemn. They will be able to pick the kill up. Nuffy survived for so long. Eventually, they will be taken out by the tag team from First Class. But while that's happening, they have left Sluter alone to cook, and they get a double-double on the back end of this one. Now Griffin is on the prowl, trying to find Peptic and stop their back.
Yeah, and this is really bad for Peptic here because Peptic's going to go down. They're not going to have any wards available to be able to get back in time for this dragon. They're on about the same spawn, which means it's still going to be control here for Dorado Gaming despite first class fighting really hard there. And I overall think winning that.
Yeah, first class put up a valiant effort, and they got perhaps the best fight they could possibly hope for. The problem is they weren't actually able to get into the river off of it in Yanni. What that means is, especially with the fact that the Baron buff is still on Sluter and Griffin, it feels like first class just has to go for another fight, and this time Dorado Gaming Sigma has first mover advantage. Truist was trying to find vision, but they've only found Banger. Peace Pipe needs to try to do something with artillery fire, but the Nature's Grasp is back up, and that's a multi-man route, and now Solemn's in a hell of a lot of trouble. Griffin gets the kill. Unleash Power is going to blow up Matt G for the second time, but now Banger's been active the backline. Peace Pipe in a whole lot of trouble. They're transmogrified by Griffin, and now inside of the river, Nuffy's is going to be able to kill Bruiser 2012, and Dorado Gaming Sigma find everything they need once again to continue the rampage in this game.
A huge ultimate from Banger meant that Bruiser couldn't ult when they wanted to. Their ultimate that they got off was not exactly perfect, right? Now they went and they go ahead and they go help get that kill onto Matt G, but that's it. You only were able to find Matt G, who no longer had a shutdown on them, which means, yeah, you thought you stopped the fight, but the rest of the squad showing up, securing that soul, and this could be it now. I think this is finally it where Dorado takes over.
It's unfortunate because first class has managed to keep the gold lead relatively static for the past few minutes. The problem is now with the Hextech Drake providing so much in the way of value for DGS, it kind of feels like even though DGS is only up about 5,000, 6,000 gold, they're actually up like 10,000.
Yeah, they are up by a whole lot, and you know, I just don't know if there's anything that first class can do here. They don't really have the damage, right? Like up top, you know, you've got your 2-item spike for Yone. In the mid lane, you know, you're still waiting for that Shadow Flame to get built. I don't know what the hell is going on out of Peace Pipe's build here, but I don't think it's got enough damage either. And I think
it's mathematically correct.
Oh no, not this again. Please tell. Is that actually mathematically correct?
I'm looking at it right now because of course I am.
All right, well, while you have time to pull that up, I mean, yeah, it just looks like things are going to go really, really bad here. I mean, this Baron's up in a minute 20, and Dorado Gaming, despite them not being able to really get a handle on a lot of these fights, they've had a handle on the last couple of fights, which is really what matters the most.
So, Yanni, actually, the mathematically correct build for Peace Pipe is going to be Swifties into Collector Rush.
Oh, Swifties first.
Swifties first into Collector Rush. We see none of those items in the
dudes out here getting Swifty, you know. But we might see a Collector soon. We do see a serrated Dirk, so who knows? Maybe, maybe only got a C in math instead of an A plus. We'll see. I don't know what site you use for mathematically correct, but if you could please give it to me so that way I know never to take any advice from there, that would be great.
I'm probably like the hugest fan of, like, you know how like people get like Professor ads and everything. Oh, speaking of which, Suitor is getting picked right now. They're 2v1ing pretty well though. Bruiser's going quite low. Unfortunately, the Camille will not be able to get the fadeaway kill. Shutdown goes over to the Yone. But yeah. Oh no, never mind. We got another fight topside now. I guess that Dorado Gaming Sigma wants to conceal this information from you, my man. As, I think this time is going to be the one
Dorado,
falling
please.
down. Oh, Banger's going deep for this one. Super Mega Death Rocket misses, which means that Banger might have trouble trying to get the damage in for the kill, but they got Nuffies at their back. It's no big deal. It's a double-double for the Ari, although the Tree Man does go down to Peace Pipe 13.
Yeah, and the ping's going down onto the Baron now. I mean, Truist is still alive, right? And I don't know if they're going to start this Baron up. I don't know if they actually can. I don't think they have the tankiness available to do that. And with Udyr up, I just think it's probably an unnecessary risk, but you can see them hovering around for it. So they're going to be up in about 5 seconds. You see some pings going down onto that Udyr, so they know what's up. And it looks like they're not going to rip that just yet. Just going to take their backs, spend some gold that they earned in that fight, and come back even stronger.
It's a bait and beat, you know. It's a big deal around here. Truist wants to walk forward. They want to go for the hero steal, so you might as well just lead them into the trap. Dorado Gaming Sigma, patient. They aren't going to take the Baron Nashor just yet, but they don't really need to. They got a ticking time bomb in the form of the Elder Dragon in about 2.5 minutes, where First Class is going to have to fight if Dorado Gaming Sigma assemble around it. And so, regardless of what First Class does at this point in time, this game will be decided one way or the other in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be about that time, and you can see a lot of the pings going down up here, and Sluter just going for the play, but multiple members coming up to stop him.
Yeah, Sluter has kind of had this happen bot side to them. Now, once again, they're just looking for a fadeaway kill down onto Bruiser. That being said, while this is all happening, DGS have decided to rally and try to go for some kills of their own. Matt G with a beautiful snipe there off the Super Mega Death Rocket. Somehow manages to make that an even play now. Bruiser's gone. That means that First Class are going to struggle to find engage. Truist face checks the wrong bush. Now they're Nature's Grasp. They have to get over the wall with the Lantern. They do get to safety, but it's going to be a trip back to the fountain for them to have any amount of presence on the map. And while that's all happening, Nuffy's is splitting bot side and just running circles around Solemn, left, right, and center. We see the spheres come out, but it just doesn't matter. Nuffy's is too far ahead, and they're even able to spirit rush out of the way of that Chains of Corruption.
Just a failure on all fronts there from First Class. There's nothing they could do. Nuffy's so many levels ahead of Solemn. I believe it was 2, maybe even 3 levels. And, you know, the shield just got 8 there by Nuffy's, who's now finished their Rabadon's death cap and is just ready to put an end to this game. You see team all baroned up. We're gonna see this Elder in about a minute. I don't even know if they're gonna go for it, to be honest with you, Narco. They don't need to.
It's always good to be honest with me. You know, I really appreciate it.
You know, I'd never lie to you. I mean, listen, listen. You know I'd never lie to you, especially given the fact that when I figured out who to email, told you who to email.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
saying.
fair.
You know I wouldn't lie to you. Despite the fact that you and I are often competing for spots, I try to keep my integrity.
We're just broadcasting the inner workings of the casting world to the masses. So, you know,
It's fun.
serve us up if you want to get into casting, by the way, because this is a hell of a lot of fun right now. Not as much fun for Truist, who is currently getting slobber knocked inside of the Hextech Ultimatum. Good ult over the wall, though, from Bruiser. That being said, now with the Udyr gone and Matt G excited, this may be the final fight of the game. First Class in a whole lot of trouble. The fight is split by the walls. Solemn will die. Bruiser is also going to fall. It is a full-on ace. Only 3 members of DGS left alive, but they got the Baron up minion wave right there. They're going to ride this on into victory and go up 2-1 in the series.
Yep, and what a nice last fight there coming out from Dorado Gaming. They got First Class in the choke. They made it look clean. They made it look easy. I must say, though, First Class did a good job fighting back, even though the Gold League doesn't necessarily look like that. This game was looking very hopeless very early, and, you know, we need to give some credit to First Class to actually brought that game back and made it somewhat competitive for a little bit.
They got that dog in them, right? Like, I don't think that this series is
I don't
over by
know.
any stretch
I don't
of
know
the
if they got that
imagination.
dog in them. I wouldn't go that far, man.
Mhm.
I mean, like, we're talking like, you know, they might have that pug that's being like, you know, walked by its parent in a stroller or something like that. You know, there's a little bit of deficiencies in that dog, but they certainly have something in them.
All right. Well, I mean, I think First Class could take the next game if they shore up the drafting a little bit and they realize that they have to get Nuffy's dead by any cost. As long as that cost isn't also getting Matt G fed, there's angles for them to get back in the series and take us to Silver Scrapes. But Dorado Gaming Sigma have righted the course after game number 2. Now in this third matchup, they find themselves with a victory. They are up in the series and they are on match point. So with that in mind, guys, we're going to throw it to a quick break. When we return, it's going to be for the 4th draft of the night. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division semifinals match between First Class and Dorado Gaming Sigma. We are already deep into the draft, and therefore going to throw it over to Yanni. What do you think about the fact that First Class on blue side is picking the Jinx on B1?
Bro, you didn't need to zoom through that fast, but they are picking the Jinx on B1 because the Jinx hasn't been banned this time by the Sigmers, and we saw it first pick last time to great effect by Matt G, but now we're going to see First Class pick up that Jinx, and in response, we could potentially see that Aphelios. You could pair it up with the Thresh, which has been picked 100% of the time in this series. Normally, it is what you lock in when you lock in that Aphelios. You see they're already hovering it. This Aphelios, I imagine, is going to do some serious work this game.
Man, I've been drinking this energy drink throughout the entirety of the night, and it's like 300 milligrams of caffeine. That is like way more than I've had from any other one of these things. I just had my friend like go randomly buy a few basically
What is it?
while I was busy. It's like Rain Energy. I don't know if I want to give them advertisement because, man, I cannot feel my fingers anymore.
A lot of my buddies like that, and I haven't tried it at all. I'm actually trying not to. I'm trying to stay away from the energy drinks. This is day 2 of no caffeine. Am I intentionally trying? Not really. Do I expect to get a coffee tomorrow before work? Yes. But I'm trying to drink less Monster. But we are going to see the Lulu locked in here to pair with the Aphelios instead of the Thresh, which means Thresh is on the table for this Jinx. I have to say, they did not want to stare down the Jinx Lulu combo. So we're going to do a little bit of a mishmash mock-up here.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with the fact that Griffin is going back over to the Lulu. Champion was very effective in the last game, keeping Matt G safe. And sure, Matt G isn't going to have the chain kill potential, but they do have the AoE, like, blow people up potential once you hit 3 items, because Aphelios is a balanced and interesting champion. The classic response to the Jinx, who's also fair, balanced, and interesting right now. It's crazy we're back to this meta, man. It feels like it was a year ago, back at the second MSI I've ever watched, and it was Aphelios Jinx every single game. And look at us now.
The more things change, the more they stay the same, and stay the same they are. Look at this composition that First Class has put together. It's eerily similar to what Sigma ran in the last game. They liked that idea of picking the Maokai so much they decided to rip it off for themselves. So we're not going to see an Udyr, which again I thought was a big folly. But we could see a Xin Zhao lock in on the other side for Sigma, which I think would be a pretty interesting pickup and something that can certainly match Maokai in the early game, get a lot of damage out. Not so guaranteed with the ganks, but still good.
I think that I would just pick a Jarvan here, no? Like, Zinni Z definitely has a lot of early game power, but why not go Jarvan?
I don't know why they're staying off Jarvan this series. It's been very surprising. Jarvan's been left up in every game except for game 1, I think. And just nobody has picked it. And that's been a pretty big surprise because it has been the most picked champion in, or one of the most picked champions, I should say, in BOL Platinum. It does have a negative win rate, so maybe that's why people are staying away from it. But I think it's a really excellent champion. So I'm surprised they're staying off of it here. We're going to see what comes out in the second half of bans. Again, surprised that the junglers have been picked this early. It's not something that we've seen throughout the series. I suppose Maokai could go elsewhere. We saw Flex recently in, I believe it was NACL. It might have actually been CLOL that we casted where the Maokai was flexed up onto the top side instead of the jungle. So interested to see how that affects some of these second half bans.
The Syndra is getting knocked away this time by Sigma, and I like this call a lot. I think that Solemn got undue value out of this champion 2 games running. Even in this third match where they were a bit behind, it still felt like the Syndra was just kind of punching above her weight class, and that does mean that Nuffy's had to do a little bit more work on the Ahri to really get in there and make a statement. Now, that is going to be an adjustment that Sigmers is going to benefit from. Although, that being said, they're also respect banning the Corki, which just was kind of a wet fish in lane in game number 1. I'm kind of surprised that that's the case.
Oh, wet fish, man. Nah, that fish was not wet. That fish was out of water. It was a problem, but it was okay. There was that one.
You can't be in the water and be a wet fish. Like, you can't be wet if you're underwater.
Yes. Oh my God. I'm not getting into this. I'm not getting into this with a guy who thinks that Swifty should be built first on Varus. Okay.
I didn't say I think that this should be. I was just reading the facts to you, my man.
Yeah. That means you think it should. No, that is simply that's not factual. That is not actual factual. But seeing that getting take off the board. I mean, I think that Sigma was a little worried about what happened in those fights around the Dragon Pit, especially with the Maokai pickup. I think that it makes Corki a very wise ban. And this time we're going to see Sigma go for Jace, which really could go into either lane. We've seen a lot of Jaces hover around the mid lane recently, but I think if you put Sluter and Nuffies on carries, this is exactly what you would want to see. So hopefully we're not going to see another Malphite mid or something like that.
I would agree. That being said, it wouldn't be too bad for Dorado Gaming Sigma to go for a front line and take the Jace mid. We'll have to see what Sluter wants to do because, I'm kind of convinced from that last game that they also have a lot of freedom to play as they so desire. They had a really good performance on the Camille. Obviously, it's banned this time, but they could still be reserving counter pick for the top lane of Sigmars, and I wouldn't be too torn up about it. Meanwhile, First Class are going to round out their draft with the Annie and the Aatrox. I'm kind of sad. I was going to think that they were going for like an all blue draft where it's like Jinx, Thresh, Maokai all have like base blue in their splash art. But no, we're getting like red at the very end here, corrupting the beautiful sanctity of the color coordination.
No, bro,
No,
don't do this.
This is going top. It's fine. It's fine.
No,
man.
it's not fine. They would just not have any magic damage.
Well, it's gonna be Gwen, so makes up for that.
This is good. This is good. So I thought Gwen was gonna get picked up last game by Sigma, and it would have been a nice alternative for the Lulu to buff up here. And they're gonna get that same effect here with the Aphelios and Gwen, and the Lulu being able to enable them. Getting a Gwen ulted by a Lulu or even the Whimsy speed up is massive, right? And should be able to tear through pretty much anybody they stare across. But the solo laners on the side of First Class also scary in their own right. We're going to see Annie and Aatrox. Don't quite know how the Annie Jace matchup goes. I know Annie's range is pretty decent, but I think that Jace could have the edge. The problem is Annie is certainly going to outlast him in terms of mana.
That is definitely the case. Jace is always just kind of a gamble because it's the Platinum League, and no indictment as to Platinum players, as they are like relatively good at the game. But Jace is a hard champion, man, and he's like one of those picks that I would say would be boxed off to like Diamond if I had my way as a coach. But alas, I'm not a coach, probably for good reason.
Hey, listen, I've seen Jace played at Master and play really, really poorly.
Oh, there you go.
I also played Jace the other day, and I don't play Jace at all, and I'm in Platinum, and I did really well. Maybe that was because I had 2 collegiate coaches on my team, but that's beside the point. It's a solid enough pick. It gives them a lot of really good poke. The problem is Sigma doesn't really have that go button like they've had in games past, right? Like we saw in the last game, they had the Maokai when they were ready to go. The game before that, they had Malphite Wukong. It didn't work out. Game 1, they had Malphite again. Like they had something very decisive saying, let's go, let's fight. Xin Zhao doesn't give you that nearly as much.
I would agree with that. I also think that the Jarvan being passed up here for Dorado Gaming Sigma doesn't only have the issue of Jarvan's just broadly on paper a better champion than Xin Zhao given this current state in the meta, but beyond that, like, why do you want to spread people out with Crescent Guard when you need people grouped up for Aphelios to do the most off of Moonlight Vigil, right?
Yeah. It's gotta have to be Moonlight Vigil plus Gravitum in order for them to really start a fight. Or they're just gonna have to get ahead through a folly of engages from First Class, right? Like, First Class is the one in that bot lane that really gets to pull the trigger unless they step up really far, like unnecessarily far, and they get locked up by the Aphelios, or if they get flanked around by the Xin Zhao. But other than that, I mean, like I was saying, Sigma doesn't have the option to just go in and fight aside from Xin Zhao starting it, knocking people around with his ultimate, but not necessarily in the direction that you'd want.
Definitely the case. All right, we got another fun mini game here.
Okay.
This takes the burden off of us to a degree. It takes the
I've
burden
been
off
having a
of
blast
LOL.
with these, by the way.
It takes a little bit of a burden off of LOLmath.net as well. So what I like to do here is, because I didn't realize that Twitch had this feature, and you could call me a boomer for it, but like apparently you could just like see everybody that's in chat right now or is watching the stream. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna assign someone some homework. I want let's see here. I want Jason Crypt, I see you there in the chat, to give me a little bit of a statement as to what you think these 2 drafts look like. When we go to break, we'll come back. We'll get a read down on what you think. I know that you're a top competitor here in the Platinum Leagues yourself, so that'll be a lot of fun, I think. And then we can review and give you feedback as to your thoughts on the game.
I like that. Honestly, if anybody wants to participate, I am actually totally down with that. Like to see what the community gauge with this. Oh no, man. You see what was just absolutely dogging this poor guy. That's super rough, but honestly,
we picked the right person.
Yeah, well, I think we definitely did pick the right person. Just to give my take real quick. I think that First Class has a much better composition here than Sigma, and if all is played well, I think First Class will force Game 5.
Jason
wow,
Crypt has
thanks.
opened up the volley by calling us stupid.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate that. Yo, 1v1 me, dog. right?
I will not ask Jason Crypt to 1v1 me. I've seen his Yone play. I know that I can't stand up to that. I'm a support player.
That's
Oh
great.
my goodness. All right. Well, we have now seen the two teams solidify their picks for this fourth and maybe final game of the series. Dorado Gaming, Sigma, looking to take this home 3-1 while First Class wants to take the silver scrapes from blue side. They've gotten themselves the much contested Jinx. Dorado Gaming Sigma firing back with the Aphelios is definitely going to be an interesting dynamic. The Gwen as well, always a question mark in my eyes because I used to hate this champion and I kind of came back on it a little bit, but now I'm down on it again. So, maybe we'll see this mercurial champion make a statement here and bring Sigmars the victory. But regardless, we have to wait to see what happens on the Rift first before we can make any more calls. Jason Crypt, get on for typing, my man. We'll see you on the other side.
Jason
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division for game number 4 between First Class and Dorado Gaming Sigma. Sigma on red are currently up 2-1 and looking to take home the series here and now, but First Class, they have commanded respect every single game so far. There have been shining bright spots. They, in fact, have already taken a game home. Can they make that one a second and bring us to game number 5?
Yeah, and this is the semifinals, right? So whoever wins moves on, and whoever loses goes home. And both of these teams definitely deserving of one of the higher spots. I mean, First Class had a fantastic regular season. They finished 5-2 amongst many of the other teams that finished really highly. And Dorado Gaming on the other end, they only incurred one loss all season, which, you knew it was going to be an uphill battle here for First Class. And we'll see how they're able to rebound from that last game. A lot more of a cohesive team composition here. And it looks like Jason Kripp didn't do his homework, so you get an F.
Yeah, unfortunate. 0 on the day. If you turn it in, we'll give you some late credit. But as for now,
Absolutely not. I do not give late credit here.
All right. Well, there you go. You're a harsher professor than I am.
He had so much time to type something out.
Dude, when I was a teacher's assistant in grad school, I always just felt so bad about telling students nope, you suck, you're getting punished, you're getting a 0, and so I was way too lenient.
Wait,
I gotta learn
TA?
though. Yeah, I was.
Interesting. That's
Yeah.
surprising. Did not know that.
I
You know
taught
what?
I taught a
Fit
class at
very
UPenn
well.
just called Satan, and it was just about Satan throughout history.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting, actually. It's pretty cool. Not
Yeah.
gonna lie. And see if First Class can get some wisdom imparted by you on what they need to do to force a game 5 here in Yarko. Go.
Oh man. Oh, this is the problem. Now I gotta make up for Jason Kripp slack.
Yep.
First Class need to ensure that Peace Pipe pulls a Matt G cosplay on the Jinx and get fed this time on their side. Truest, having the Maokai will be able to set up very similarly to what we saw in game number 1. And I actually think that if Banger is put off tempo, this Xin Zhao is just going to fall so desperately behind everybody on First Class's side. And Sluter really needs that backup early on the Gwen to ensure that they aren't put super far behind Bruiser 2012.
Yeah, and you can see with both the junglers hovering around the top side, clearing bottom to top, that support is going to be guaranteed almost here for Sluter and Bruiser up there. Wonder who's going to come ahead out on top. And it looks like we're going to see Banger try to go for a little bit of an invade play here potentially, or maybe just going around the long way. And yeah, it looks like they're heading up top now.
Yep. Interesting that Maokai is also topside. Obviously, they're clearing their blue buff for the time being. It looks like Xin Zhao might actually want to double back and go for a little bit of an
He got
invade
spotted
here
out
at
by
the
a
top.
ward. Yeah,
Yeah.
he got spotted out by that ward, which means that Truist should know that this is going on. But Truist seems to be lacking the awareness there that, hey, Banger might come after you like that. Now, Bruiser coming through to help out. This could be bad news for Banger, and it is not a Banger. He is the one who gets banged and bruised.
Oh man, we started off the series talking about edging, and now we're just talking about who's getting banged in the top side. I see how it is, Yanni. Yeah, that's unfortunate. For as much as Truist maybe overstayed at the Gromp, you could call it a bait at the end of the day because the rotation from Bruiser was immaculate. And in fact, the Maokai gets away, not scot-free as they have to burn their flash, but the same could be said for Xin Zhao. And now Dorado Gaming Sigma are going to put on the back foot. I think that is a huge tempo swing. The fact that the kill went over to Aatrox is immediately feeding into the dynamic that I was worried about for DGS in the top side of the map.
He's putting in work in the mid lane, though.
Yeah, definitely the case, and that range advantage for Nuffies is very, very important early on in this one. This Jace is going to be able to soften up some of these big members of First Class come late, as long as they keep control of these waves, keep control of the Annie. That being said, Flash is traded on both sides, makes this very gankable for either team now.
Yeah, it's just really which jungler is going to make that play happen first. We want to see Banger get back on the horse here with an early ganking jungler. Obviously, Maokai going to cause a lot of problems. You see him already shading over, taking out that Scuttle Crab, potentially heading down to that mid lane. As Nuffy's taking it back here means that Truist will be able to clear out the vision that he worked so hard to keep. And yeah, just losing out a little bit of gold there. Kind of stinky, but everything's all good.
Kinda stinky is the descriptor I'm going to use for all things League of Legends from now on. Reflective of players to a degree, unfortunately. Maybe not the players here, but just in general, I always
Listen,
do view
Listen, we're all stinky gamers, all right?
Yeah, I feel most League of Legends people I encounter in solo queue is pretty darn stinky one way or the other. Be it either
Yeah,
they're sweating really hard or they're stinky because they're being jerks to me. One of the two.
I
We
agree.
are getting a gank in the bot side of the map. Truist just trying to give chase to Griffin, who makes their way all the way to the alcove. Ignite was burned, but it was traded back for Lulu's flash and heal. So you can say first class comes out favorable in that one.
Certainly, for sure. And, that is big because Peace Pipe has had a rough time down here in the lane here against Griffin and Matt G. I mean, Matt G already building a CS lead for themselves, which leads you to think that this Aphelios could have a profound impact on this game. You see Peace Pipe just not respecting the flamethrower coming out here is so much extra damage, but True is trying to come around again, and Banger's not in position.
Yeah, you could say that maybe it's Matt G getting disrespected in terms of the space and damage that the blue-purple provides. But at the same time, Peace Pipe knows their limits. We've seen it before. They hang on for a while. They set up for a big gank, but it's just not really materializing because Dorado Gaming Sigma themselves are answering back quite nicely with Banger, who, while I would like to see them make some ganks on their own, I think that they're making the right call by just shoring up the spot side a little bit more, getting more gold flowing over to Matt G, who has already established themselves as a carry threat in this game.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty weird that Banger spent a lot of time down there just to help get a plate. Not really making a lot of, not really making hay like we expected them to, but they could find a pincer on Truist here.
Yeah, but that being said, Nuffy's is actually the one being pincered right now as Solemn is coming through it, but the Andy doesn't have the stacks. Tibbers is going to come out. Nuffy's just trying to kite this one out. Banger gets a great W on to Solemn. That means that the Andy's just going to have to run away, and that means now Truist is abandoned. Tibbers is trying to cover for the time being. Nuffy's comes back into the wave just to try to shove this out. Andy's going to have to take the back. Let's see what the Tree Man can do now in the 2v1. There's a Bramble Smash to start things off, being hit down onto Nuffy's, but it looks like for the time being, we are in fact just going to see a peel away from both teams.
That Bramble Smash out of Truist was massive, saving the life of Solemn right there. And Truist has made a lot of really good plays like that. You can see Nuffy's trying to come back.
No way! Truist just didn't expect that range from Nuffy's off the acceleration gate. And that is going to buy so much space for Dorado Gaming Sigma come mid-game.
Yeah, and you're going to see that Nuffy's is going to pick up that Serrated Dark and has a slight CS lead for themselves as well. Going to make life a lot harder on Solemn. Every auto attack, every ability you're getting hit with, just going to do more and more because, yeah, you don't have that much in the way of resistances early.
All right. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Matt G through that tri-bush is just buying space for Dorado Gaming Sigma to get themselves the first dragon of the game. You know what green-white means? It means don't fight. Peace Pipe, Peptic just have to stay down there, absorb this wave for the time being. And while Truist is trying to make something happen topside, Sluter is playing pretty safe on the Gwen. They're just going to make it back towards the tier 1 tower and take it back.
Yeah, and this is going to be a pretty big dragon here, that Chemtech Drake coming through. Very nice. Always happy to see it. Going to see Infernal come through next. So gonna see if that Chemtech Drake gonna do anything in the way of early assistance here for these lanes. Although I don't think they necessarily need it because after that little jungle tiff up in the top side, I mean, Dorado has been playing very well through their lanes so far. They've got a lead everywhere in terms of CS. Obviously, top lane a little bit different because of that kill, but I like what Matt G and Griffin have been able to do to kind of just make Peace Pipe honestly pretty irrelevant this series. Honestly, they've I hesitate to say really irrelevant, but they've certainly kept Peace Pipe down and have made life really hard on this AD carry.
And the thing is, even topside of the map, where we are seeing Aatrox with the gold lead, Luder is perfectly happy being this far behind at this point in time. They just can't give up kills. And as long as that is the case, they will scale up magnificently. It looks like they're going for a Gnasher's Tooth first, given the fact that they have the recurve bow in their inventory. Makes a lot of sense to me. I think that it's kind of what's necessary for Gwen to really become a tower buster and a split pusher. And Bruiser might not be able to stand up to them late. That being said, they are getting a really good trade here. Sluter is going to activate their needlework, though. They're going for something deep, but Truist is going to respond with a Nature's Grasp. The W has already been used. That means the Gwen will, in fact, be taken out here.
Yeah, and Truist doing a good job here. Banger unable to really respond, but Nuffy's up here, maybe trying to do something.
This is a pretty deep play for the Jace. They have damage, but they haven't scaled up yet, and therefore, as long as Truist and Bruiser are able to juggle aggro between one another, we aren't really seeing the same kind of thing play out in the mid lane, where Nuffies was just able to snipe down Truist to get them set back in. This time around, First Class will be able to just back safely behind the tower.
Yeah, I like a lot of what's been going on with the jungler here on the side of First Class. I mean, last game we harped on him for going. The selfish Udyr was unable to make the job, or unable to get the job done. But this time around has gone with this Maokai and has done such a good job of, getting his top side ahead and really trying to keep this Gwen down. If you can keep Gwen behind, I mean, they're fairly useless at that point.
Meanwhile, we got to look bot because Solemn is zooming on in. They have the full stacks. They're looking for the stun. Cleanse going to be activated by Matt G, but now both them and Griffin are being chased down by the Tibbers. Peace Pipe poking like crazy. Matt G has overstayed, and Super Mega Death Rocket cleans up Dorado Gaming Sigma with a rare misplay from Matt G, just sitting there taking damage, and now we're in a position where DGS, in order to get something done, have to send Gwen down here. They, alongside Griffin, are on a control ward, but I don't actually know if this Gwen has enough reach to be able to get a successful gank off.
Listen, Peace Pipe heard me and said, piss off, dude. Goes and gets that kill, is going to proc Cole very shortly as well. Not going to be this time around, which is kind of sad. Hopefully they won't need the gold to complete their mythic here, as it looks like they're fairly well on pace, given the fact that Matt G completed theirs. We are going to see that Kraken Slayer come out, and this is looking much like that game 2 where we saw First Class take that victory.
Well, not a moment too soon. First Class, if it's looking like game number 2, could take this and bring us to a game number 5. You could say that Peace Pipe has turned into Pissed Pipe at this point.
Yeah, absolutely right. You just heard me and decided, you know what? I'm done hearing your slander. So we're going to see an engagement on the Bruiser.
Yeah, there's just not really any follow-up, though. This is the problem with Gwen early. Sluter has been playing pretty well. They've overextended a few times for those extended duels, and that's pretty rough to do up against a champion like the Maokai. But it does kind of feel like Dorado Gaming Sigma have yet to come alive, and the fact that the ways in which they had an advantage early are being cut back against magnificently by Blue Team makes this game a little bit more awkward for Dorado Gaming Sigma than we were expecting. Matt G in particular had a crucial mistake there on the Aphelios, and now it feels like the advantage is kind of turned back over to the Jinx.
And this is a lot of what we expected to see in the early, what we were talking about in the pregame, as to why things were not going Dorado's way, right? You decided to go with this Xin Zhao and Gwen combination along with Jace in the mid lane, meaning that you were never going to have any particularly great engage, and they're really suffering for it now. Like they have no way of, getting into these fights. You saw it there, the example on the top side multiple times, unable to really do too much, although they're going for a 4-man dive.
It's Smash Ultimate, everybody's here. Nature's Grasp going to be activated. Banger so deep into enemy territory, and the rest of DGS are sitting there like, bro, what the hell are you doing? They just watch as the Xin Zhao dies, and that's another favorable play for First Class, initiated this time by Dorado Gaming Sigma.
Yeah, Matt G whiffed his ult there, man. I mean, there's nothing more you could say about it. They had an opportunity for a kill, but they're going even deeper.
No. Yeah, now Nuffies is in a whole lot of trouble. Just has to flash
Red
straight
light
through Truist, but the Maokai is just chasing this man down. That being said, Matt G is able to get a kill on the far end of this one, but Griffin now is going to fall alongside the Jason, while Dorado Gaming Sigma get a kill over to Matt G. It looks like it's a full-on cleanup crew First Class. They get everything they need bot side to put this game away.
An absolute slaughter. First Class just absolutely dominating on that bot side, and Banger's got to be kicking himself for making that play, as it just turned into an entire cascade here. And now we'll see if Banger can redeem himself. Does have that smite available. Truce does as well, so could go for the smite fight. He's just kind of hovering around, but it looks like that dragon will be secured by First Class, and that is a heck of a Drake to take.
All right, Truist and Solemn trying to just back off from Nuffies, who wants to run a train down into the bot lane for some revenge, but the Lantern is going to get everybody to safety. Peptic has actually kind of been like the Elmer's glue that's holding First Class together throughout this series, and yet again, getting on that old reliable in the form of Thresh. They have so much presence on the Rift this game.
Yeah, it's just been so crazy to see Truist be everywhere, and Peptic getting out there and giving some nice lanterns there. A couple of nice hooks on that Aphelios to, cause some problems earlier in the lane. You're going to see that Rift Herald get dropped down, but again, it just feels like Dorado Gaming, they're never able to make any good usage out of the Rift Heralds.
All right. Well, as we start moving into this mid game, for me, my eyes are just going to be on the
Another good
extent to
hook.
which either team wants to go for neutral objectives. It feels like, because of the dragon split and whatnot, it's mostly just going to come down to kills. The question is, how are fights going to be initiated, if not just for things like the big ultimates from Truist and company? Lantern is going to expire, so Maokai isn't able to quite get here for the play, but they might not even be needed. Griffin has to ult themselves to get away from the Tibbers. Solemn now pushing the bot side alongside Peptic.
Yeah, and we're seeing Banger start to head down there because they want to just try a counterplay, but they know there's not going to be any opportunity to, right? Because Solemn, Peptic, and Truist, they don't really care about taking that fight anymore. They're like, hey, we got what we wanted. We burned the Lulu ultimate. We burned the Lulu heal. Man, G has no cleanse now, and they're gonna just spot this one out.
Yeah, Matt G is healthy for the time being, but with the Nature's Grasp, they're going to struggle to find a way
Wait
back
a minute.
into this fight. No, I spoke too soon.
Aphelios moment?
Oh my god. The Moonlight Vigil damage. That's his double shutdown to the Aphelios, and now Peptic's in trouble. Banger coming in to follow up. A Peace Pipe will snipe away at the 80 carry of DGS. Banger, with a successful tower dive, is going to fall on the back end of that one. A 1-for-1. Probably favorable for Dorado Gaming Sigma on the whole, though, as multiple shutdowns have been claimed, and now Matt G once again looks poised to make this game their own.
Peace Pipe picking up a kill there is actually massive too. And Matt G flashed after he had already confirmed a kill. Wasn't sure if he had confirmed it, which means no opportunity to potentially flash that super mega death rocket. Meant that it was curtains for him, and that also results in a Banger falling as well. And while it's gold over to Peptic, and that's not that big of a deal, it's the Xin Zhao not being on the map that's been a pretty large deal, because Bruiser has been able to do whatever they want up in the top lane here. He can get a nice little CS advantage and just kind of making sure that Sluter has no opportunity to pop off. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that Banger hasn't been able to do too much this game.
Yeah, Banger is still going to be a pain point for Dorado Gaming Sigma. The Xin Zhao is going to get outscaled on basically all fronts right now. And it just feels like Matt G is succeeding in spite of the fact that Banger has been able to pay very little attention to the Aphelios, or at the very least, the attention that is being paid is cut back against mightily. Meanwhile, Truist is doing so much work to keep First Class ahead. I will say right there, Maokai has got to feel terrible going for the engage on to Matt G, because it was textbook. That's how you beat an Aphelios, or you beat an 80 carry, right? You get on top of them, you try to beat them up, but unfortunately, Moonlight Vigil is just too darn strong, man. We'll have to see whether or not this newfound power from Matt G is going to be enough to set up for a play. Once again, it's green-white, don't fight, but First Class are going to ignore that warning and decide to dive in. They find Griffin. The chains means that Bruiser's just going to pick that kill up easy peasy, and now Baker's caught out inside of the box. Matt G gets another Moonlight Vigil off, but this time around, they're going to struggle to find the damage when all 5 members of First Class are running down the mid lane. Nuffies is here, but it's too little too late to stop everybody except for the mid laner of DGS from falling.
He Gale forced into 5 and expand. I don't know what he expected to pick up there. Not able to execute anybody. And that is a huge win for First Class, cementing themselves ahead early on in this one. 4K gold lead before 20 minutes. And I can begin to hear Silver Scrape somewhere out there.
That's just Pop-Tart having to test it and make sure that it's working. She did say she had to get queued up, just in case something like this happened. But First Class, they are making the magic strike yet again. Dorado Gaming and Sigma in a situation where they have their backs to the wall. They're down a significant portion of gold at only the 18-minute mark. And one more bad fight, and all of a sudden, First Class, they get second dragon, and most likely, they pick up a Baron, because their takedown potential is actually really impressive based upon the fact that Peace Pipe has been keeping up, if not exceeding the power of Matt G. You also have Solemn, who's able to drop down the Tibbers, and Bruiser is now becoming a monster in their own right.
Yeah, it's just now a 3-threat composition where all of the threats are really strong, which means if you're Dorado Gaming, I mean, what do they have to neutralize these threats? The answer is nothing. You've got one Lulu polymorph. That is it.
Oh, man. And it's so rough for Matt G. I gotta say, right now, they are the sole focus of Dorado Gaming Sigma's ability to win this game. Great gun management on their side. Once again, as we see them start up the Rift Herald, he's on green-white. The Calibrum and the Chakrams are doing so much to zone out first class. The problem is, there's just no real help anymore. Sluter hasn't scaled up, and now they're caught out by the Nature's Grasp. They are dogpiled. They are taken down. It's a nightmare on the Rift. DGS are going to have to rally if they want to end the series here and now.
Baron spawning in 5 seconds. I mean, there's a chance that first class just says, screw it, we're going to take this Baron. What are you going to do about it?
They're gonna do nothing. I think DGS have to just give this up and hope to weather the storm. Turtle, maybe get some free farm off of a taken inhibitor or something like that. That being said, if the Baron Nashor goes down here, we are in a position where we're gonna have first class on perma prio for 2-3 minutes, and from there, that's great setup for the next dragon, puts them at soul, and we have a very clear pathway to victory for Blue Squad.
Yeah, and I think this pathway might go through the top lane, actually. Looking to take down starting to bang down these outer turrets here. And there's just so much gold on the map here that first class has not picked up yet that they're going to just pick up off of this Baron, right? They can go pick up the bottom lane as well. You can see the gold lead swelling. It's about 6,000 now. And I don't think there's anything that Nuffy's can do about this, right? Like, he chunks, sure, but that's it. That you just chunk for a little bit, and there's nothing else you can do. There's simply, Dorado Gaming is powerless to stop first class.
I'm just mentally preparing for game number 5, man. Was not expecting it tonight. I'll be 100% honest here. First class put on a clinic earlier on in the season, but Dorado Gaming Sigma felt like they were on another level. But here and now, it seems like this best of the 5 is the great equalizer. First class is looking confident, and then they are going to turn the momentum right back around and take us to a game number 5, unless Dorado Gaming Sigma do something drastic.
Yeah, and I don't really know what they can do to actually bring this game back. Like, even if you get to late game, you have to drag it out so long that first class has to just like forget how to play League of Legends in order to really throw this game out here. Just the members for Dorado Gaming are going to take far too long to get online here. You see Sluter is just going to die.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just bad. Things are just bad all around the Rift.
It kind of feels like DGS for the first time have really just kind of had their mental cracked open. Before this point, even in game number 2, when they were down, it felt like it was kind of stuff taken in stride, especially as they bounced back in the third matchup. But here and now, they have no answer to first class, and this stems from some critical drafting errors. I think Banger in particular on the Xin Zhao has been a huge issue for Dorado Gaming because they just can't really manage the early game tempo in such a way to get the most out of this champion. And now look at this. It's 22 minutes into the game. The inhibitor is going down, and given the fact that Gwen is only now coming back
Where's
up, Banger is taking a trip all the way into enemy territory. They're able to hammer away at one of the Nexus turrets, man.
Yeah, he's going to root out multiple people.
I don't think there's anything you could do off of that, though, unfortunately. Yeah, Sluter can't really push in all that much. They have their needlework available, but that's about it. And therefore, first class make it out as 5. Not even an overstated take a Nexus turret. That is damning.
Yeah, and you were talking about it as the push was going on, you know. Just the champion selection in the draft here. I mean, when you're drafting a team composition and your most guaranteed form of CC is Aphelios Root, you are in trouble, right? Obviously, you've got Lulu Polymorph, right? But that doesn't keep somebody in place. Sure, it does polymorph them and they can't take any actions or anything like that. But, you know, when you're relying on Gravitum to root these people up, like, it's just not going to work. And, you know, Banger obviously can land the knockups, but when was the last time you saw Banger in the middle of a fight and actually making a big impact and not getting absolutely melted? I think that was a big reason why Sluter and Nuffy's couldn't really get off the ground, right? Like, Nuffy's created his own opportunity, and that's why he's got one kill.
Well, Dorado Gaming Sigma has not had the game ended on them just yet, but unfortunately, this push up into the mid lane could spell doom as Nuffy's is now fully caught out, has to flash away, is ulted by Griffin, but now, once again, it's multiple resources expended by DGS just to keep themselves alive rather than at all ahead or competitive in this game. First class have full control over this side of the map now. They're able to lance down towards the dragon that's spawning up in about 15 seconds as well, and that is going to be the sole point we were mentioning before. And Solemn did seem AFK there for a second, but they're just able to zoom away to safety off the back of their Molten Shield.
And that's gotta feel really bad if you're Sluter. Like, you just controller disconnected here out of the opposing laner. and you just can't even close out on the kill. That's just
Nope.
the game that Dorado has had.
Oh, Matt G will have the wherewithal to flash away from the chains that Bruiser put down on top of them. But once again, Sluter is just caught out without any way to get to safety. And yet again, the chain kills begin.
Teleport to the
Griffin
base.
is dead. Banger completely split away. He's going to have to try to find him back, but Peptic is distracting them mightily. And yeah, this is Aatrox walking it down to end the game. Bruiser had a similar play on the Jackson, I think the first match of the night, but this time it's going to fully pay off. They're going to end the game off of this one. Matt G trying to do their best. They have Red White. Also don't fight, but Bruiser is too far ahead at this point in time. They are going to ascend into their darkened form for at least a little bit off those cues, forcing Nuffies away back towards the fountain. Banger is caught out. Banger will go down. And yeah, this is it. Yanni, we're going on to Silver Scrapes.
This was an absolute decimation by First Class. Here to tell you mentioned the last game being like, hey, this is the one stomp. A very, very similar early game, but First Class didn't allow Dorado Gaming an opportunity to find a way back into this game. They just decided to put the boot on the throat and said, listen, we are forcing Game 5. There is nothing you can do about it.
And now Dorado Gaming Sigma have been taken to the brink in a way that we haven't seen in a very long time, Yanni. First Class holding on and keeping themselves ready for a deciding final game. We're going to throw it to a quick break. We're going to get our wits back about ourselves. Hopefully Dorado Gaming Sigma can do the same, because whether you like it or not, we're moving on to game number 5. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League Platinum Division semifinals. Excuse me. It's getting late on into the night because we are, in fact, at the final game of the series. It has been a long and arduous journey for both teams to get here, but Dorado Gaming Sigma were dealt a fatal blow in game number 4, first class, looking so clean, although now they are relegated back to red side, and that means that the jinx that they rode to victory off of in the hands of their bot laner Peace Pipe will in fact be off the table. They're going to have to ban that out. Meanwhile, Sigma, they're knocking out 2 mid laners once again, trying to keep Solemn down. There goes the Victor. There goes the Orianna. Now, let's see how FC continues to evolve throughout this ban phase. The Cerulean Soul has been a constant companion. By that I mean has been constantly banned out on their side. And now, with the Jax locked up, it looks like we're getting a continual approach from both teams to try to knock back against the things that carried either team to victory throughout this series so far. Now, Sigma opening up the B1 pick with the Varus. And now it looks like we're getting Peptic back onto the Thresh. And Maokai is also going to return to the Rift, this time in the hands of Truist. I think that Sigma at this point in the draft need to look for some way to cut back against this Maokai that doesn't require Banger to overcommit to a champion that is looking to duel and do damage early. A good way to do that is just match the tankiness to a degree. Go for the Sejuani that we've been talking about for so long, but first and foremost, we are going to be seeing Griffin select kind of altering between the Lulu and the Milio here. It looks like the Milio is actually going to be their final pick. Kind of surprised that that's the case, given that I thought Lulu was never really the problem in either of these games. And Milio, in a lot of ways, has the same issues that Lulu would have in a draft. And so if you're going to pivot, why pivot in this direction is my question. But at the same time, this is a strong champion. I think it's one that works pretty well with Matt G on the Varus. Even though this isn't the most classic pairing, I think it makes a lot of sense if you're looking to go late game, especially because those AoE heals after a certain point in time can become a really huge boon for Dorado Gaming Sigma's side. Now, on B3, they are going to get themselves the Silas already. You have Maokai's ult to steal away, so it makes a lot of sense we see it here. There is flex potential as well between Nuffies and Banger on this pick, and I guess Sluter could also pick it up if they so desire. However, the fact that Nuffies is no longer going to occupy that Ari slot after game at number 3 went so cleanly in their favor means that First Class can consider it, though ultimately they will probably just return Solemn to the Syndra, which makes a lot of sense to me. This champion, absolutely disgusting.
But Silas, though,
Oh,
good
hi,
champion. Silas, good champion. Taking that Maokai ultimate will be pretty impactful. But outside of that, First Class, it's going to limit what their options are in terms of picking wise for their top lane and for their AD carry. But as long as they don't pick anything like Malphite, they should be all good with the Silas pick. It should be okay.
Right. Yeah, I like the Silas quite a bit here. What do you think about Silas jungle, though, as a flex?
I think it's an interesting flex. I just think it is too slow.
Agreed.
Right? I don't think that it can go and deal a bunch of damage and, you know, clear the jungle at the same time, right? It's too problematic. It's far too slow. And it would get out jungled pretty heavily by Maokai. So I can't in good conscience be like, oh yeah, just flex it to the jungle.
Interestingly enough, First Class is going to ban out the Gwen this time around. There is already Silence as a source of magic damage, and given that we're assuming it's going into the mid lane, it's kind of surprising that they think Sigma would go for a double index into AP in both of their solo lanes. I just don't really think that that's super viable, given the fact that Varus would then kind of be your sole initiator, especially also given the fact that I really want a tank for Dorado Gaming Sigma's jungle, given the complaints that we were having before.
Yeah, and we'll see what comes out after these last couple of bans. Clearly, First Class knows that, hey, this could always be flexed, but we're not counting on it, so they're going to take away the Wukong. To see Sigma start to pinch that pool of AD carries, I mean, you know, there's still an Aphelios on the board to pair up with this Thresh, so interesting to see if that's an option here on the table for Peace Pipe. I would be very surprised if they weren't able to play it. A player of that caliber should be able to make some things happen with Aphelios.
Should be Shibby. You're just reminding me, man, of the fact that Shibby isn't here tonight. It's heartbreaking.
What? I mean, what? You just sad that I'm not here, or that I'm here?
No. I'm very happy that you are
Shibby?
here. I'm very happy that you're here. But it's been a while since I got to cast with Shibby, at least in the BOL capacity, right?
Can't you just be happy with casting with him on CeeLo?
I'm happy with that too, man. Come on. I think that
I
it
know
can
you're
be
happy
both
with that.
happy and sad at the same time. I'm pretty sure that's like core to the human condition, as philosophers would put it.
I suppose.
Regardless, look at this angle topside that we're currently seeing hovered by Sigma. We'll talk about the Kog'Maw in a second because that's also a crazy pick for Peace Pipe. But this Darius is such a different look for Sluter than what we've been seeing the past few games.
Yeah, I like this here for Sigma to go ahead and pick up the Darius. It's just who's going to enable this Darius? You're really forcing a lot of the work to be done on by Sluter on their own, right? And Melio is not an enchanter that really helps out Darius too much. Obviously, it does a lot for Varus, but doesn't do a whole lot for Darius. I'm interested to see if they are going to lock that Diana, which they do, which gives them the team fighting prowess, that go button that they desperately needed in the last game.
And I do think that Milio is still good with the Darius. It's also very good with the Diana, especially if he goes Shirelia's. The move speed buffs they can constantly apply through the Cozy Campfire can do a whole lot to allow for Darius to act as an initiator in their own right if Silas can't, say, get on top of Maokai and get their ultimate away from them.
Yeah, that is certainly something that they could do, but Set going to be the final lock-in here for first class. Going to make sure that Darius, that Diana don't get on to the top of their team. It's going to be on Set to make sure that you get those guys out of there, because if Diana and Darius are allowed to cook long enough in there, it's going to be a problem. And I like what they did here. The champions they selected, really cheapening Silas's ult here. It's pretty much going to be Maokai ultimate, Syndra ultimate for the entirety of the game. I suppose you could throw down a box if you want to be an annoyance, deal a lot of damage, but also those slows pretty hefty. But other than that, you're not getting a whole lot of value out of that Syndra ultimate anymore. It's not what it once was. And there is plenty of value to be had from Maokai ultimate. Do not get me wrong.
I mean, at the same time, though, being an annoyance may be all that Banger needs to do, or rather Nuffies needs to do, because Peptic has very much been nothing but an annoyance throughout all of these games. I don't think that we've been seeing too many crazy thresh hooks out of them, but it doesn't matter. Their ability to harass, their ability to get down that core little bit of CC right at the nick of time has really allowed for first class to make a statement here and take Sigma all the way to the brink.
Yeah, I listen, I didn't think that after the first couple of games, first class was going to be able to force game 5. I thought it was going to end in 4, but I have to give them a lot of credit. They're fighting for everything that they're worth. And in that last game, they smacked around Sigma. I'm interested to see how Sigma's going to come out looking in this game, because you can't just easily rebound from a loss like that.
Yeah, and the thing is, to a degree, Sigma is in a situation where they have to kind of snowball through top in order to make this Darius worthwhile, because while the Set also is a champion that benefits from early game power and prowess, we're in a situation where the Darius is just kind of over-indexed in that realm, and because you're going for a Diana jungle, you also want to ensure that some amount of gold is going down to them so they can either build up the stats to be tanky or build up the stats to be bursty, and both of those things require that gold, require the ability for them to get showing on the map early, and this was probably one of the deficiencies that Bangers most struggled with throughout the course of the series, particularly in game number 4.
Right, and it's going to be a pretty interesting showing here on what we're going to see out of the bottom lane once again. We've gone to the bottom lane over and over and over again, talked about it a lot, but Peace Pipe and Peptic, they have an opportunity in this game to do a whole lot, because this Thresh has been just so good for everybody who's picked it here. Now, I don't know if Kog'Maw is going to exactly be able to take advantage of it. It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to put that much pressure down, but there is opportunities that if you hook Melio again and again, like, you can whittle him down enough that Kog'Maw can close out on a kill. But this is really a game where I'd expect Peptic to do a lot of roaming.
Yeah. That being said, it's going to be hard to roam when you have a Kog'Maw, and there's a plenty of dive to be had on Dorado Gaming Sigma's side. Diana, even if the Silas roams, as Nuffies could possibly do. But hold on here, actually, because Yanni, now looking at the draft really quick, in the client, that is, in fact, going to be Silas jungle, it looks like.
No shot.
Agreed, no shot, as in Sigma will not have a shot if they decide to go for this, but if they do, we now have a whole different set of needs for Banger. They need to do what they couldn't do on Xin Zhao, get out early and often and try to get in under this Maokai.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very odd selection there to send Silas in the jungle, but I understand it can help a lot because, Silas does bring CC with him, right, with Abscond Abduct. So, Diana doesn't necessarily bring CC with her until she hits level 6, but Silas can at least go in, land the stun onto somebody, and then you can take advantage from there. So it does give you that sort of avenue. I'm not totally sold on it. I think it's just too slow. And I think that Maokai will just be far too fast. I mean, we saw what happened in the last game. You were just talking about it, and just the complete outpacing there for Truist. They had an excellent game, and if this is the lineup, I expect them to have another game where they feast.
I'm in a situation where if we do not see during the loadout phase a swap between the Diana and the Silas, I'm going to come out and say I think First Class has just kind of won this draft, which is not something I was expecting given the fact that I'm not really up on this Kog'Maw Thresh lane. Thresh has been really good in the hands of Peptic. Frankly, I think that the FC support has been smurfing it, and while Griffin has also had an impact, they have been relegated to going towards these more Enchantry champions as of late, and there's only so much you can do if the rest of the team is falling apart around you. But yeah, this Kog'Maw now may have a little bit more breathing room if Banger once again finds themselves on the back foot, given the fact that we've already seen them kind of gamble in that fourth game when they were on the Xin Zhao and they failed to do anything versus the Maokai. Here, with the stakes being very similar, I don't really have the confidence that Dorado Gaming Sigma has the tools to take it mid and take it late.
Yeah, I was firmly on the Dorado train. I thought that they were going to end up winning the series. But now I've seen a lot of flaws in their gameplay, and I'm not so sure. But I am interested to see how this Varus Melio lane comes along. I haven't seen anybody play that lane quite yet. And I'd imagine that Varus could deal quite a bit of damage if he's under that campfire and put a lot of pressure on this Kog'Maw Thresh. So hoping that is a pretty big point if you are a Dorado fan for them to impose their will, because Matt G has played a pretty solid series.
And also looking back at Sigma's side with Griffin also being the other member of the bot lane for Sigma, there's a chance that Melio just gets the miracle ultimates, the Breath of Lives, and they clean up Maokai after an ultimate. They maybe are able to take away the value of Scatter the Weak. They may be able to stop the box from just slowing everybody down on DGS's side. That allows for them to spread back out and go for a re-engage. But these, to a degree, are all like sets of wishful thinking that may not bode super well for Dorado Gaming Sigma, because I've just listed 3 massive abilities that Melio has to cover for, and you only have 1 R press per fight, if even that.
Yeah, you only get 1, and you're probably going to burn it on that Maokai ultimate.
Probably, right? I'm kind of at a loss for what to say here to close us out for this draft phase. I gotta be honest here, Yanni.
Listen, we've made it to game 5. There's nothing more that you need to say. Let's be honest with you. It's First Class. It's Dorado Gaming fighting for their lives. They have invested so much time. We are 4 hours deep into a series here in Yarko.
All right, well, I'm going to use that as my cop-out. We're going to throw it to a quick break then, man. We're going to throw it over to a brief little stint of music, hopefully Silver Scrapes, and when we come back, it's for the 5th and final game of the series, Dorado Gaming Sigma First Class, looking to move on to Grand Finals, and it will all be decided here on the Rift one more time. We're going to celebrate. Oh, yeah, all right. Anyway, we'll see you guys on the other side. Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Blue Otter League for one last time, at least for tonight. Here in the Platinum Division, we have been facing down a 5-game series for the semifinals between Dorado Gaming Sigma and First Class, and things will be decided here and now. Some interesting pivots in the draft for sure from either side. We got Thresh Kog'Maw for Peace Pipe and Peptic on First Class's side, but meanwhile, Banger has decided to go for the Silas Jungle up against Truist on the Maokai. And so for either side, you could say there are strengths and weaknesses to be had, but you know, at the end of the day, matchups don't matter when you're on the Rift. It's just all about how you play.
Eric, are we getting paid overtime for this?
I don't think so. I think we're just paid per series anyway, right?
I hope so. It's been a little bit, but no, things have been. This has been a really crazy good series, and I'm really excited for this game, and I'm hoping this game is the closest one yet, right? Because we've had a couple of games where it's like teams were in it, then then they pulled away, right? Like the first game was really close, the second game was really close. Games 3 and 4 have been one-sided on either side, so I'm interested to see if we're gonna get something that was more close, like games 1 and 2, or something that's a little bit further apart, like games 3 and 4. With the scaling Kog'Maw, that's the real wild card.
Yep.
I don't know if he'll be able to make it that late, and I don't know if you can have an exciting early close game if this Kog'Maw does not get involved, right?
You know, it's not even a matter of whether or not First Class are going to be able to make it late. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it late, Yanni. I hope we have a banger early because I got to say, my energy is beginning to fall out from under me. The 300 milligrams of caffeine evidently was not enough to keep me afloat. However, I'm now looking to these fights, these early game engages to give me the life necessary to drive us through home here in this best of 5 series. It's been a crazy time so far, man. Super happy to have you here with me.
Oh man, always happy to be here. Like I said, I've been a Blue Otter League stalwart now for quite some time now, at least like 1.5 full calendar years. Always excited to be back here for more. I love doing the Platinum League last time around, and I was happy I got the Masters League, but it did mean that I missed out on some Platinum quality games. And to be honest with you, some of the players in the Platinum games do things that I expect to see in the Masters games, and I don't.
Yeah, for sure. And you could say, maybe that's leading to some of the crazy disqualifications that you've casted before. But, we won't go there. As I do think that, all these players on Dorado Gaming Sigma and First Class side have really made a statement that they deserve to be here. Make of that what you will. I think that they are clearly top contenders, though. And I'll be happy seeing either of these teams get into grand finals.
I mean, Degenerates Exiles catching strays out here, man. Like... Is that like Voldemort? Am I not allowed to say that? I haven't been instructed that I can't say that, so...
I don't know. We're going to have to take it up with the lawyers who are, like, perpetually angry at us, I'm sure. With our
for real. And you know what? Honestly, if I was a lawyer, I'd be perpetually angry at myself as well. I say the dumbest stuff sometimes.
They're lawyers, man. I think they, like, by virtue of being in that field, are perpetually angry. Don't blame yourself for it.
No, I will always blame myself for it. We'll see if we can blame Banger for picking up the Silas here. Not a very popular pick between you and I and many others that I noticed in Twitch chat. Not exactly happy with what they did, but a couple of good points being made, especially being able to counter yank really effectively once he gets level 6. It's just the before that I'm worried about.
Yep. And at the same time, I do think that the Silas has to push the tempo of this game a little bit. I want to see Silas make the first move before Maokai, and I want them to actually succeed in getting a kill. That's also very, very important to getting first mover advantage. Banger is setting up for that. They are off of vision, and they are looking for Solemn to just make
one God. This is a 4-man roam.
Yep, that being said, crazy roam right back. First Class diving on in. Banger decides to pull the trigger. I don't think they counted every single person that came up here, though, in time. And now, once again, the Silas that sentence lands, and it goes over to Peace Pipe, Yanni. You wanted to see the Kog'Maw get involved. Were you expecting first blood at 4 minutes from them?
I have to be honest, I wasn't expecting anybody to die there, right? They just kind of let Diana off the hook, and I was like, all right, well, Banger's certainly going to get out with that flash, but once he got flayed, it was curtains for him.
And now Truist is going to pay some visit and attention to the top side of the map. I got to say, credit to Bruiser here for actually getting wave control versus Sluter on the Darius early. And honestly, the little payment for the tree man up here means that this is a pretty easy walk-in of the wave. Now, Set's going to be able to go for a pretty comfortable back. And I got to say, First Class have opened up this game, and I think that they are looking like they're ready to take 2 games back-to-back, something we have yet to see in this series.
Yep, and we'll see if that holds true or if First Class are going to take it. I mean, they certainly played like it. I mean, I like what they did. They shoved in Griffin and Matt G, and they rotated up, and I thought they were just trying to help the Scuttle Crab secure. And then they just said, guys, we're just on a roam timer here. Let's make a play happen. And that's really the first 4-man roam we've seen out of this entire series. So I like First Class pulling something new out of the playbook when the chips are down in Game 5.
And during the draft phase, we kind of talked a little bit about how Peptic might want to roam and not really spend too much time bot side. Yet at the same time, we were concerned that Peace Pipe being left alone on the Kog'Maw may be facing the wrath of Griffin and Nat G combined. But I guess the solution to that is just send Peptic and Peace Pipe together through the bot side river to go get a gank on the mid. And look what that's paid off as. Peace Pipe is going to have a stabilizing force in the form of some extra gold versus Matt G and Griffin. That being said, they have been spending quite a bit of time away, and therefore the farm from Matt G is such that they are up about 10 CS right now, although it may equalize off this next wave.
Yeah, and when you start to get hovering around the point in time where it equalizes the gold based off kills and CS differential, you kind of use up your time a little ineffectively there. But luckily, it didn't get to that point, and Matt G isn't really able to push the pace too much, make life really hard down here on the bot side yet. You're seeing Banger float around and has spotted out Truist, and it looks like they want to clear out this vision. They really want to get onto this dragon as well.
It makes sense. You got to go for early dragon stacking, if nothing else, on DGS's side. This Silas will benefit quite nicely from that. And the priority that Nuffies is still able to secure in the mid lane means that Diana is able to roam down. This will be vision control in the form of the Scuttle Crab, also going over to Dorado Gaming Sigma. And it looks like even with the Maokai hovering there at their own blue buff, Blue Squad is going to start off this dragon. And I think that First Class is just going to let them have it.
Yeah, both of these teams, honestly, making really good roams and rotations over. And I like what they're doing. They're really bringing multiple members over, and it's just working, right? This is finally what the teams have decided to do. They've decided to clutch up and be like, hey, when we go to make a map movement, everybody shows up.
And there's the dragon for Dorado Gaming Sigma, but don't count First Class out of this early game. They certainly are already ahead just in terms of getting a kill, but beyond that, they're also willing to make grouped movements. It's just a matter of them deciding that this time around, the dragon is not worth it. We'll see where they're going to want to strike, though.
Yeah, there's a couple of options here. I think Truist getting up to the top side would be very beneficial here. Seeing Bruiser positioning for that ultimate was unable to actually get that off.
Yep. And Truist is just going to back inside of this tri-bush here, providing a little bit of coverage. Sluter, I think, needs to be doing a bit more up here. I really don't know a whole lot about top lane matchups. I'll be real. I am a support player, and every time that I rage queue top, I lose like 100 LP within the course of a day. So that is a sign that I don't really know how set Darius goes, but it does kind of feel like the Darius pick is contingent upon getting some more support from Banger, and if they aren't getting support, at least getting priority so Banger can do more across the map while that top side is locked up. And yeah, Sluter's getting a push in, but Bruiser has honestly been trading hand in hand again. They're down about 10 CS, but that seems perfectly fine because the playmaking potential the set has mid and late.
Yeah, but Darius did just pick up that plate, so it's going to do quite a bit. You mentioned the late game playmaking. We got to talk about the teleport that Bruiser has and Sluter doesn't, but engage in the mid lane.
All right, and we are going to see some more action directed the way of Nuffies. It's another 3-man occupation of mid for First Class. This time around, though, no kills are to be had, and so Peptic's just going to peel back off alongside the Maokai.
Gotta say, Nuffies with a pretty sizable CS lead here in the melee versus ranged matchup has not died either. Really impressive stuff here. Many were talking about how, okay, this is Nuffies playing for Nuffies here by going this Diana mid lane. You see that ultimate that can come out from the Melio, just completely negating what this Maokai can do.
Yeah, and to bounce things back over in favor of Dorado Gaming Sigma, when you look at the CS leads that currently Sigma have forged for themselves, it does make me feel like they're willing to take fights from here on out. And while we did see that early strike by Peace Pipe, it's still very easy to kill the Kog'Maw at this point in time. They are in no way going to be ahead just by virtue of the power level of this champion being so plateaued until we see 2-3 items.
Right, and the question is he going to have enough space to start cooking, right? Yeah, Darius is going to bear down on him. Silas is going to do the same, as well as Diana. We're going to see Varus hit him from very far away, maybe even lock him up as the first person with that ultimate. So it's going to be the peace pipe game, right? And given the fact they went heal, there's no cleanse for them. They don't necessarily need it into that team. I would have liked to see a ghost come out, but ultimately they elected to think that heal was going to be the best option this game. And we'll see if that's going to come back to bite them.
Yep, for sure. I think it makes sense that Peptic wants to go for an aggressive summoner spell, but it does kind of mean that Peace Pipe has to shore up for both of them with a heal rather than being able to go selfish off Ghost. And I think that at the end of the day, it really comes down to the fact that Ignite is reduced in value by the fact that then Matt G and Griffin go for pretty defensive summoner spells, and now Matt G has the cleanse, Griffin has the heal.
Look at this gank.
Overall, it's a matter of setting up for things like this 3v2 in order to get some kills. Matt G, though, will be able to blow up Peace Pipe. That box keeping the Varus in place, though, means that Peptic gets the kill back. Unfortunately, though, it goes over to the support for first class, and Dorado Gaming Sigma now have a kill on the Varus.
Absolutely disastrous there for first class. Your AD carry doesn't get the kill. Their AD carry does, and you lose the Rift Herald.
Yep, the fact that Rift Herald goes over to Dorado Gaming Sigma is a huge boon. That is gold in Potentia. And now, because we actually see Blue Squad forge ahead a little bit in terms of the gold, the snowball could very well be starting to roll in favor of Dorado Gaming as a whole. Like I said before, a lot of that comes down to the fact that they're doing a great job CSing across these lanes. And the fact that Matt G now has a kill on them means that they're able to rush through that Youmuu's first. They are going to be a real threat.
Yeah, that Youmuu's is going to put in some work. Not quite the new Youmuu's that everybody's talking about on Twitter and everything like that, but still a great item in its own right. And you can see Sluter has just decided to walk into the jungle and say, you know what, I'm sick and tired of sitting in this lane. I want to make an impact elsewhere.
Yeah, and Sluter is pushing deep into enemy territory alongside Nuffies. They will be spotted out on a ward and just back off as, once again, first class are doing great with the rotations, but you have to wonder the extent to which these matter and to the extent to which Peptic is giving up some amount of XP to continue to shore up Solemn and Truist when you're leaving the Kog'Maw alone for one, but two, you're just going to be down on a little bit of XP. And Griffin onto this Milio is a champion that scales so well, especially when they go hand in hand with stuff like the Varus.
Yeah, I can't imagine that this Varus will be doing some really high amounts of damage. We're seeing the next dragon spawn. Lots of pings going on it from the Dorado side. They really want a piece of this one. Maokai coming in from the base as well as Nuffy's just looking to get the lane shove. We see Sluter roaming down on the toward the mid lane as well, just willing to give up waves to this set here. Yep. And by proxy, it's not going to allow him to proc Heartsteel either.
Yep, and Bruiser doesn't have teleport, and even with the teleport being in a state where it is an unleash and you can't really get immediately into a fight, it does mean that Bruiser is basically isolated from attempted jungle take for that dragon, and therefore first class, once again, just going to pass this one up. That's now 2 stacked up for Dorado Gaming Sigma, who find themselves at about 200 gold in the lead, and it's Hextech Soul of all things, Yanni. A perfect roll for Blue Squad, as now they're looking for a kill onto Solemn. Banger, going to be pushed back by the Scatter the Weak, but Unleashed Power just doesn't do enough to keep the Syndra alive. That is going to be a kill picked up by the Silas, and Dorado Gaming Sigma come to life once again.
Certainly didn't do enough to keep Syndra alive, but it did enough to kill the Syndra as well. And obviously not going to get that buffed up ultimate when you steal it as the Silas, but it can still do enough damage to be able to close out kills.
Yep, and Shelly is going to be able to get a charge off and get first tower gold over to Dorado Gaming Sigma. The immediate rotation from Truist means that I won't get a double shove, but the thing is, we're now at about 2,000 gold in advantage for Dorado Gaming Sigma off of the course of a single play, and Yanni, I don't really see a way that first class is going to win this early game. Now, they have to look late, but they, beyond that, also have to look for a way to get back into River in time to stop this next dragon in about 4 minutes, maybe also contest for a Rift Herald in a minute and a half.
Yeah, and I gotta give a lot of credit to Dorado Gaming. Really, the first good usage of Rift Herald that we've seen since, honestly, I think game one, second Rift Herald, using that to get first brick and giving a lot of that over to your Diana, who has now cracked open a 30 CS lead in the mid lane, is so massive. It's the Nuffies game. Finally, we're seeing Nuffies just, do what they did on that Ari and just say, I am going to try to take over the game.
And while we were kind of bemoaning the fact that this wasn't Diana jungle, I gotta say, Banger's been doing a pretty admirable job setting up early for Dorado Gaming Sigma, and that means that I think that the pain points of the swap between the jungle and mid lane has finally been overcome, and now it's going to be all valuable for Dorado Gaming Sigma. Nuffy's on this Diana is going to be able to initiate so many big fights. Banger's going to steal away some core ultimates, and from there, I think we get a very, very valuable mid game for Dorado Gaming Sigma, especially given the fact that Matt G is also doing so well bot. Peace Pipe gave up so much priority by going over to the Kog'Maw, and now Matt G has first tower gold as well.
Yeah, and Sluter is executing an interesting strategy where they are bringing him down to allow Diana and Silas to shade toward the bottom side of the jungle, forcing Peace Pipe and Peptic off that turret so Matt G and Griffin could secure it. I really love the map rotations coming out here from Dorado Gaming. They're looking incredibly crisp here in Game 5.
And now is the time for Dorado Gaming to set up for some big fights. As long as they have ultimate tools available for themselves, First Class find themselves in a position where they're just going to get bullied around the map. The priority will never be in the favor until they start taking down some turrets. And the problem is, Rift Herald's a great way for them to do so, but how can they get over to the Rift Herald when it's already started up by Banger and company? Nuffy's has gone pretty deep, though, so I think this will finally be a consolation kill back over to First Class. Yeah, the Diana was trying to zone, did not expect all four members of Red Squad to be there, so at least that's one down, and maybe now First Class could actually try to make their way into the pit. Peace Pipe is up, Peace Pipe has full health, and Peace Pipe is looking to push in alongside the rest of the team. That being said, Eye of the Herald going to be claimed by Banger, but Nature's Grasp coming over the wall, rooting up multiple members, means that now Sluter finds themselves isolated and alone. Matchy's going to try to lead the conga line back into enemy territory, but Bruiser is on a flank of their own. Banger goes in, but it's a double face breaker, and look at the suplex. Now Banger's caught out. That's 3 kills over to First Class, and they show they're not out of this yet.
And I just said that Dorado was looking so good, and they were, and the rotation was really clean there, but the biggest problem was that Nuffies had walked into the jungle, and Sluter had not rotated over yet. Once Nuffies went down, then you saw Sluter rotate over, and then they tried to get over aggressive by going on the flank in a 5v4, and you can't flank in a 5v4. It is not going to end well for you, and now, as you mentioned, First Class doing a great job to pull themselves back in, pulling it within 1,000 gold, showing that they have a pulse here.
What an interesting mid-game state we now find ourselves in, Yanni. I gotta say, with the lanes kind of crushed and run over by Dorado Gaming Sigma, First Class, still behind on gold, are going to struggle to find themselves more opportunistic fights like that. But at the same time, they have the ability to try to reassert themselves on the map for at least a little bit. I think a lot of the game is actually now going to revolve around the drop of the second Rift Herald. If Dorado Gaming Sigma can make it worth their while, get down a few more towers, we're in a situation where even though First Class has some good team fights, even from behind, they're going to struggle to initiate them because they're just always random to their own territory.
Yeah, and a big problem I've noticed in these last couple of fights is Matt G's Chains of Corruption, they got to get cleaned up. Like, that would have been a really good chains to make sure that, hey, only second advance on us, and it was just not going to work. And Griffin's going to get caught here.
Griffin will be able to flash away. Nature's Grasp not quite fast enough for First Class to really get a huge engage, but Dorado Gaming Sigma are losing some resources. However, this commitment to Dragon could be dicey. First Class, they're going to ignore the fact that Rift Herald is being dropped mid. Peace Pipe can't hold that alone. Now, Teleport has to be burnt by Solemn to try to get here to defend this, but it's complete discord across the map. That's the charge. That's the tier 2 mid now going down. Dorado Gaming Sigma moving towards that 20-minute mark have so much priority to start looking for stuff like the next Baron Nashor, even though they do lose the dragon stacking here and now.
Yeah, it was a gutsy call from Dorado, but a great call. You know, nobody was going up top to answer Nuffies, right? And they had the inside track on the mid lane, and this is what happens when you do not take priority over your mid lane wave. A lot of high-level coaches preach this. If you're going to go for a dragon, make sure you get priority on that mid wave, or else that's going to happen to you. So, you know, yeah, you had a nice fight, and you came back, and you were down 1,000 gold, but guess what? You just had 3,000 gold go over to the other team based off of that play. Yeah, you got your dragon. Yeah, you interrupted their stacking, but now they're going to start stacking items in the inventory.
Right now, Peace Pipe is kind of holding with Matt G in terms of their gold income. So between the two marksmen, it's not like things are going crazily in favor of Varus. But when you look at the full distribution across the rest of the map, Dorado Gaming Sigma are at a point in time where they're power spiking and First Class are lagging behind. Now it's a matter of getting Nuffies over into a position where they're either split pushing, setting up for a big team fight or whatnot. But wherever you bring the Diana value, bring the Banger value, bring the Sluter value, it is going to allow for Dorado Gaming Sigma to kind of conform the map to their will. First Class does not have the same luxury, and therefore I'm really looking at an early Baron Nasher play from Dorado Gaming Sigma. Not a patented Baron throw. I really do not want to see any more of those at this level of play within the Platinum League, but I do want concern to be directed towards that from both sides.
Yeah, and that's something that Dorado can do pretty easily. Look at how many sweepers they have in their inventory, Nyarko. They are going to clear out any vision that they see, right? They've bought tons of pinks. They're obviously now out of the inventory, but, you know, Nuffy's had one, Banger had one, and I like what they're doing with the vision control. Like I said, they're playing a much more controlled game compared to games past. They don't care about kills anymore. They are strictly focused on objectives.
And because of that, we're seeing Dorado Gaming Sigma just jam 4 people into a lane without Baron buff to take down some of these towers, to relegate First Class even deeper into their own territory. That being said, great trigger pull by Bruiser here to try to find the engage. Nuffies goes super deep, has to go golden, may not be able to get out from under these spheres. Peace Pipe picks up the kill onto the Diana, actually, though Matt G will blow up Bruiser on the back end of this fight. Peptic makes it over the wall to safety. Banger's trying to hover here, but I think this tier 2 tower has been successfully defended by First Class. It took a lot of resources, but right now Dorado Gaming Sigma are gonna have to make a decision. Do they want to go for the full dive, or do they just back off and try to find pressure elsewhere? Because there's not a whole lot of gold to be found down here anymore, yet still they push in. They do in fact manage to get it, and now Sluter splash forward. Peace Pipe's caught out, and I spoke too soon. Yanni, Dorado Gaming Sigma are relentless.
Yeah, they saw once there was a back timer, they were like, okay, we are going in for this turret. We are going no holds barred. We are taking it down. You saw the poke coming out from Matt G. Nuffy's, you know, despite dying early, had a really good ultimate to chunk those health bars. Matt G's ultimate was really good there to trade back in a 1-for-1 and not allow the rest of First Class to advance forward. And now Dorado Gaming, they've broken the game wide open, and now they're going to start taking a look at these base turrets.
And I know hindsight is 2020, but I gotta say, we had pretty good vision when it came to the game even before it started, Yanni, in terms of what's happening bot side. Peace Pipe is just way too freaking slow at getting ahead, because the Kog'Maw will take forever to scale, and now because it is the case that Dorado Gaming Sigma have pushed in First Class so hard, Kog'Maw has to start building defensively. That's tank boots.
Oh,
they
no.
went stabbies on Cog, and now look at this top side. Solemn just can't really deal with Nuffies, who themselves are massively fed. Somehow 0-2-2, that's a solo bolo for the Diana. Yes, they're caught up by 2 Red Squad members, but here comes the mobilization of the rest of Dorado Gaming Sigma. Teleport has to be channeled for them to take down Nuffies from FC Bruiser, and First Class just lost everything there to take down one champion in what was ultimately a full trade.
It's a shame there for Solemn. They guessed wrong. They put their trinket ward into the tri-brush, and if they just decided to go for the lane brush, they would have been a-okay. But yeah, that's a big commitment there from First Class. They're really feeling the desperation come in now, having lost pretty much everything aside from their base. I mean, Bruiser having to burn that teleport is going to make this dragon fight a little bit harder. He's going to have to fight on your side, and Nuffies can still split push.
Banger dancing on the ragged edge, though almost pulled into the fight by that death sentence, but they managed to zoom on out. They will look for a re-engage nearer to the river. Dorado Gaming Sigma know that they can force a fight here. First Class do not want to be put at soul point this early into the game, because Peace Pipe is still not on track to get fully scaled in time for them to contest the last dragon of the game. That being said, Red Squad are a little bit split in their engage. Truist gets hit by the chains of corruption. Lantern already burned to get them out.
Nuffies play.
Nature's Grasp coming through, and here comes the engage from Nuffies. They dive in. Matchy has so much damage. And yes, while Bruiser can't suplex and showstopper Nuffies into going golden, the follow-up is insane. Nobody can get down onto the Varus, and Matchy gets another as Peptic falls to Banger. Sluter caught out over the wall, but even they will be able to survive. Look at the follow-up. Look at the cavalry. Dorado Gaming Sigma wants to move on to Grand Finals.
from downtown. Matt G has come alive as this game has gone on 5-1-2, and they have now taken the kill lead. They are so far ahead in gold. Objective bounties have procced, and First Class is absolutely reeling right now as it looks like it is time for Dorado Gaming to start up this Baron.
Okay, I'm gonna sound like a mad person here. If you know me at all, Yanni, you know I freaking hate high damage set builds. I am a very big fan of going hard steel, but First Class have no damage now, man. Peace Pipe is so far behind. Yes, they're at Rage Blade now, but they didn't have that in that last fight, and because Maokai had to go for Radiant Virtue, it isn't like they're doing any amount of AP. I think that set may have had to go Bork first to have any chance to push back against stuff like the Darius.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Truist should have gone Demonic first, to be honest with you. And, you know, as Set, I think that he made the right decision with his build. It's just they knew that this game was going to take a little longer than they wanted to build for, per se. And that they're like, hey, you know, we're going to just scale it out, let Peace Pipe get big, and then we should be problems as the game goes on, especially with this Heartsteel. And I don't know if that's going to come together. I think they're just far too behind at this point, 25 minutes into the game. I mean, obviously, yeah, we see the kill score. Yeah, that's close, but it's a 7,000 gold deficit right now. The good news is for the side of First Class is that Dorado needs another big fight to break the base, and as long as you don't give that to them, you still have a shot.
But I feel like the timeline for First Class is so shunted towards like the 40-minute mark,
It is.
Honestly.
It is.
Dorado Gaming Sigma have basically carte blanche to go for Hextech Soul Man, and we know how strong that is. It ended the last game that we cast where we saw Hextech Soul basically single-handedly, and I mean, at the 40-minute mark, that's also Elder Chance, that's multiple Barons going over, and First Class no longer have much in the way of defenses outside of their own base. If we do, in fact, see the Big Purple Worm going down here in just a few moments, as that looks to be what Dorado Gaming Sigma is going for next, we probably going to see an inhibitor cracked by the 30-minute mark, and from there, it's just perma-prio over to Sigma once again, and I've harped on this over and over again, but that is going to reduce the resources for First Class to actually get back onto the map and try to get something back in their favor.
Yeah, there's just a lot of big problems coming in, and Banger is just going on Peace Pipe.
Yeah, this is 100% an overstep. Big shutdown actually goes to Bruiser themselves. And now Truist is looking to go for the counter engage. Griffin, with way too early of a breath of life, is going to get rooted up there. The tenacity means that they and Maggi are still able to zoom away. Great coverage as well from Nuffies means that First Class can't push for another kill. And while this is all happening, though, you have to look at Sluter making the most of that situation. Banger is dead, but so is that bot side tier 3 tower for First Class.
They're going to trade Banger for another objective, and that breaks open the base. An inhibitor now exposed. That is very, very important. And, you know, I thought it would take a big fight, but as it turns out, Dorado Gaming has just done an excellent job of stretching the map here against First Class.
Oh, good on Peptic. That was a fantastically placed lantern to keep Truist alive, but this is a statement for how much control Dorado Gaming Sigma have over the map. Nuffies is just going to split the top side. Meanwhile, Maggi and Griffin are just sitting on this blast plant. They know that eventually Red Squad has to walk up to try to defend against this big purple worm take.
Wait, they're starting it?
I think this has to be a mistake, right? Maybe like an attack move bungle or something like that. Now Griffin's getting whittled pretty low, so that could actually be kind of critical now. I want the Milio to take a reset.
Yeah, he's going to need to, and that makes things a little awkward here. You know, it just feels like Dorado Gaming isn't using their lead very effectively. You know, we talked about how much they can do to, you know, clear out vision of the jungle, and it just feels like they're not on the same page, and especially after that Banger play, they kind of got all out of sorts. Look, they need to get their heads on straight here because there is still potential for them to lose the game, right? Like, it is, you know, if this game goes on and on and on, and you're not able to shut them out of that last dragon, I mean, now we're starting to talk about how Kog'Maw can get online.
Yeah, and First Class, while they are happy with slowing the game down, it feels like Dorado Gaming Sigma had the same thought, but from the opposite direction, and it's kind of biting them, right? They're like, oh, we don't have to go for any more kills. We just bully First Class across the map because we have so much priority. But First Class is like, oh, we don't have to go for kills. We don't have to go for anything. As long as the Kog'Maw farms, we're in good shape. Solemn is also going to get their stacks. They're also going to get fed. We just need to make sure that Dorado Gaming Sigma can get any of these big neutral objectives. And so far, First Class has succeeded in doing so. That is Baron still not going down, and it feels like Dorado Gaming Sigma is a little bit too afraid to start it up, which is rough for them because now we're moving towards the next dragon. Yes, this is a sole attempt for them, but First Class have reserved all their resources to put it into one big fight here. This is the best chance that they have to go for something. Banger going to be able to dodge out of the way of the Nature's Grasp. Griffin is not so lucky, but still, that is engage gone from First Class now. Let's see what Dorado Gaming Sigma can do to turn this around as Nuffies is teleporting in. They're going to look for a big push forward. Here's the Soul in Nature's Grasp. That being said, Nuffies is pulled away for the rest of the fight. They will zoom back in. Peptic is now dead. The box is stopping the engage from Dorado Gaming Sigma, and Peace Pipe does manage to kite out a lot of this play. Banger may be too deep. They're going golden, and that's a huge scatter of the week, but Sluter has to be dealt with. They're going low, and now without Silas there, perhaps First Class has found an angle, but Mad G goes unstoppable. They remain alive for a while, but now the Unleashed Power is starting to execute. Solemn gets the kill, and now look at Truce. He's going back in. Yanni, I think we just saw the turnaround. First Class, they're fighting the kills. They're fighting their way into the river. Sluter won't be able to do anything. This will be the stop of the soul. First Class have bought themselves more time and more life in this series.
First Class, are you kidding me? I cannot believe that happened. It's just Banger and Nuffies got a little too overeager. Once Nuffies got pulled out there by the set, it was time to just be like, okay, maybe we should just wait for a re-engage. No, they went for it, and now they're going for the Baron.
Yeah, Nuffies is dead for so long. Banger will be back up, so this could be a risky play, but it's what First Class has to do here and now in order to stay relevant in this game. Peace Pipe didn't really get that many kills out that last play. They need to get gold through taking down some of these towers, and the best way to do that is through the Baron Nashor right now. Peptic is going to zone. The four other members of Hex Gates are starting this off. Redemption is being dropped as well, man. That is going to take down some of Red Squad's health bars, but look at this. It's going over pretty much.
We're stuck in the pit.
The question is, can they stop the backs? Bruiser dives in. They're going to peel for their team. Maokai flashes over the wall. They do, in fact, get to safety. Peace Pipe has been taken down alongside Bruiser, but that's only 2 members. First Class have found gold. They have found a way back into this.
Is it enough for Dorado to begin to break the base even more? You can see them pinging that inhibitor on the bottom side. Remember, that inhibitor exposed can cause a lot of problems. It looks like they're just going to shove down mid lane here.
The wave clear is pretty impressive, though. Solemn also has the scatter of the week, which means that diving in could be rough for Dorado Gaming Sigma. They're getting poked low. Sluter at less than half health already off of the tower shots. And yeah, maybe they crack an inhibitor here, but First Class have found so much in the way back into this game in the past few minutes. You have to respect them. I mean, you throw here, and Dorado Gaming Sigma could actually find themselves maybe behind in this one.
Why didn't they go for the inhibitor, Nyarko? Everybody's respawned. They had an opportunity to bully their way into the base, take out that inhibitor, and cause so many problems. Instead, they focus on that mid lane turret, and they get it to, what, 60%?
Yeah, I didn't even see the fact that they could have pushed the bot side, but I guess that they just kind of wanted the death ball there. Maybe if they got an engage that was in their favor, Dorado Gaming Sigma just straight up end the game because that's 2 inhibitors down. But no, they index in the wrong way, in my opinion. And now First Class, they find themselves with a bit of breathing space. There are no super minions pushing in, and they have multiple members with the Baron Nashor buff still on them. They're looking to walk this one down mid. They need to at least get the tier 1 there.
Somebody on Dorado Gaming, if they want to win, needs to take charge. Ever since that Banger play that happened in the mid lane that they could not get the kill onto the Kog'Maw, they've been all out of sorts, and it has caused a massive problem. They've let the game slip through their fingers. Now they need to clutch up, and on the other side, such credit needs to go over to First Class, playing as a complete unit here. We're seeing Truist just put on a banner performance on this Maokai, just causing a lot of problems, being very hard to kill, dealing out enough damage, and Solemn as well has done quite a bit. And now Kog'Maw's on 3 items, and that is a big break point because he has finished Runans.
Yeah, this is definitely First Class's best look in a while. That being said, Dorado Gaming Sigma have the ability to force multiple fights going forward because they still remain at soul point, and they cannot afford to give First Class more life in this game. But simultaneously, First Class have to make sure that they get every dragon from here on out, or they are just done for. The poke game will go back in favor of Dorado Gaming Sigma, and that is going to cut down on the utility of Peace Pipe immensely.
You know, Nyarko, we talked about how we really wanted to see a close game here, and we have gotten a close game. I don't care that the gold says it's a 5,000 difference. This game is closer than that indicates, but it's on such a knife's edge. A minute and 30 seconds before this next Drake. Soul point for one team, soul for the other. It is an incredibly pivotal fight coming up.
I mean, I was memeing about First Class needing to get to the 40-minute mark because I did not think that we were going
But
to
they're
see
getting
them
there.
healthy at the 34-minute mark, Yanni. Yeah, 6 more minutes, and literally their dreams come true. They will have everybody scaled back up. The gold is beginning to go back in their favor as well as items come through, and the proportion of advantage for Dorado Gaming Sigma is diminished with each passing a minute. It feels like Blue Squad has just kind of been held at a stalemate for so long, and we know what the late game looks like for First Class.
Now, the problem that First Class faces is that Dorado Gaming is a 4-threat composition, right? And the problem with the 4-threat composition, and we talked about it earlier, is there's not enough to go around, right? This means that Banger consistently needs to go into the jungle and kill these jungle monsters, right? And nobody else can really take them for things. As Sluter has to ghost away here. It looks like he should be fine.
Yeah.
But really a big problem here is that Nuffies has not really had the game that we expected them to have. And considering they've gone pen item into... we're going to see a fight here. Sluter in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Sluter has a flash as well, but now Nuffies may be getting access to the Kog'Maw. Peptic is going to split them quite nicely. Bruiser has a shield up off their W. They are going pretty low in this one. Nature's Grasp now activated. Let's see if that's going to be enough for Dorado Gaming to make a mark, especially alongside the Moonfall from Nuffies. However, once again, First Class are managed to spread out. They managed to keep this fight alive, and now look at this. Banger's overextended. They're shut down by the Syndra, and First Class is going to be able to push it yet again.
It's 4v4 right now, Nyarko, and they've got on the mat.
Yeah, he's able to flash over the wall to safety for the time being. Nuffies is trying to zone as Sluter gets back into this fight. Peptic is taken low, so he won't be able to frontline, but Truist can easily take those responsibilities now as they start off on the Dragon. Dorado Gaming Sigma really want to get Soul here. They might be able to do it now that Peptic has been sniped away. Chaser Corruption going down, but Soul immediately goes golden. Great scatter of the wing. Sluter still gets down onto the back line, but they aren't able to decimate them in time. However, finally, Matt G manages to land another arrow.
Peace Pipe is still
They
alive.
won't be able to take down Solemn, but Peace Pipe is still alive, and look at how hard he's tearing through the health bars of First Class. Matt G making a gamble every time they step up to try to poke them down, and now First Class have evened up the Dragon count, and look at the Nature's Grasp. Bruiser with the flank as well. It's a disaster for Dorado Gaming Sigma. Shut down onto the Varus. They get everything.
Oh my god, Nyarko! They're doing it! They're doing it!
They're going to come back. They've wiped the team. Sluter has 43 seconds on them. They're going to take the tier 1. I think you could even go Baron.
Oh my god, Nyarko. They're backing for it. You can see Thresh heading up there. There's no way they're going to start up this Baron, but I mean, Sluter's down for 30 seconds. Mad G down for 25. Yeah, they can totally do this with Hex Gates.
I cannot believe we're seeing this First Class coming back from the brink, and now the scaling story is fully in their court. Dorado Gaming Sigma have lost their power spikes. They gambled everything on Nuffies, but they could not make it work. It was exactly how to respond, and they are cooking with gas for Red Squad, and I think that Sigma's gold lead, even if it doesn't come straight from the Baron. The fact of the matter is there's towers to be taken down. Dorado Gaming Sigma are going to struggle to push deeper into the base. That being said, look at Diana. Nuffies is trying to maybe go for an inhibitor or something like that, but they know with the empowered backs they can't stay there for too long, and they will peel away. First Class gonna reset, gonna cash out, and now they're looking for more.
Peace Pipe is on 4 items, exact same as Matt G. They've had a crazy game, and now the gold is nigh irrelevant. It's a 2,000 gold difference, and you mentioned it. There was only 1 turret taken by the side of First Class, and they're looking to crack their knuckles and change that up in just a couple minutes.
Maw of Malmortius for Peace Pipe is actually so smart here, by the way. It's going to allow for you to get out of the initial engage from Nuffies, and Banger as well is going to struggle on dives. It allows for First Class to recenter to protect the puppy even more. He even has the fitting skin. He's on Dogma.
Bork indeed raised the puppy. That Uzi strategy that OMG had, I'm sorry, Royal Club, had way back in the day, and you can see the turrets starting to fall. The health bar is looking pretty good. Nuffies is going to have to find a crazy flank, but even then, I don't think it's going to be enough. I was talking about it earlier. They've got their penetration item. They've got their kill cut item, but that doesn't leave room for the Rabadon's death cap. He is not leaving room for Rabadon's in his build.
And that being said, Dorado Gaming Sigma have pretty decent anti-siege here. Their wave clear is actually pretty impressive, and First Class is struggling to push this far up, knowing that Nuffies could go for a flank and just blow them all up in an instant if they cluster too hard. But the Baron is doing a whole lot here, man. And not only that, but you're starting to look at the next 2 minutes as the defining moments of this game. I mean, with the Tier 1 and Tier 2 towers going down in the mid lane, First Class has equalized the push of the minions in this wave, or in this lane, and therefore, they have pretty good claim over this Hextech Drake. It's really not going to be up to positioning anymore. It's going to just be up to who wins the Raw 5v5, and I'm really starting to doubt that Dorado Gaming Sigma can do it.
I don't think they have that dong in them, Yarko. I have to be honest with you. It looked like they did earlier in the game, but it's not coming together. I mean, Nuffies had a kill pretty early, and I expected this to be a Nuffies game. I was told by the chat this was going to be a Nuffies game, and he, like LeBron James, has disappeared when it's mattered most. That's not true. I can't really slander LeBron like that because he's like an excellent player, but
Yeah.
Obviously he's got a reputation for not being so clutch. But I mean, maybe Joel Embiid's more apt since he's currently injured, but he is the MVP of the league currently. So if Nuffies wants to be the MVP of the league, he's gonna have to go in and make something happen.
Yeah, it's going to be all up to Nuffies and the follow-up to Nuffies. Matt G has been doing a good job positioning, but the thing is, it feels like these last 2 games, for as much as the Varus and Aphelios have done for him, it feels like Dorado Gaming Sigma aren't doing enough for those 2 champions.
Yeah, they're really not, and it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of the game develops here because, this Dragon's up in 50 seconds, and First Class, they're in territory that they haven't seen in quite some time, the enemy's jungle here, so they're looking in to clear all that vision, but Matt G does a lot of damage.
Nuffy's maybe a little bit caught out. Bruiser's already on Elixir of Iron, walking forward menacingly, and Nuffy's has to respect it now. Dorado Gaming Sigma funnel through this choke point. They need to get back over to the Dragon as it spawns up in about half a minute, but I am so terrified for both teams and their ability to approach this one. Nature's Grasp for Truist is going to be such a core ability, but it is stolen by Banger, and so they will be able to trade on that front. Now, what can the Milio do as well during this? They need to position well. They cannot afford to be caught out because their Cozy Campfire, because their Breath of Life are going to be so core to ensuring that Dorado Gaming Sigma can slug it out in the long term, get down onto Peace Pipe, and get through all the layers of defense that First Class have established around it. It is balancing on a knife's edge, Yanni.
And Peptic, you can see, just trying desperately to land a hook. And here comes the engagement. Maokai ults abound.
And that's a huge Nature's Grasp for Truist in particular, down onto 2 members, Sluters and Nuffies. Redemption is going to be fired off by the Milio, but it only is going to take Truist just a little bit. And now Dorado Gaming Sigma realized that if they try to go deeper on that, they were going to be punished, so they back off. And once again, we find ourselves at a stalemate as the Dragon has now spawned up. Kog'Maw starting it off, and it's full river control over to First Class right now. Dorado Gaming Sigma have to do something drastic to get into this one. Look for Nuffies, look for the Moonfall. Truist knows that they have to just get down on top of this champion and bully them out of this one. Here's the approach. Bruiser with a massive face breaker. Nuffies goes low. They go golden. It's a double Moonfall, but it's not enough anymore. The fight is split. Banger is also taken to the brink, although Bruiser will go down. Now, Sluter is caught out versus 3 members. He manages to get the hero shutdown onto Kog'Maw before falling to Truist. But look at Solemn unleashed with their ultimate. They lay down the spears and they zone Dorado Gaming Sigma off of the soul. It is claimed up by First Class, but Peptic may be too far forward. They're going to be taken down. It's going to be a fadeaway Nature's Grasp for Syndra and Maokai to stay alive. But look at the death timers, Yachty. Dorado Gaming Sigma might be able to walk this down mid and at least get an inhib.
They are finally looking to grab that inhib. They didn't grab it earlier on, and it may have cost them, but now they've learned from their mistakes. They've determined this is our time to go and get this inhibitor. There is no better time than now. You see Bruiser up in 15 seconds. Teleport available. Solemn also has teleport available if they want to go for a cheeky flank, but Peace Pipe and Peptic not going to be up for quite some time. You can see the pings going down. The Baron going to come up in 25 seconds, New Yorko. It is constant fighting over objectives.
42 minutes into the game, and First Class has finally pushed back in all the ways they need to for Dorado Gaming Sigma to finally feel like they are behind. The soul being claimed. 4 Hextech Drakes means that Peace Pipe is a walking artillery. And what can Dorado Gaming Sigma do to try to equalize this late game?
We have gotten into the late game in League and in life, cresting toward 1 a.m. on the East Coast. in a best of 5. These teams just going back and forth, blow for blow, as we see later on in Truist dropping the ultimate, but knows that they can't go in.
It's a little bit too early. Truist still wants to try to find something with the twisted advance down onto Mad G, but the follow-up just isn't there. Nuffy's is zoning away 3 members. They will fall for doing so, and Truist does manage to get out. So right now, it is a man advantage for First Class on the Rift, but Dorado Gaming Sigma are tenacious. They know that the Baron Nashor is being started up. The question is, can First Class turn this, or will Dorado Gaming Sigma manage to make it in, take away this objective, and start pushing down these towers? This could be the defining fight of the game. Sluter goes forward, trying to find a way down onto Truist. The Stolen Nature's Grasp is going to be used to access the entirety of First Class, but Peace Pipe is full health. Baker has to go golden, and they are being whittled so low by the living battery, the living artillery. A shutdown onto the Silas. Bruiser picks up the gold. Griffin is caught out. Griffin has nowhere to go. That G firing over the wall with some suppressive shots, but it's not enough. Red Squad, they're moving on to the enemy base.
Oh my god, wait, Darius is just on the backside, but it looks like he's going to back because the minions are pushing in. They need Solemn to take care of it. Solemn does have teleport available. The first turret's going to go down here into the base. They're on the inhibitor next. These minions, there's not a whole lot of them, and there's no Baron to buff them up, so they're going to get their inhib, and they're going to walk away for now, Nyarko. This game, nobody willing to make a mistake, but it looks like they're headed up toward the Baron. Truist and Peptic, they're not very healthy.
This is a tough call. First Class really want this. They want to have tempo advantage on the Rift right now. They need to be able to equalize how much has been done through the bot lane super minions from Dorado Gaming Sigma, and taking down that mid inhibitor is a huge factor. But now the question is, have they overstayed trying to go for the Baron Nashor? Nuffies is going to jump in with the Moonfall, but there's just no follow-up. It's a disaster for the mid lane of Dorado Gaming Sigma. Bruiser is going low. Sluter pulls them back in. He's going to be able to spin and get the kill, but Truist is covering this choke point. They're trying to find a way to fight this even deeper, but they eventually have to be rescued by the Lantern. Peptic is going to sacrifice themselves. Dorado Gaming Sigma may have struck a fatal blow.
Look at the minions.
So much health, and yes, look at the minions. Solemn is gonna have to cover this alongside Maokai by backing, but can they do it in time? They're leaving Peace Pipe alone to die. He's gonna almost kill Sluter, but he will not succeed in doing so. The passive is gonna take the Darius low, but not low enough. Truist has gotten back in time. Syndra is still looking for the reset, but I think that First Class has deterred the end of the game through minions. Dorado Gaming Sigma, though, have found kills, and they're looking to push it through the bot side of the map.
Nyarko, this game is insane. Minions pushing in on each side. They're looking to make the play. Banger wants to catch people out. He's going after Solemn.
Bruiser, 13 seconds. Can they hold on? Solomon goes golden. They don't have a Nexus turn. It's a shutdown. I think the Dorado Gaming Sigma are going to do it. No, they can't push anymore. They have to reset because of the own super minions. Never mind. Oh my god. Shimmy, I'm having a breakdown.
Oh, would you just call me Shibby?
Oh, yeah, I'm really having a breakdown, Yanni. Sorry, man. I'm telling you, I'm really...
Oh my god, Nyarko, this game has been absolutely ridiculous. 46 and a half minutes in, and this is a fantastic cap to a best of 5 when you get a game that is just these teams going toe-to-toe, a total slugfest. We thought Dorado had opportunities earlier on, but now they can't do anything, and you saw what happened to Nuffies in that last fight. Not only getting blown up, but he didn't do any damage.
I mean, it truly is First Class's story at this point in time, but Yanni, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a happy ending. One mistake here for either team is critical. The death timers are so long that as soon as you lose a member, you have lost so many resources on the map, and because of the way that these waves are pushing back and forth between the two teams with an inhibitor down on either side, it could easily be a walk-in for the end if either team isn't careful. First Class, they're setting up in a bush. They are off of vision, and this could be a fatal step forward for Sluter if he isn't careful. That sentence, unfortunately, not going to be able to land. Good reactions there by the Darius, and that means First Class just have to kite it back to this spawning Elder Dragon. 20 seconds, but at the same time, you have to answer back against Nuffies, pushing down onto the tier 3 top side of the map. The question is, can First Class just kill people here and maybe force the Diana into an awkward situation? Matchy has already gone low. Peace Pipe pushing forward off the Nature's Grass. Sluter's doing all that they can, but they can't finish it. That's a huge shutdown. Bruiser gets it. Solemn is covering Nuffies, and I don't think this Diana can end the game. The unleashed power is going to be stopped by the stasis. Nuffies gets a huge moonfall, but Solemn is kiting them out. The tower shot finishes off the mid layer of Dorado Gaming Sigma. Now they're teleporting into the base. First Class are going to do it. First Class will take it in 5 and move on to the grand finals of the BOL Platinum League.
Not to understate how close that was, if there was more mana for Nuffies, there's a chance that Nuffies actually can force the base race, but First Class, they come out victorious!
Unbelievable series. Dorado Gaming, Sigma, and First Class, 2 prize fighters leaning on one another, fighting until the brutal end, but First Class land the fatal blow. What a series!
Bro, this was the craziest best of 5 I have ever cast. That last game was a straight BOL certified banger, and it even had banger in it.
It's 1 a.m. I'm gonna get evicted, man. I yelled way too loud in this last game. I blame everybody involved. Why'd you have to make it so crazy?
Oh man, wow, what a series. And I mean, I give a huge credit to Matt G trying to do everything they could in that game. They pumped out 84k damage. But ultimately, the team composition of First Class, we talked about it. We thought that their team composition was a lot more structurally sound and solid, and it turned out that was the difference. I mean, you know, you didn't see a lot happen. You didn't see like Bruiser do a whole lot that game, like if you were just watching. But if you look at the scoreline, I should say. But when you're watching that game, the disruption, we didn't really call his name out too much, but the absolute disruption he had was so crazy. And in a game that featured what I think 52 kills, if I'm doing math right, Maokai died once.
Holy cow. Everybody on First Class did their role in this last game, man. And I think that is the thing that defined the series. While we were putting everything on Matt G and Nuffies here, First Class rallied as a team, and they therefore are deservedly moving on to grand finals. Bruiser with their own disruption. Truist, like you're saying, not dying a whole lot, not giving over that gold, but making sure they're there to facilitate every fight. What a carry play by Solemn as well, defending the base versus Nuffies, who for the longest time has been dueling with this player throughout every single one of these 5 games. And Peace Pipe coming alive here on the Kog'Maw at the end, and always credit to Peptic. This Thresh has been such a nightmare for Dorado Gaming Sigma, and now they wake up and they see that, yes, in fact, it was all real, and First Class are moving on to grand finals over them.
Yeah, a hard carry performance there by Solemn. I mean, how many Scout of the Weeks did we see just hit so many people? I mean, we saw 4-man Scout of the Weeks. We saw 3-man Scout of the Weeks. It was just a really impressive showing out of the Syndra, and a really impressive showing from First Class. They proved they are indeed First Class in this league, and they're looking to prove it as they head to the finals.
Finals is coming, guys. Finals is coming next week. While it was great to be here for the semifinal matchup, we have to look forward to the future of First Class moving on. And honestly, I have to say that at the end of that all, they deserved it. XG is going to be the people competing with them in grand finals. They were able to take it 3-2 in their own 5-game series. It's been a double Silver Scrapes night, and that does mean I have to go lie down, Yanni. It's been an honor casting with you as always.
Yeah, I got to go lay down too. And I mean, with both of these teams going to best of 5s, going the distance, does that mean that we'll see 5 games next week?
I feel that because of the raw irony of the League Gods and their mercurial ways, we're seeing a 3-0 stomp one way or the other. Do I know from whom? No, not at all, man. But I just feel that this is too much League of Legends for the BOL to handle, you know? Too many bangers back to back. And yes, it always is a banger in the BOL, but sometimes you gotta take a break, you gotta take a vacation. That being said, we do not take breaks here in terms of broadcasting, guys. Make sure you drop a follow here for the Twitch channel. Make sure you come back tomorrow for IBS, I believe, or no, Gold, and the day after that is IBS. Once again, a testimony to the fact that we have way too much going on, or at least a ton of League of Legends going on. Call it too much or not, I don't know. It's up to your own personal taste. I know for now, I am League of Legends out, man. Those 5 games have brought me to my very, very brink. I need to go to sleep, or at the very least, I need to take my mind off of these champions and just think about what we have in the future. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Make sure to drop a follow for our Twitters. I know that for as much as I joke about being tired of League of Legends, I'm immediately going to come back and talk more about League of Legends and Casper League of Legends. And make sure to check out Yanni as well. He does so many cool things, honestly. It is an honor just to, have a little bit of insight into his life as a caster, as a Magic the Gathering grinder as well. You're a man of many talents, man.
Listen, man, I love Magic, right? I got a Mox Ruby. I have to love Magic.
The fact that you have it as a prop right there kind of blows away anything that Shibby does prop comedy-wise, is all I gotta say.
Oh, you know it.
That being said, Shibby's going to be back next week, most likely, to cast Grand Finals with me, and we hope to see you guys there. Thank you, everybody, so much once again. Shout out to Pop Tarts on production, as always, making sure that this ship is ran tighter than anywhere else in Amateur League of Legends. But that is it for us tonight. Have a good one.
I'm gonna go play League.